Immerse yourself in an untamed West where the wind howls secrets across jagged peaks and shadowed canyons. This gripping historical audiobook sweeps you into a journey fraught with danger and discovery. Follow the treacherous lines drawn on maps that ignite tensions older than the mountains themselves, and listen for the echoes of forgotten voices in a land carved by conflict. Don't miss this immersive listening experience. Subscribe now for more captivating stories from the frontier. Chapter 1, The Edge of Everything. The wind had teeth out here. Not the blustering bully of the plains, but a thin, sharp bite that gnawed through canvas and wool, straight to the bone. It tasted of dust so fine it felt like grit on the tongue, carrying the scent of sun-baked rock, creosote bush, and an aching emptiness that stretched further than the eye could see. Emma Collins lowered the transit, her knuckles white around the cold brass, and squinted against the relentless glare. Before her, the land fell away in waves of ochre and rust, mesas carved by time and weather into monuments of indifference, under a sky bleached pale by the high-altitude sun. This was it, the edge of everything known. The blank space on the maps she carried rolled tight in their oilskin sheath. Her job was to fill it in. One precise measurement, one inked line at a time. She was 24, though some days the weight of this wilderness felt like it had settled decades onto her shoulders. Her hands, adjusting the delicate screws of the theodolite, were steady, practiced. Years spent trailing her father, a man obsessed with charting the unchartable, had ingrained the motions deep. He'd taught her the language of angles and elevations, the cold comfort of mathematical certainty in a world that often offered none. Now he was gone, claimed by the very West he'd sought to tame on paper, leaving her with his instruments, his unfinished contracts, and a legacy that felt more like a burden than an inheritance. Her presence here was an anomaly, a disruption in the harsh, masculine rhythm of the territory. A woman surveyor. She'd seen the disbelief, the thinly veiled scorn in the eyes of men back in the dusty outpost town of Redemption, the last sputtering ember of civilization she'd left behind days ago. They saw her slight frame, the way her practical buckskin skirt and sturdy boots couldn't entirely hide a softness that belonged, in their minds, back east beside a hearth, not out here wrestling with tripods and sighting rods under the hawk's circling shadow. They didn't see the resolve flinting her gray eyes, the quiet stubbornness that had propelled her westward, away from cloying expectations, and a future laid out like a predictable, stifling map. She checked the spirit level again, a tiny bubble quivering dead center. Precision was her shield, her solace. Out here, a fraction of a degree could mean miles of error, could ignite disputes bloodier than any barroom brawl. This land wasn't just empty space. It was contested, whispered over, claimed by ranchers whose fences were often just lines of sight, by railroad barons dreaming of steel arteries across the continent, and by the tribes who had known these canyons and springs for generations, their maps etched not on paper, but in memory and sacred story. Her lines, commissioned by distant men in Washington, D.C., were meant to bring order, but she suspected they might only bring more conflict. A deep breath, tasting the dust again. She sighted through the telescope, focusing on the stadia rod held by her hired hand. Silas, a grizzled man whose silence she'd come to appreciate. He stood near a twisted juniper a quarter-mile distant, a small, wavering figure in the heat haze. She made the reading, noted it meticulously in her field book, the graphite scratching against the paper a small, familiar sound in the immense quiet. Another line drawn, another piece of the wild catalogue. Her camp was rudimentary, tucked into a shallow drawer sheltered by a crumbling sandstone overhang. A small canvas tent, a bedroll, a blackened coffee pot resting on cold ashes, saddlebags holding her meager supplies. Her horse, Zephyr, a sturdy buckskin mare with more sense than most men she knew, grazed nearby on sparse clumps of grama grass, occasionally lifting her head, ears pricked, testing the wind. Emma trusted the mare's instincts more than her own sometimes. The sun was beginning its slow descent, painting the western sky in strokes of violent orange and bruised purple. The air grew colder rapidly, the thinness of it more pronounced. She signaled to Silas, a wave of her arm, and watched him begin the trek back, the stadia rod balanced on his shoulder. Time to make camp properly, gather firewood, see to the horse. The mundane tasks of survival were a necessary counterpoint to the abstract calculations of her work. As she gathered brittle, dry branches of greasewood, the silence pressed in. Not a peaceful silence, but a watchful one, the kind that made the hairs on her arms prickle. It felt occupied. She paused, listening intently. Only the sigh of the wind through the sparse pinyon pines, the distant cry of a canyon wren, the scuttle of a lizard across sun-warmed rock. Yet the feeling persisted, a prickling awareness of being observed. She scanned the rim of the draw, the shadowed clefts in the rock face opposite, the vast expanse stretching towards the jagged teeth of the mountains far to the east. Nothing moved, just the land, ancient and impassive. It was easy to feel small out here, insignificant. Easier still to let fear take root. Fear of the land itself, its sudden storms, its hidden drop-offs, the creatures that stalked its nights. Fear of men, the desperate, the lawless, the ones who saw a lone woman as an opportunity. Silas was reliable enough, taciturn and weathered, but he was just one man, and his loyalty was primarily to the pay package she provided. He kept to himself mostly, rolling his cigarette after supper, staring into the fire with eyes that held deserts of their own. He rarely spoke of the tensions simmering beneath the surface of the territory, the talk in redemption of ranchers pushing onto tribal lands, of surveyors' markers pulled up or moved in the night, of simmering resentments ready to boil over. But Emma had heard the whispers, seen the hard glances exchanged over whiskey glasses. Her work placed her squarely in the middle of it all. She thought of the letter tucked inside her field book, its paper worn thin along the creases. It had arrived just before she left Redemption, forwarded from the last settlement. Her aunt's familiar, elegant script, filled with concern that bordered on disapproval. Pleased to reconsider, to come home to Philadelphia, to the life she was meant for marriage, society, safety. Aunt Clara couldn't fathom this deliberate exile, this pursuit of her father's ghost across a landscape she imagined solely populated by savages and ruffians. Emma had reread the words, the scent of lavender sachet clinging faintly to the page, a stark contrast to the smell of wood smoke and horse that now defined her existence. There was a tremor in her hand as she folded it away again. Coming home wasn't an option. Not yet. Perhaps not ever. There were things she couldn't face back there. Choices made in grief and confusion after her father's death. Bridges burned with a recklessness that still made her cheeks flush with shame in the lonely hours before dawn. This work, this harsh clarity of lines and numbers under an unforgiving sky, was a penance of sorts. A way to prove what? To herself? To her father's memory? She wasn't sure anymore. Silas returned, dumping an armload of wood near the fire pit. He grunted a greeting, his face etched with the day's fatigue and the alkali dust. Wind's picking up, he observed, glancing at the sky. Might blow something nasty in 4 morning. Emma nodded, pulling her worn wool shawl tighter around her shoulders. We'll secure the tent. They worked together in near silence, hammering tent pegs deeper into the rocky soil, banking the fire against the strengthening gusts. The simple meal beans, hardtack, bitter coffee was eaten quickly, the silence punctuated only by the crackle of the flames and the rising howl of the wind scouring the canyon rim above them. The stars, when they emerged between scudding clouds, seemed unnaturally bright, hard chips of ice in the deepening indigo vault. Later, wrapped in her bedroll inside the small tent, the canvas snapping like a flag in the gale, Emma found sleep elusive. The wind wasn't just loud. It carried voices. Not human voices, but the whispers of the land itself. Ancient, mournful, full of secrets she couldn't decipher. She thought of the maps she carried. So clean, so precise, imposing their grid onto a world that pulsed with older, deeper rhythms. What arrogance to think these lines could contain it, define it. She remembered finding a crude marker earlier that week, miles back. Not one of her own, nor the weathered stone cairns left by prospectors. It was a wooden post, driven deep, carved with symbols she didn't recognize, nested chevrons. A circle bisected by a jagged line. Someone else's claim. Someone else's map. It had felt like a warning. Silas had merely shrugged when she pointed it out. Boundary disputes, he'd muttered. Best leave 'em be. Ain't our fight. But it felt like it was becoming her fight, drawn into it by the very lines she was paid to scribe. A sudden, sharp sound cut through the wind's roar. Zephyr gave a startled snort, then a nervous whicker. Emma sat bolt upright, her heart hammering against her ribs. Silas's muffled voice came from his own bedroll near the fire. Easy, girl. Just the wind. But it hadn't sounded like the wind. It was closer, sharper, a footstep on loose shale. Emma strained her ears, holding her breath. Silence, except for the relentless wind. Had she imagined it? The tension of the day, the isolation. It played tricks on the mind. Yet the feeling of being watched returned, stronger this time, colder than the night air seeping through the canvas. She slowly reached for the small, practical Colt revolver she kept tucked beneath her pillow. Another legacy from her father. Its weight both terrifying and reassuring. She wasn't proficient, her father having focused more on transits than triggers, but she knew how to load it, how to point it. The feel of the cold steel was a small anchor in the swirling uncertainty. Minutes passed. The wind seemed to lessen slightly, its keening howl dropping to a mournful sigh. Zephyr settled, blowing softly through her nostrils. Perhaps it had just been a coyote or a deer dislodged by the storm. Emma slowly let out the breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her fingers still tight around the revolver's grip. She lay back down, but sleep was now impossible. Her mind raced, replaying the day, the calculations, the feeling of unseen eyes, the weight of the task ahead. Weeks, perhaps months, stretched before her in this wilderness. Weeks of mapping terrain claimed by forces far older and more volatile than the government officials who had signed her contract. She was charting fault lines, not just in the earth, but between peoples, between ways of life. Just as exhaustion began to fray the edges of her vigilance, a shadow fell across the tent flap, utterly silent. Not the shifting, indistinct shadows cast by the flickering fire outside, but a solid human silhouette against the thin canvas, momentarily blocking the faint starlight. Emma froze, the revolver suddenly heavy and useless in her hand. Her throat went dry. It wasn't Silas. The shape was taller, leaner. It stood perfectly still, a presence that radiated a profound quietness, an unnerving sense of belonging to the darkness outside. The flap didn't move. No sound came. Just the absolute stillness of the figure, waiting, observing. Was it a threat? A specter conjured by the wind and her own fear? Or was it something else? The guide. She'd been told one might be assigned. Someone from the tribes who knew this territory intimately. Someone meant to ensure her safety. Or perhaps just keep an eye on the map maker encroaching on their world. They hadn't given a name. Only that he would find her. The shadow remained, a dark etching against the canvas wall. Emma didn't dare breathe, didn't dare move. The edge of everything felt suddenly, terrifyingly close. Not just the edge of the map, but the edge of her courage. The edge of the known world, dissolving into a night filled with unseen watchers and the deep, resonant silence of the land itself. The wind picked up again, carrying with it the scent of distant rain, and something wilder, something untamed, mirroring the sudden, fierce beating of her own heart. The night held its breath, and Emma Collins, surveyor of lines on paper, felt the first true, terrifying measure of the unmapped territories stretching before her, both on the land and within herself. Chapter 2. lines drawn in dust. The shadow didn't move. It simply was, a solid presence against the frail barrier of the tent canvas, silent as the stones around them. Emma's breath hitched in her throat, the coat feeling impossibly heavy, its coldness radiating up her arm. Every nerve ending screamed. The wind gusted, flapping the canvas violently, and for a heart-stopping second, the silhouette seemed to lean closer. Was this it? The faceless danger the wilderness always promised. Then a low voice, calm and deep, spoke from near the dying fire outside. "The wind carries trouble tonight, Miss Collins. Best stay inside." It was Silas, his tone rougher than usual, tight with an alertness that belied his earlier casual dismissal of the noise. The shadow outside Emma's tent remained for another long moment, a silent counterpoint to Silas's warning. Then, as silently as it had appeared, it dissolved. Not retreated exactly, but seemed to melt back into the larger darkness beyond the firelight's reach. Emma strained her ears, listening for footsteps, for any sound of departure, but heard only the wind's ceaseless complaint and the anxious shuffle of Zephyr's hooves. Slowly, cautiously, she lowered the revolver, though her fingers remained locked around the grip. Had Silas scared him off? Or had the visitor simply chosen to leave? She remained rigid, listening, every sense stretched taut. The night felt different now, charged with an energy that hadn't been there before. The feeling of being watched hadn't entirely dissipated. It had merely withdrawn to the edges of the firelight, patient, observant. Sleep was a forgotten country. She lay awake, the canvas walls seeming thinner than ever, until the first hint of gray began to dilute the oppressive blackness outside. Wind had eased, leaving behind a bruised silence, and air scrubbed clean and cold. As soon as it was light enough to see without the fire, Emma pushed aside the tent flap, the coat still clutched in her hand, half expecting to find, she didn't know what. Empty desert, sinister tracks. Instead, she found Silas already tending a newly built fire, his face grim, and another man standing near the edge of the camp, gazing out towards the eastern mountains, where the sun was beginning to paint the horizon in watercolor shades of rose and gold. He was tall, leaner than the shadow had suggested, clad in worn buckskins and moccasins that seemed to grow from the earth itself. His hair was long, black, and tied back simply with a leather thong. His back was to her, but there was a stillness about him, an economy of presence that spoke of deep familiarity with this landscape. He didn't fidget or shift his weight. He stood as if rooted, a part of the scenery, like the ancient junipers or the weathered rock formations. Silas looked up as Emma emerged, his eyes flicking to the revolver she still held. He gave a curt nod towards the stranger. "Found him sitting by the ashes 'fore dawn. Says he's the guide. Name's Coda." Coda? The name resonated faintly, something mentioned in passing back in Redemption. A possibility and not a certainty, the guide the territorial office might send. Someone from the tribes meant to navigate the complexities geographical and political of the land she was mapping. The man turned then, slowly, deliberately. His face was striking, weathered by sun and wind, high cheekbones casting sharp shadows in the early light. His eyes, dark and profoundly deep, met hers directly. There was no hostility in his gaze, but no welcome either. Just a quiet, steady assessment that seemed to take in everything her practical clothes. The lingering fear in her stance, the surveying instrument case resting near her tent, the lines of fatigue around her eyes. He gave a slight, almost imperceptible nod, acknowledging her presence. He didn't offer his hand, didn't offer a greeting beyond Silas's introduction. Emma felt a flush creep up her neck. She lowered the coat, suddenly feeling foolish, exposed. You were outside my tent last night," she stated, the words sounding more accusatory than she intended. His expression didn't change. His voice, when he finally spoke, was low and even, with a cadence that was different from the clipped tones of the settlers or Silas's gravelly drawl. The wind speaks loudly. Sometimes it carries warnings. Sometimes only ghosts. He didn't confirm or deny being the shadow. His gaze drifted past her towards the transit set up on its tripod nearby. You make lines on the land. It wasn't a question. I'm a surveyor, Emma said, lifting her chin slightly, reclaiming a measure of professional composure. Emma Collins? I have a contract. I know what you are, Coda interrupted, not unkindly, but with a finality that cut off further explanation. He turned his attention back to the horizon. The land remembers lines longer than yours. An uneasy silence fell, broken only by the crackle of the fire and Silas noisily slurping coffee from a tin cup. Emma studied the newcomer. Coda Black Elk. He moved with a fluid grace, his moccasined feet making no sound on the rocky ground as he walked towards the fire and accepted the cup Silas offered without comment. There was an aura of contained energy about him, a sense of profound connection to the wildness that surrounded them. He wasn't just in the landscape. He seemed an intrinsic part of it. Compared to him, she and Silas, with their heavy boots and canvas gear, felt like clumsy intruders. Breakfast was a tense affair. Silas remained withdrawn, occasionally shooting suspicious glances at Coda, who ate slowly and methodically, his gaze constantly scanning the surrounding terrain. Emma tried to initiate conversation, asking Coda about the route ahead, the water sources, the terrain features marked vaguely on her existing maps. His answers were brief, factual, offered without elaboration. Yes, there was water in Hidden Spring Canyon if the rains had been kind. Yes, the path marked uncertain on her map led towards the Broken Horn Ridge, but it was treacherous after heavy winds due to rockfalls. He offered information, but not connection. He was a guide, fulfilling a duty, nothing more. Yet, Emma felt his eyes on her again when she returned to her transit after the sparse meal, a silent, unreadable scrutiny. The day's work took on a different rhythm with Coda present. He didn't interfere with her measurements or Silas's handling of the stadia rod, but his presence was a constant awareness at the edge of her perception. He moved parallel to them, sometimes disappearing behind ridges or into shallow arroyos, only to reappear silently on a vantage point above them, watching. He wasn't tracking them, Emma realized. He was tracking the land, reading signs invisible to her eyes, the faintest disturbance in the dust, the flight pattern of birds, the way the light fell on distant peaks. Once, as she struggled to get a clear sight line through shimmering heat haze towards Silas's distant rod, Coda appeared beside her, silent as smoke. He didn't speak, just pointed. Following his gesture, Emma saw a slight depression in the ground further to the north. A barely perceptible dip she'd dismissed as insignificant. Better line, Coda said softly. Ground is firmer there. Less disturbed. Disturbed? Emma frowned, lowering her transit slightly. Disturbed by what? He shrugged, a subtle movement of his shoulders. Wind, water, time, animal. His gaze lingered for a moment on the distant spot, or men. He offered no more, turning and melting back into the landscape as quietly as he had arrived. Emma, unsettled, adjusted her position, sighting towards the spot Coda had indicated. The reading was indeed clearer, the ground more stable. But his word choice, disturbed, echoed in her mind. The land itself seemed to hold its breath under Coda's gaze. Emma found herself noticing things she hadn't before, the subtle variations in the color of the soil, the way certain plants clustered near hidden water seeps, the ancient, weathered trails, fainter than deer paths, that crisscrossed the slopes. These weren't on her maps. Her lines, precise and mathematical, felt increasingly inadequate, overlaying a deeper, more complex reality she was only beginning to glimpse. Mid-afternoon, while Silas took a break to rest his eyes from the sun's glare, Emma consulted her primary map, spreading the large sheet of paper on a flat rock, weighting the corners with stones against the persistent breeze. It showed the boundaries she was meant to define, the sections allocated for potential settlement or railroad expansion, neat squares and rectangles imposed on the fluid shapes of the terrain. Coda approached, his shadow falling across the paper. He stood looking down at it for a long time, his face unreadable. Emma felt a defensive urge rise within her. These are the official boundaries, she said, her voice firmer than she felt. designated by the territorial government. Coda's finger, strong and tanned, traced a line on her map, a proposed boundary that cut directly across a series of low, rolling hills. "Here," he said, his voice quiet but resonant. "The Earth remembers winter camp. Old ones are buried there." He tapped another area, a flat expanse near a dry riverbed. Sacred ground, for ceremonies. His finger moved again, indicating a narrow canyon. "Good water. That belongs to the Bitter Creek people, not..." He gestured vaguely westward, encompassing the implied territory of encroaching ranchers, not those who build fences. Emma stared at the map, then at Coda's impassive face. The lines she was paid to draw, the boundaries meant to establish order and ownership in the eyes of Washington, cut through memories, traditions, sacred spaces, and vital resources like a careless knife. She saw the neat grid overlaying generations of history, of life lived in accordance with the land's rhythms, not the surveyor's chain. "The government," she began, but the words felt hollow, inadequate. Coda looked directly at her, his dark eyes holding hers. "Your government draws lines in dust," he said softly. "The wind blows, the rain falls, and the lines vanish, but the land remembers. The people remember." He straightened up, his gaze sweeping across the vast, silent landscape. Some lines should not be crossed. The air crackled with unspoken tension. Silas shifted uncomfortably nearby, pointedly checking the cinch on his saddle. Emma felt a cold knot form in her stomach. This wasn't just about angles and elevations anymore. It was about history, about conflicting claims written not just on paper, but in blood and belief. Her careful measurements, her precise inkings, were not neutral acts. They were instruments in a larger struggle, a struggle whose consequences she was only beginning to comprehend. Later that day, as they pressed onward into territory marked by increasingly rugged canyons and steeper slopes, Coda paused, holding up a hand. He dismounted fluidly from his lean pony, a hardy animal as silent and watchful as its rider, and knelt, examining the ground near a cluster of boulders. Emma and Silas halted behind him. Coda picked something up, holding it out on his palm. It was a spent rifle cartridge, brass glinting dully in the sun, relatively recent. Not Silas's rifle caliber, nor hers. "Riders," Coda said, his voice flat. "3, maybe 4. Passed this way within the last day. Moving fast." He pointed towards faint tracks Emma hadn't even registered in the rocky soil. "Horses shod, not tribal ponies." Silas spat onto the ground. "Ranch hands? Or trouble?" Coda looked towards the west, where the territory supposedly claimed by a large cattle operation began, though its actual boundaries were perpetually disputed. "Sometimes," he said slowly, "they are the same thing." He dropped the cartridge back into the dust. They rode towards the Broken Horn, where your map leads you. A chill, unrelated to the cooling afternoon air, traced its way down Emma's spine. Broken Horn Ridge. The uncertain path Coda had warned her about earlier. Now unknown riders were heading that way. Were they connected to the boundary disputes? Were they the ones disturbing markers, leaving warnings? Were they aware of her presence? The government surveyor drawing lines across land they considered theirs. The sun dipped lower, casting long, distorted shadows that turned the familiar landscape into something alien and menacing. The storm Silas had predicted earlier was gathering visibly now. Dark clouds piling up against the distant peaks. Bruised underbellies promising thunder and rain. The wind picked up again, carrying the metallic scent of ozone and the damp smell of earth anticipating water. They needed to find shelter, and quickly. Coda, without a word, led them off the faint trail, navigating through a maze of narrow washes and crumbling hoodoos towards a deep alcove undercut beneath a massive sandstone cliff face. It offered protection from the wind and the impending rain, a natural refuge large enough for them and the horses. As the first drops of rain began to spit from the darkening sky, they hastily made camp within the shelter of the rock. The space felt enclosed, intimate after the vast openness of the plains. The fire Silas built cast flickering light onto the curved rock walls, illuminating faint, ancient petroglyphs etched into the stone spirals, animal figures, patterns whose meanings were lost to time, but spoke of generations who had sought shelter in this very spot. The mood was subdued. Silas retreated into his usual silence, Coda sat apart, watching the storm break outside the alcove, the rain now falling in driving sheets, thunder echoing like artillery fire between the canyon walls. Emma huddled near the fire, pulling her shawl tighter, the weight of the day settling upon her. The neat lines of her profession seemed utterly irrelevant against the raw power of the storm, the ancient markings on the rock, and the quiet intensity of the man watching the tempest. She thought about the lines Coda had traced on her map, lines of memory and tradition invisible to her instruments. She thought about the spent cartridge, a small brass harbinger of potential violence. She thought about the riders heading towards the same ridge she was tasked with surveying. Her lines weren't just dividing land. They were tracing paths through danger, obligation, and a history far more complex than she had ever imagined. Coda turned his head slightly, his profile sharp against the firelight. He wasn't looking at her, but she felt his awareness. He knew the land, its secrets, its dangers. He represented a world her maps sought to overwrite, yet whose cooperation she desperately needed to navigate the perilous terrain ahead. He was an enigma, a guide sent by the very forces potentially disrupting his people's lives, his silence as deep and layered as the canyons outside. The storm raged, trapping them together in the small pocket of flickering light and shared uncertainty. Emma looked from Silas's weathered, closed-off face to Coda's still, watchful form. Lines were being drawn, not just in the dust outside, but between them, lines of mistrust, duty, and a dawning, uneasy awareness. The edge of everything felt closer than ever, and the map she held offered no clear path forward, only a landscape of deepening shadows and choices yet to be made. The rain drummed against the stone, a relentless rhythm washing away the dust. But Emma knew the lines Coda spoke of, the ones etched in memory and blood, would not disappear so easily. Chapter 3. A guide named Shadow. The storm didn't break. It merely exhausted itself, retreating with sullen rumbles towards the distant peaks. Rain softened to a drizzle, then stopped, leaving behind a world washed clean and intensely fragrant. The air inside the rock alcove grew heavy with the smell of damp earth, wet wool, wood smoke, and the sharp, clean scent of sage released by the downpour. Water dripped rhythmically from the overhang onto the stones outside, each drop echoing in the sudden, profound quiet. Emma hadn't slept, not truly. She had drifted in a state of heightened awareness, conscious of every shift in the wind, every crackle from the fire, every subtle movement from the two men sharing the cramped shelter. Silas snored softly, a rasping sound that offered a strange sort of normalcy. Coda, however, remained utterly still, seated with his back against the rock wall, facing the opening. Whether he slept or simply watched the darkness, she couldn't tell. He seemed less a man resting, and more a part of the ancient stone itself, patient and enduring, a guide named Shadow. The description felt chillingly apartment. He was a presence defined more by what he withheld than what he revealed, moving through their small camp like a fleeting darkness at the edge of vision. As the first watery light of dawn seeped into the alcove, illuminating the petroglyphs on the wall opposite the fire, Emma felt drawn to them. She rose stiffly from her bedroll, pulling her damp shawl closer. The carved figures, stick-like humans with arms raised, horned animals, intricate spirals seemed to pulse faintly in the low light. They spoke of a connection to this place, a history measured in centuries, not surveyors' chains. Her own maps, rolled tightly in their oilskin, felt thin and presumptuous by comparison. Coda's eyes were open, watching her, not with suspicion, but with that same quiet, unnerving intensity. He hadn't moved, yet she felt caught in his gaze, like a specimen under glass. "Who made these?" she asked softly, gesturing towards the carvings. He considered the question, his gaze shifting to the ancient etchings. "The old ones," he said finally. "Those who listened to the stone before men learned to scar it with iron." His voice was low, resonant in the enclosed space. They marked places of power, places of shelter, places where the earth speaks, if one knows how to listen. Emma traced the outline of a spiral with her finger, the sandstone cool and slightly gritty beneath her touch. And what does it say now? Coda looked past her out towards the brightening sky, where clouds were beginning to break apart, revealing patches of bruised blue. It says the storm has passed. It says the ground is soft, tracks will be clear. It says others may have sought shelter too. The implication hung in the air. The riders whose tracks they'd found yesterday. Had they weathered the storm nearby? Were they still ahead of them? Or perhaps now behind? Silas stirred, grunting as he sat up, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. He glanced from Emma to Coda, his expression wary, mistrustful. The fragile truce enforced by the storm felt tenuous in the growing light. Best get moving, Silas muttered, reaching for the coffee pot. Ground will turn to mud soon. Broken Horn's still a ways off. Coda rose fluidly, stretching with an animal grace that spoke of contained strength. He moved to the alcove entrance, scanning the landscape outside with meticulous care. The world beyond the shelter was transformed. The dust was settled, the air crystalline. Every detail stood out with sharp clarity, the glistening wetness on the sparse vegetation, the darker patches of damp earth, the distant mountains newly crowned with snow from the storm's passage at higher altitudes. It was beautiful, but the clarity also meant exposure. The tracks are washed, Coda stated, his voice flat, confirming Emma's earlier thought. But the way is clear for now. He turned back to them. We move cautiously. The storm changes things. Water runs where it was dry. Rocks shift. The morning routine unfolded with minimal conversation. Coffee was brewed, supplies repacked, horses checked and saddled. Emma worked alongside Silas, acutely aware of Coda's silent efficiency. He moved with purpose, wasting no motion, his connection to his pony seemingly telepathic. He checked the animal's hooves, adjusted the simple blanket saddle, spoke to it in low tones Emma couldn't decipher. There was a partnership there, a mutual understanding born of long miles and shared hardship. It was a stark contrast to her own more functional relationship with Zephyr, or Silas's gruff treatment of his sturdy but unremarkable mount. As she secured her transit case to Zephyr's saddle, Emma felt Coda's eyes on her instruments again, that steady, unreadable gaze. Did he resent them? Fear them? Understand the power contained within those brass tubes and calibrated lenses, the power to redefine his world, to carve ownership onto land his people considered sacred and communal. Your lines, he said, breaking the silence, startling her. He stood near Zephyr's head, running a hand gently down the mare's neck, calming the animal which had shied slightly at his closeness. They followed the river fork, then climbed the ridge. He wasn't looking at the map. He seemed to see the route imprinted on the land itself. Emma nodded, surprised by his directness. Yes, towards the pass at Broken Horn. That's the section outlined in the contract. Coda's gaze lifted, sweeping across the rugged terrain stretching before them. The ridge narrows. One path, he paused. Easy place for an ambush. Easy place to get lost if the fog rolls in from the high peaks. Ambush? Silas scoffed, though his hand rested near the rifle scabbarded on his saddle. Just empty land out there. Coda turned his dark eyes towards Silas, a flicker of something unreadable in their depths. The land is never empty, he said quietly. It holds water, game, shelter. It holds memories, and it holds those who wish to keep it. He looked back at Emma. We will need to be watchful. His words, spoken so calmly, carried more weight than any shouted warning. Emma felt the familiar knot of anxiety tighten in her stomach. Her work, which had once seemed a straightforward, albeit challenging technical exercise, was becoming entangled in a web of unseen conflicts and potential dangers. Coda wasn't just guiding her through the physical landscape. He was navigating her through its human undercurrents as well. They set out as the sun fully cleared the eastern peaks, casting long shadows that gradually retreated. The ground was soft, as Coda predicted, muffling the sound of the horses' hooves. The air was cool and invigorating. Despite the underlying tension, Emma couldn't help but feel a surge of appreciation for the raw beauty surrounding them. The storm had washed the world clean, intensifying the colors, the deep red of the sandstone, the silvery green of the sage, the impossible blue of the sky. Coda took the lead, choosing paths that Emma, consulting her map, wouldn't have considered. He led them along dry washes that offered concealment, skirted around treacherous patches of slick rock revealed by the rain, and found crossings over newly swollen streams that looked impassable at first glance. He moved with an instinctual knowledge that far surpassed her careful measurements and topographical charts. He read the subtle language of the land, a bent twig, a displaced stone, the nervous flick of a jackrabbit's ear, processing information that remained invisible to her and Silas. Silas rode behind Emma, his rifle now resting across his lap, his eyes constantly scanning their back trail. His distrust of Coda was palpable, a heavy silence stretching between the two men. Emma felt caught in the middle, reliant on Coda's expertise for their progress and safety, yet unable to shake Silas's suspicion or her own lingering unease about the guide's true purpose and loyalties. Was he merely fulfilling an obligation, or did he have his own agenda? Was he protecting her or monitoring her? Midday found them resting the horses in a small, sheltered basin dotted with piñon pines. The sun was warm now, drying the ground rapidly. While Silas checked the horses' hooves for stones, Emma took out her field book, intending to make notes, but found her gaze drawn instead to Coda. He stood apart, near the rim of the basin, gazing intently towards the west, towards Broken Horn Ridge. Now visibly closer, a jagged scar against the horizon. What did he see out there? What memories did that landscape hold for him? She thought of his words about the lines on her map, the sacred ground, the ancestral burial sites. Her careful geometric lines felt like violations in the face of such deep, intangible connections. She remembered her father, his obsessive drive to map every corner of the territory, his belief in the civilizing power of lines on paper. Had he ever considered the cost? Had he ever encountered someone like Coda, someone who carried the land's true map within him? Her father had spoken of the tribes with a mixture of curiosity and condescension, viewing them as obstacles, or at best, subjects for anthropological study, not as people whose lives and history were interwoven with the very earth he sought to quantify. A sudden realization struck her. Perhaps Coda wasn't just a guide. Perhaps he was a guardian, sent not just to lead her, but to observe, to understand the nature of the threat her survey represented, and perhaps to subtly influence its outcome. The thought sent a fresh wave of unease through her. If he opposed her work, why guide her at all? Unless guiding her was the best way to control where those lines fell, to steer her away from the most sensitive areas. He makes you nervous, Silas said gruffly, startling her out of her thoughts. He had come up beside her, tightening the cinch on his saddle. Emma flushed slightly. He's quiet, Silas spat. Too quiet. Moves like smoke. Knows too much. He lowered his voice. There's talk back in Redemption. Trouble brewing between Calder's ranch hands and the tribes up near the Broken Horn. Cattle disappearing, fences cut. Calder's offering bounty money for trespassers. He jerked his chin towards Coda. Whose side do you think he's on, Miss Collins? Emma didn't answer. She didn't know. Calder was the name associated with the vast cattle operation Coda had alluded to earlier. Bounty money, trespassers, the spent cartridge, the riders heading for the ridge. The pieces clicked into place with grim certainty. They were riding directly into a simmering conflict, and her survey lines were likely the flashpoint. He was assigned by the territorial office, Emma said, trying to reassure herself as much as Silas. They vouched for him. Silas snorted derisively. Government men in fancy offices don't know dirt from daylight out here. They make deals. Sometimes those deals get folks killed. He swung himself into the saddle. Just keep your eyes open, Miss Collins. That's all I'm saying. Don't trust the silence. His warning echoed Coda's own words. The land is never empty. As they mounted up and followed Coda out of the basin, the beauty of the landscape seemed diminished, overlaid with a sense of foreboding. Every shadow seemed deeper, every distant rider potentially hostile. Coda led them upward, the terrain growing steeper, rockier. The sure-footed ponies picked their way carefully along narrow ledges overlooking sharp drops. Emma focused on Zephyr's movements, trying not to look down, her knuckles white on the reins. Coda moved ahead with effortless confidence, seeming almost to float over the treacherous ground. He paused frequently, not just to scan the path ahead, but seemingly to listen, tilting his head as if attuning himself to vibrations Emma couldn't feel, sense, she couldn't smell. He was reading the narrative of the trail, a story written in signs too subtle for her untrained eyes. Late in the afternoon, as they traversed a narrow shelf of rock, Coda suddenly pulled his pony to a halt, holding up a hand. Emma and Silas stopped immediately behind him. Below them, in the canyon floor, maybe 50 feet down, a small group of deer grazed peacefully near a trickle of water seeping from the rock face. It was an idyllic scene, but Coda wasn't looking at the deer. His gaze was fixed on something further down the canyon, hidden from their current vantage point by a bend. He slid silently from his pony, motioning for Emma and Silas to stay put and keep quiet. Then, moving with impossible stealth, hugging the rock face, he crept forward towards the bend, disappearing around it. Emma held her breath, exchanging an anxious glance with Silas. What had he seen or heard? Silence stretched, broken only by the gentle sounds of the deer below and the sigh of the wind through the sparse pines, clinging to the canyon walls. Minutes felt like hours. Zephyr shifted nervously beneath her, sensing the tension. Just as Emma was about to whisper to Silas, Coda reappeared, moving just as silently back towards them. His face was grim, set in hard lines. "Riders," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. "Calder's men. By the look of their horses. 4 of them, making camp down canyon. Near the spring." Silas swore under his breath. "The ones whose tracks we found?" Coda nodded slowly. "Likely. They settled in like they're waiting for something. Or someone." His eyes met Emma's, holding them for a long moment. They're camped directly on the path your map shows towards the ridge. The path her map showed. The lines drawn by distant men, leading her directly towards a confrontation she wasn't equipped to handle. Calder's men. Bounty hunters? Or just aggressive ranch hands enforcing their boss's disputed claim? It didn't matter. They were armed. They were waiting. And Emma and her small party were heading straight for them. "We have to go around," Silas stated, his hand tightening on his rifle. "Wide berth." Coda considered this, his gaze sweeping the imposing canyon walls that rose steeply on either side. Going around means adding days to the journey. Difficult terrain. Less water. He looked back towards the way they had come. Then ahead, towards the unseen camp. "Or," he said softly, his eyes locking with Emma's again, "we find a different way through. A different way." Emma looked at the seemingly impassable rock faces, the sheer drops. Her map showed only one feasible route up to Broken Horn's ridge from this canyon. Coda gestured subtly upwards, towards a series of narrow cracks and ledges, barely visible high on the canyon wall opposite them. "There are old ways," he said. "Paths the deer know. Paths my people used long ago. Not easy. Dangerous, especially with the horses." He paused, letting the weight of the choice settle. "But it avoids Calder's men. It avoids notice. Avoids notice. Like a shadow." Emma looked at the daunting ascent Coda indicated, then thought of the armed men waiting below. One path offered confrontation, the other extreme physical risk. Silas looked dubious, shaking his head slightly as he eyed the precipitous route. The choice was hers, her survey, her contract. But Coda wasn't just offering a detour. He was offering his knowledge, his heritage, a path invisible on any government map. Trusting him meant abandoning the known, the charted, and stepping into the uncertainty of his world, following a guide named Shadow up a path etched not in ink, but in ancestral memory. It was a profound gamble, relying entirely on the man Silas deeply distrusted, the man whose own motives remained shrouded in silence. The sun was beginning to dip towards the western rim, painting the sky in fiery colors. Soon, darkness would fall, making either choice infinitely more perilous. Emma looked at Coda, at the quiet confidence in his stance, the deep knowledge reflected in his eyes. He waited, impassive, for her decision. The lines drawn in dust seemed to shift and blur, replaced by the stark, unavoidable lines of survival. Show us the way, Coda, she said, her voice steadier than she felt. Show us the old paths. Chapter 4. Whispers across the divide. The ascent began not with a path, but with an act of faith. Coda led them towards what looked like an impassable jumble of fallen rock at the base of the sheer canyon wall. He dismounted, speaking low, calming words to his pony, then began picking his way upwards, testing handholds and footholds that seemed impossibly small, vanishing into cracks and shadows. He didn't look back to see if they followed. He simply moved, trusting the rock, trusting his knowledge. Silas swore under his breath, his face pale beneath the grime and stubble. He aims to kill us all, he muttered, glancing down the canyon towards the unseen camp of Calder's men, then up at the formidable cliff face. One slip. We don't have another choice, Silas, Emma said, her voice tight. She swung down from Zephyr, her legs trembling slightly, not just from fatigue, but from a cold dread that settled deep in her bones. She patted Zephyr's neck, murmuring reassurance she didn't feel. The mare's eyes were wide, nostrils flared, sensing the unnatural demand being made of her. Getting the horses up was the first nightmare. Coda returned, his face impassive, and showed them how to lead the animals, almost haul them up the initial steepest jumble, using leverage and finding precarious ramps of stone. The horses scrambled, hooves scraping desperately, sending showers of loose scree clattering down into the canyon depths. Zephyr balked, tossing her head, her fear a tangible thing. Emma gripped the lead rope, her knuckles white, talking constantly. Her voice strained but steady, trying to project a calm she was far from feeling. Silas, grunting with effort, shoved from behind his own mount, cursing the guide, the land, and their situation with quiet venom. Coda watched, offering brief, essential instructions. Keep her head up, let her find her footing there. He pointed to a narrow shelf, barely wide enough for a hoof. Pull steady, not sharp. He moved with a quiet intensity, anticipating the animal's panic, guiding their desperate lunges with a firm hand, an understanding that transcended mere command. Somehow, miraculously, they gained the first narrow ledge, perhaps 20 feet above the canyon floor. The horses stood trembling, sides heaving, slick with sweat despite the cooling air. Emma leaned against the rock face, gasping for breath, her heart pounding against her ribs like a trapped bird. Below, the canyon floor already seemed unnervingly distant. Calder's men were down there, perhaps unaware, perhaps listening to the clatter of falling rocks. The thought spurred her onward. The path Coda followed was less a trail and more a series of interconnected ledges, cracks, and sloping shelves of rock, sometimes wide enough for the horses to pass single file, sometimes so narrow Emma had to press herself flat against the cold stone, inching sideways, terrified of looking down. Coda moved ahead, silent as his namesake shadow, testing each step before signaling them onward. He moved with the rock, not against it, his moccasined feet finding purchase where Emma's sturdy boots slipped and scraped. The sun beat down, reflecting off the pale sandstone, trapping heat against the cliff face, even as the wind gusted around them, threatening their balance. It whispered through the cracks in the rock, a sibilant sound that seemed to carry voices, fragments of warning, echoes of fear. Emma found herself listening intently, straining to decipher the sounds carried up from the canyon floor. Was that laughter? A shouted command? Or just the wind playing tricks? The divide between their precarious perch and the relative safety of the canyon floor felt immense, a chasm measured not just in feet, but in vulnerability. She focused on the details, trying to anchor herself in the physical reality, shutting out the paralyzing fear. The rough texture of the sandstone under her gloved hands, scraping skin even through the leather, the smell of warm rock, horse sweat, and the faint, dusty scent of ancient lichen clinging to the shaded crevices, the rhythmic creak of saddle leather, the sharp, metallic taste of fear in her mouth. Silas followed grimly behind her, his breathing labored, his earlier complaints silenced by the sheer concentration required to stay alive. His rifle was slung tightly across his back now. There was no room, no possibility for using it here. Their survival depended entirely on Coda's guidance and their own nerve. Emma glanced back once, seeing the stark fear in Silas's eyes, a reflection of her own. In this shared crucible of danger, the line between surveyor, hired hand, and guide blurred, replaced by the fundamental hierarchy of survival. Coda led. They followed. Hours crawled by. The sun climbed higher, then began its slow descent towards the western rim, bathing the opposite canyon wall in golden light, while plunging their side into deepening shadow. The air grew colder. Muscles screamed from the unaccustomed strain. Thirst became a gnawing ache. They paused only briefly when a ledge widened enough to allow the horses a moment's respite, chewing on dry biscuits and sipping sparingly from their canteens. During one such pause, Emma found herself standing near Coda as he scanned the terrain ahead. He seemed tireless, his breathing even, his gaze sharp and focused. "How did you know this path?" she asked, her voice raspy. "It's not on any map I've seen." He didn't look at her immediately, his attention fixed on a hawk circling high above. "Maps show what men want to own," he said finally, his voice quiet. "Not how the land lives." He shifted his gaze, meeting hers. "My grandfather's grandfather hunted bighorn along these ridges. They knew paths the eagles follow, paths hidden from those who walk only on the flat ground." He gestured subtly towards the canyon floor. "Paths hidden from men like Calder." His words resonated with the carvings in the alcove, the sense of an older, deeper knowledge interwoven with the very fabric of the rock. He wasn't just navigating. He was reading a history written in stone, following ancestral footsteps. Emma felt a flicker of something akin to awe, quickly followed by a familiar pang of guilt. Her transit, her chains, her neat lines. They were tools of erasure, designed to supplant the very knowledge that was now keeping them alive. "This ridge we're heading for," she began, then hesitated. "Broken Horn. Is it important to your people?" Coda's expression remained impassive, but a shadow flickered in the depths of his eyes. "It is a place of passage," he said carefully, "where spirits watch, where boundaries meet." He paused. Boundaries older than fences. He turned away then, indicating it was time to move on, leaving her to grapple with the weight of his cryptic answer. A place where boundaries meet. Her boundaries, or his? The light began to fail rapidly as they negotiated a particularly treacherous section, a narrow, crumbling ledge overlooking a dizzying drop. Zephyr stumbled, her forelegs slipping on loose shale. Emma cried out, pulling hard on the reins, throwing her weight back. The mare scrabbled, finding purchase at the last second, her sides heaving, eyes rolling white with terror. Emma's own heart slammed against her ribs, nausea churning in her stomach. Coda was beside them instantly, his hand firm on Zephyr's bridle, speaking low, guttural sounds that seemed to calm the panicked animal. He checked the mare's leg, ran his hand along the trembling muscles. "She's strong," he said, looking at Emma, "but tired. We must find shelter before full dark." He scanned the cliff face above them, his gaze sharp and calculating in the fading light. After a moment, he pointed upwards. There. A place. Not comfortable, but safe from the wind and hidden. The final climb to the spot Coda indicated was perhaps the most difficult, undertaken in near darkness, guided only by Coda's low commands, and the faint starlight beginning to pierce the twilight gloom. It was a wide ledge, almost a shallow cave, hollowed out of the cliff face, accessible only by a steep, narrow ramp of rock. It offered shelter and, crucially, concealment from below. Getting the exhausted horses onto the ledge required their last reserves of strength. Once there, the animals sagged, too weary even to shy away from the close confines. Silas collapsed against the rock wall, wiping sweat and grime from his face with a trembling hand. "Thought we were goners back there," he breathed, not looking at Coda. Emma sank down onto the cold stone floor of the ledge, every muscle aching, her nerves frayed raw. They were safe for now, hidden high above their potential adversaries, but the ledge felt precarious, an eagle's nest exposed to the vast, indifferent sky. The wind moaned around the corners of the rock, carrying those unsettling whispers again. This time, closer, more insistent, whispers of doubt, whispers of the long, dangerous climb still ahead tomorrow, whispers from the darkness gathering in the canyon depths below. Coda built no fire. The risk of the light being seen was too great. They ate cold, dry rations in near silence. The only sounds the tired munching of the horses on the sparse feed they carried, the sigh of the wind, and the distant, almost imperceptible murmur of the creek far below. The darkness felt absolute, pressing in, broken only by the impossibly bright stars scattered across the black velvet sky. Emma found herself watching Coda again. He sat apart, near the edge of the ledge, a silhouette against the star-dusted void. He wasn't eating. He was watching, listening, his senses attuned to the night in a way she could only imagine. He seemed utterly at home here, perched between earth and sky, a solitary figure embodying the wildness and the resilience of this land. Was he thinking of Calder's men, of the ridge ahead, of the lines she intended to draw across it? "They know someone is in the canyon," Coda said suddenly, his voice soft but carrying clearly in the stillness. He hadn't turned, his gaze still fixed on the darkness below. Emma stiffened. Silas shifted, reaching instinctively for his rifle. "How do you know?" Silas demanded, his voice a harsh whisper. "Their fire," Coda replied. "It is too large for 4 men merely resting. It is a signal, or a warning." He pointed down into the black abyss. Though Emma could see nothing but darkness, she didn't doubt him. "And they have set watchers, near the spring. I saw the glint of metal, a rifle barrel, catch the last light." A cold fist clenched around Emma's heart. Watched. They weren't just camped. They were alert, possibly searching. Had they heard the horses scrambling the falling rock? Did they suspect intruders were bypassing them? "Think they know it's us," Emma whispered, the words barely audible. Coda turned his head slightly, his profile stark against the stars. "They know someone avoids them. In this land, anyone who avoids Calder's men is suspect, especially now." He paused. "Especially someone drawing lines." The implication was chillingly clear. Her presence, her work, was known, or at least suspected. The government contract offered no protection here, perhaps even marked her as a target. The divide she felt earlier between her world and Coda's, between the map and the reality, yawned wider, revealing the raw danger lurking beneath the surface. Silas cursed again, low and viciously. Should have gone back. Should never have taken this contract. Emma didn't respond. Going back wasn't an option. Not for her. But going forward. Broken Horn Ridge loomed in her mind. No longer just a topographical challenge, but a destination fraught with conflict, watched by hostile eyes. And her guide, the man whose knowledge was their only hope of reaching it, remained an enigma, his loyalties as hidden as the dark side of the moon. She pulled her thin bedroll tighter, shivering despite the wool. The whispers of the wind seemed to carry Coda's words, a place where boundaries meet. She felt trapped on this narrow ledge, caught between the physical danger below and the unknown perils of the path ahead, guided by a shadow across a deep and widening divide. Sleep felt impossible, a distant shore she couldn't reach, adrift in a sea of exhaustion, fear, and the unsettling presence of the silent man watching the darkness. The stars wheeled overhead, cold and remote, offering no guidance, only reflecting the vast, unmapped wilderness inside her own heart. Chapter 5, Beneath a Sky of Stone. The ledge was a world shrunk small, a cramped purgatory slung between the abyss below and the indifferent sweep of stars above. Night pressed in, thick and absolute, broken only by the diamond-hard glitter of constellations, wheeling slowly across the narrow strip of visible sky. The dominant sensation was stone, cold, hard stone beneath Emma's weary body, rough stone against her back. The immense weight of the cliff face looming over them, forming a ceiling, a sky of stone that felt both protective and suffocating. Wind moved restlessly along the canyon, a living presence that probed the edges of their shelter, whispering through unseen crevices, tugging insistently at loose strands of Emma's hair and the corners of her bedroll. It carried the chill of high altitudes and damp earth, and sometimes she imagined faint sounds from the canyon floor, the crackle of Calder's fire, the stamp of a restless horse, a muffled human voice. Or perhaps it was just fear given voice by the wind's mournful sigh. Sleep was a tattered blanket, offering little warmth or rest. Emma drifted in and out of consciousness, her senses perpetually on edge. Every creak of saddle leather, every soft snort from Zephyr tethered nearby, every rustle from Silas's uneasy slumber jolted her back to awareness. Her body ached with a profound exhaustion that went bone deep, muscles screaming from the unnatural climb, nerves frayed thin as spider silk. Yet her mind refused to quiet, replaying the perilous ascent, the stumble of the horse, the grim faces of Silas and Coda, the chilling certainty of armed men waiting below. Coda remained near the ledge's outer lip, a motionless silhouette against the starlight. He hadn't seemed to sleep at all, maintaining his vigil with a stillness that was both reassuring and deeply unnerving. He was their shield against the darkness, their guide through this treacherous passage, yet he remained fundamentally unknown, his thoughts hidden behind the mask of his calm face. Emma found herself watching his dark shape, wondering about the world he saw, the signs he read in the wind and stars, the weight of the history he carried within him. He was a man woven from the fabric of this land, while she was an outsider, imposing lines, disrupting ancient balances. The guilt gnawed at her, a counterpoint to the fear. Silas muttered in his sleep, a low groan that spoke of bad dreams. He lay curled tightly in his bedroll, the rifle close at hand, even in unconsciousness. His fear was different from hers, more pragmatic, focused on the immediate physical threat of Calder's men, colored by a deep-seated distrust of Coda and the tribal world he represented. Silas saw the conflict in stark terms: settlers versus Indians, property lines versus trespassers. He didn't grasp the nuances Coda hinted at, the sacred ground, the ancestral claims, the lines drawn not in dust, but in spirit. To Silas, Coda was simply the other, necessary perhaps, but fundamentally suspect. Emma shifted, the hard rock unforgiving beneath her thin bedroll. Her own fears were more complex, tangled with the weight of her father's legacy, her need to prove herself in this harsh, masculine world, and the dawning, terrifying realization that her work was not neutral. It was an act of consequence, potentially violent consequence. Coda's presence amplified this conflict within her. He represented everything her maps sought to tame, quantify, and ultimately erase. Yet paradoxically, her survival now depended entirely on his untamed knowledge, his connection to the very land she was charting. The horses shifted restlessly nearby, their warm animal scent a small comfort in the cold darkness. Zephyr blew softly through her nostrils, a familiar sound that momentarily grounded Emma. She reached out a hand, finding the mare's coarse coat in the darkness, stroking the tense muscles. The animal leaned slightly into her touch, a small exchange of reassurance in their shared confinement. Looking after the horses, their well-being so critical to the journey, felt like one tangible duty she could cling to amidst the swirling uncertainties. Sometime in the deepest part of the night, when the cold bit sharpest and the silence felt most profound, Coda moved. Not suddenly, but with a fluid quietness that barely disturbed the air. Emma watched, her breath held, as he rose and walked softly towards the horses. He checked their tethers, ran a hand over each animal's back, murmuring something too low for her to hear. He lingered near Zephyr, his hand resting on the mare's neck where Emma's had been moments before. The horse, usually skittish around strangers, stood quietly under his touch, accepting his presence. There was a gentleness in the gesture, a quiet empathy that seemed at odds with the harshness of their surroundings and the tension that simmered between them. It was a glimpse beneath the stoic surface, a hint of the man beneath the guide. The shadow. Emma felt an unexpected warmth spread through her chest, a fragile tendril of connection reaching across the divide of culture, purpose, and fear. He cared for the animals, understood their fear, their exhaustion. Perhaps, she thought, he understood hers too. He returned to his post at the ledge's edge without acknowledging her gaze, resuming his silent watch. The brief moment passed, leaving Emma with a renewed sense of the enigma he represented. Was the gentleness real, or another layer of his inscrutable mask? Was his loyalty to the task, to the territorial office that supposedly sent him, or to something older, deeper, to the land itself, and the people whose lives were tied to it? The sky began to pale almost imperceptibly in the east, a slow dilution of the blackness, revealing the stark silhouette of the opposite canyon rim. The stars faded, surrendering to the approaching dawn. The air grew colder still, a brittle chill that precedes the sun's first warmth. Emma shivered, pulling the rough wool of her bedroll tighter. The coming day promised another perilous climb, exposure, and the ever-present threat from below. Coda rose again, scanning the canyon floor with intense concentration as the light grew, turning the gray shadows into discernible shapes. He stood motionless for a long time, reading the awakening landscape. Emma pushed herself up, her joints protesting, and joined Silas, who was already awake, his expression grim as he peered over the ledge. "See anything?" Emma whispered, keeping her voice low. Silas shook his head, squinting. "Nothing moving. Fires died down to smoke. Looks like they're still there, though." Coda turned from the edge, his face set. "They remain. 4 men. Horses are saddled, ready to move, or ready to pursue." The knowledge hung heavy in the cold morning air. "We need to move now," Coda stated, his voice flat, devoid of urgency yet compelling immediate obedience, "before the sun clears the ridge, while the shadows still offer cover." There was no time for coffee, no time for lingering. The urgency was palpable now. They quickly packed their meager belongings, the movements stiff from cold and lack of sleep. Emma forced down a piece of dry hardtack, her throat tight, washing it down with a precious sip of water from her canteen. The water level was worryingly low. Coda hadn't mentioned finding water on this hidden path. Preparing the horses was a quiet, tense affair. Emma checked Zephyr's legs carefully, relieved to find no serious injury from yesterday's stumble, only scrapes. She tightened the cinch, double-checked the straps holding her precious transit case. The instrument felt both essential and absurdly out of place in this desperate scramble for survival. Coda outlined the day's route in brief, clipped sentences, pointing upwards along the cliff face. "The path continues, steeper in places, loose rock. We must move carefully, quietly, no mistakes." He looked directly at Emma, then at Silas. "The horses will struggle. We must help them, trust them." His gaze lingered on Emma for a fraction of a second longer. "And trust the path, trust the path, trust him." The unspoken command was clear. The descent from the ledge back onto the narrow track was almost as terrifying as the climb up had been. Leading the reluctant horses down the steep ramp in the dim pre-dawn light required all their strength and nerve. Zephyr skittered, tossing her head, and Emma felt a surge of panic remembering the fall yesterday. But Coda was there, his presence steady, his low voice calming the animal, until she found her footing. Once back on the main trail, if the precarious series of ledges could be called such, the ascent resumed. It was, as Coda had warned, steeper, more exposed. The rising sun began to creep down the canyon walls, chasing the shadows, threatening to reveal their position. They moved as quickly as safety allowed, their world reduced to the next handhold, the next secure footing, the straining muscles of the horses, the vast emptiness dropping away beside them. Emma focused on Coda's back, the steady rhythm of his movement, the way he seemed to flow over the rock. He moved with an assurance that bordered on otherworldly, his connection to the treacherous terrain absolute. She tried to mimic his economy of motion, placing her feet where he placed his, conserving energy, breathing steadily despite the thin air and the pounding of her heart. The divide between them felt both immense and strangely intimate. He was leading her towards a future she couldn't predict, through dangers tied directly to the work she represented. Yet, in the shared struggle, against the unforgiving rock and the threat below, a fragile thread of reliance bound them together. She found herself noting the small details, the way the sun caught the blue-black sheen of his tied-back hair, the strength in his hands as he guided a horse over a difficult spot, the constant alertness in his dark eyes as they scanned the rock, the sky, the depths below. These observations felt strangely personal, almost illicit. Glimpses of the man beneath the stoic facade gathered like precious stones in the midst of fear. Around mid-morning, they reached a section where the ledge widened slightly, offering a brief respite. Below, the canyon floor was now fully sunlit. Coda froze, holding up a hand, his body instantly taut. Emma and Silas stopped behind him, following his gaze downwards. 2 riders had emerged from the area where Calder's camp was hidden. They sat their horses near the spring, scanning the canyon walls, their rifles held ready across their saddles. They were looking up, directly towards the section of cliff face where Emma, Silas, and Coda were attempting to hide themselves and 3 horses against the rock. Emma's blood ran cold. Had they been seen? Heard? A loose rock dislodged moments earlier by Silas's horse clattered faintly far below. Had that given them away? She pressed herself flat against the sandstone, scarcely daring to breathe, her heart hammering against her ribs so hard she feared the men below might hear it. Zephyr shifted beside her, and Emma put a hand firmly on her neck, willing the animal to stillness. The 2 riders below conferred, gesturing upwards, their voices too distant to carry. One of them raised his rifle slightly, squinting towards the cliffs. Emma squeezed her eyes shut for a second, bracing herself. This was it. Discovery. Confrontation. Then Coda did something unexpected. He remained perfectly still for another moment, then, with infinite slowness, raised one hand, palm outward towards the sky. It wasn't a wave, not a signal of surrender or greeting. It was a gesture ancient and ritualistic, almost like a blessing or an acknowledgement. He held it for a long moment, utterly motionless. Below, the rider lowered his rifle. He stared upwards for another few seconds and seemed to say something to his companion. They both turned their horses and rode slowly back towards their hidden camp, disappearing around the bend. Emma let out a shaky breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Her legs felt weak, threatening to buckle. Silas wiped a bead of sweat from his temple, his face pale. "What was that?" Silas whispered, his voice hoarse. "What did you do?" Coda lowered his hand slowly, his expression unreadable. "Sometimes," he said softly, his gaze distant, "it is better to be seen as part of the mountain than as something hiding upon it." He offered no further explanation, turning back to the path ahead. "We must keep moving. They know someone is here. They will search higher now." His cryptic words offered little comfort. Had his strange gesture truly fooled them? Made them think he was something other than human, a trick of the light, a shadow, a spirit of the place? Or had it been a signal of a different kind, one understood between Calder's men and certain tribes? A warning, perhaps? Or a statement of passage? The ambiguity was maddening, deepening the mystery surrounding Coda and his true role in this unfolding drama. The rest of the climb was undertaken with renewed urgency and heightened fear. Every shadow seemed to hold a watcher. Every gust of wind carried a potential warning. Emma felt exposed, vulnerable, balanced precariously between the sky and the hostile depths. The sun beat down relentlessly now, reflecting off the rock, sucking moisture from the air, from their bodies. Her canteen was nearly empty. Finally, late in the afternoon, utterly spent, they reached the top. Not the peak of Broken Horn Ridge itself, but the crest of the canyon wall, the rim where the sheer drop gave way to a rugged, upward-sloping plateau covered in sparse pine, juniper, and hardy grasses. They had made it. They had bypassed Calder's men. Emma slid from Zephyr's back, her legs trembling uncontrollably, and sank onto the ground, heedless of the sharp stones and prickly vegetation. Relief washed over her in a dizzying wave, so potent it felt like nausea. Silas leaned heavily against his horse, breathing hard, his face gray with exhaustion. The horses stood with heads down, flanks heaving, lathered in sweat. Coda remained standing, surveying their back trail, then turning his attention to the terrain ahead. The broken, formidable landscape leading towards the final ascent of the ridge proper. His face gave nothing away, but Emma sensed no relief in him, only continued vigilance. "We are clear of the canyon," he stated, "but not clear of danger. This is open ground." He pointed towards a cluster of weathered rock formations a short distance away. "We rest there. Find water if the spirits are kind. Water." The word was a prayer. Emma struggled to her feet, her body protesting every movement. As she gathered Zephyr's reins, her gaze fell upon her transit case, still securely strapped to the saddle. The brass instrument gleamed dully in the afternoon sun. It looked alien here, a tool of precision and order in a world defined by chaos, instinct, and survival. The lines she had yet to draw felt impossibly distant, almost irrelevant, compared to the stark reality of the journey itself. Following Coda towards the rock formations, Emma felt a profound shift within herself. The climb had stripped away layers of certainty, revealing the raw core of her vulnerability, her dependence, and a dawning respect for the quiet, enigmatic man who walked ahead. The whispers across the divide were still there, questions unanswered, distrust simmering beneath the surface. But beneath the sky of stone, something else had taken root. A fragile, unspoken understanding forged in shared peril, a connection as elemental and undeniable as the rock beneath their feet. The path ahead was still uncertain, shadowed by conflict, but she was no longer just following a guide. She was following a current, drawn into the deeper, wilder heart of the land and the man who embodied it. The edge of the map felt less like a boundary and more like a beginning. Chapter 6, Mapping Uncharted Territory. The cluster of weathered rock formations rose from the high plateau like ancient, gnarled knuckles clenched against the vast sky. They offered scant shelter compared to the deep alcove or the hidden ledge, but Coda had deemed them defensible enough, and more importantly, potentially close to water. Reaching them felt like crossing an invisible threshold, leaving the suffocating intimacy of the canyon climb for the exposed vulnerability of the high country. The air was thinner here, sharper, carrying the scent of pine needles warmed by the sun and the dried, dusty perfume of high desert grasses. The silence was different, too. Not the watchful quiet of the canyon depths, but the immense, wind-scoured silence of open spaces, where sound carried for miles, and concealment was a luxury. Emma slid stiffly from Zephyr's back, her legs threatening to fold beneath her. Every muscle protested, screaming from the unnatural angles and exertions of the climb. She leaned against the mare's warm flank, breathing deeply, trying to steady herself. The relief of having survived the ascent was immense, a physical weight lifting from her chest, yet it was immediately replaced by the unnerving sense of exposure. They were visible now, tiny figures against the sprawling backdrop of the plateau, which stretched towards the formidable, broken spine of the ridge dominating the western horizon. Broken Horn. It looked closer now, yet still dauntingly distant, its peaks jagged and forbidding against the afternoon sky. Silas dismounted with a groan, immediately scanning their surroundings, his hand instinctively going to the rifle slung across his back. His face was etched with fatigue, but his eyes were sharp, wary. "Open ground," he muttered, echoing Coda's earlier assessment, "like sitting ducks up here." Coda, seemingly unaffected by the grueling climb, was already moving towards the largest of the rock formations, his pony trailing behind him like a shadow. He didn't waste time on rest or relief. His focus was immediate, practical. "Water first," he called back, his voice carrying clearly in the thin air. "Then camp." He began circling the base of the rocks, his gaze sweeping the ground, reading signs invisible to Emma. He knelt, examining the sparse vegetation clinging to crevices, touched the soil, tilted his head as if listening to something beyond the wind. Silas watched him with undisguised skepticism, but exhaustion kept his usual grumbling in check. Emma, summoning her reserves, tended to Zephyr, loosening the cinch, checking the mare's legs again for any swelling or heat. The animal drank gratefully when Emma offered water from her nearly depleted canteen, nuzzling her hand in weary thanks. Looking after the horse felt concrete, necessary, a way to anchor herself while Coda performed his near-mystical search. She watched him move, his quiet confidence a stark contrast to her own frayed nerves. He wasn't searching randomly. There was a pattern to his movements, a deep instinctual logic rooted in generations of knowledge. He wasn't just looking for water. He was conversing with the land, interpreting its subtle language. After several minutes that stretched taut with hope and thirst, Coda stopped near a fissure low down on the shaded side of the largest rock. He knelt again, clearing away loose stones and dry debris with careful hands. Below, the rock was darker, damp. He dug slightly with his fingers, then motioned for them. "Seep," he said, his voice low with satisfaction. Slow, but clean. Water, cool, clear water, weeping almost imperceptibly from the rock face, gathering in a tiny, fist-sized depression Coda had cleared. It wasn't a spring, barely a trickle, but in this arid landscape it was life. Emma felt tears prick her eyes, an embarrassing surge of emotion brought on by relief and exhaustion. Silas pushed forward, dipping his cup eagerly, drinking deeply. Emma waited her turn, then cupped her hands, letting the precious coolness trickle into her mouth. It tasted of stone and earth, the sweetest water she had ever known. They filled their canteens slowly, patiently, letting the small pool replenish itself between dips. The horses drank too, Coda allowing them only small amounts at first, mindful of their heated state. The simple act of finding and drinking water felt like a victory, a moment of grace in the harshness. It eased the physical ache of thirst, and seemed, for a moment, to lessen the tension that hummed between the three of them. With the immediate crisis of water averted, they made camp in the relative shelter of the rock formations. It was an exposed camp, far less secure than the ledge, but Coda chose a spot screened from the prevailing wind and partially hidden from distant view by the jumbled rocks. Silas gathered scarce firewood, brittle branches of juniper and pine, while Emma unpacked their meager supplies. Coda, meanwhile, climbed silently to the highest point of the rock formation, stationing himself there like a sentinel, resuming his ceaseless vigil over the surrounding plateau. As the sun began its descent, painting the western sky in lurid streaks of orange and crimson, Emma felt an old instinct stir within her, the surveyor, despite the fatigue, despite the fear, despite the dawning realization of the complexities surrounding her task. The urge to measure, to map, to bring order to this wild landscape reasserted itself. It was her purpose here, the reason she had endured the hardships, the justification for her presence in this contested territory. Perhaps it was also a way to reclaim a semblance of control, to retreat into the familiar comfort of angles and numbers after the raw, terrifying helplessness of the climb. She unstrapped the heavy transit case from Zephyr's saddle, the familiar weight reassuring in her hands. Opening it, the sight of the gleaming brass instrument, nestled securely in its velvet lining, felt like greeting an old friend. She lifted it out carefully, attaching it to the sturdy wooden tripod. Silas watched her, a mixture of curiosity and apprehension on his face. "Can I start that now?" he asked, gesturing vaguely towards the vast, intimidating landscape. "Seems pointless after what we just went through." Emma leveled the tripod, her movements practiced, automatic. "It's what I'm here to do, Silas," she replied, her voice quiet but firm. "The contract requires?" She trailed off. The contract felt very far away, irrelevant almost, compared to Calder's men and Coda's warnings. Yet it was her shield, her justification. "I need to establish our position, take sightings before the light fails completely." She sighted through the telescope, focusing first on distant peaks, then bringing the crosshairs to bear on prominent rock formations, marking elevations and angles in her field book. The familiar actions were soothing, methodical. The mathematics offered a clean, unambiguous reality that contrasted sharply with the shifting shadows, unspoken tensions, and hidden dangers that surrounded them. Here, in the precise language of geometry, she felt competent, purposeful. But as she worked, sweeping the transit across the rugged expanse leading towards Broken Horn, Coda's words echoed in her mind. Your government draws lines in dust. The land remembers lines as longer than yours. She looked at the landscape through the amplifying lens, not just as a series of topographical features to be measured, but as a place imbued with history, significance, perhaps even spirit. Where would her lines fall? Across a winter camp, a sacred site, a boundary older than fences. The thought cast a shadow over the cold precision of her work. Coda had descended from his perch, and now stood some distance away, watching her, not interfering, not judging, simply observing. His stillness was profound, his dark eyes following the sweep of her instrument. What did he see? A woman imposing an alien order, a tool of the forces disrupting his world, or something else? She adjusted the vernier scale, making a fine measurement. This plateau, she said, breaking the silence, directing the question towards Coda without looking directly at him. Does it have a name? Among your people? He was silent for a long moment, considering. It is the watching land, he said finally. From here, the old ones watched the passages of seasons, the movement of herds, the coming of strangers. His gaze swept the horizon. It sees everything, the watching land. The name resonated, fitting the exposed, vigilant feel of the place. It also felt like a subtle warning. Emma marked another point in her book, the graphite scratching against the paper. She felt his eyes on her, a silent weight. Your lines, he said, his voice calm, almost conversational, yet carrying an undercurrent she couldn't quite decipher. They aim for the heart of the Broken Horn. The contract specifies mapping the main ridge and the pass, Emma confirmed, keeping her tone professional, trying to ignore the tremor in her hands. He nodded slowly. The heartwood, he murmured, almost to himself, where the oldest spirits dwell. He looked directly at her then, his gaze piercing. Some places resist being measured, Miss Collins. Some lines cut deeper than stone. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken meaning. Cut deeper than stone. Was he warning her? Threatening her? Or simply stating a truth she was only beginning to grasp? Before she could formulate a response, Silas let out a low whistle, pointing towards the southeast, back in the general direction of the canyon they had escaped. Riders, he said, his voice tight. 2 of them. Come in this way. Follow in the rim. Emma's head snapped up, her heart leaping into her throat. She quickly swung the transit's powerful telescope in that direction. Far off, 2 figures on horseback were indeed moving along the canyon edge, small silhouettes against the darkening sky. Were they Calder's men, having circled around? Or someone else? Coda was instantly alert, his body coiled with tension. He moved swiftly to douse the small, carefully shielded fire Silas had managed to coax from the damp wood, kicking dirt over the embers until only a wisp of smoke remained. Quickly, he ordered, his voice low and urgent. Behind the rocks. Keep the horses quiet. They scrambled for cover, pulling the reluctant horses deeper into the jumble of rock formations, trying to melt into the shadows. Emma crouched beside Zephyr, her hand clamped over the mare's muzzle to prevent a nervous whicker, her eyes fixed on the approaching riders. They were moving slowly, deliberately, appearing to scan the plateau as they advanced. Her transit. She had left it standing on its tripod, exposed, a clear sign of human presence. There was no time to retrieve it without revealing herself. She could only watch, helpless, as the riders drew closer, their figures becoming clearer in the twilight. They weren't dressed like Calder's rough ranch hands. They wore buckskins, similar to Coda's, their mounts lean, hardy ponies. Tribesmen. They stopped perhaps half a mile away, surveying the plateau, their gaze sweeping across the rock formations, where Emma, Silas, and Coda were concealed. Did they see the transit? Did they sense their presence? Coda made a low sound in his throat. almost a growl. He shifted slightly, peering through a gap in the rocks, his hand resting on the knife sheathed at his belt. Emma could feel the tension radiating from him, a dangerous energy held tightly in check. These weren't necessarily allies. Intertribal tensions and alliances were complex, shifting sands, and their presence here, near disputed territory, could mean anything. One of the riders raised a hand, pointing directly towards the rock formation, towards the transit. He said something to his companion. Then they urged their ponies forward, heading straight for the camp. Silas swore under his breath, raising his rifle, his knuckles white. "Hold!" Coda commanded sharply, his voice barely a whisper, but carrying absolute authority. "Do not shoot, unless I give the word." Emma's heart pounded against her ribs. This was it. Caught between Calder's men, and now unknown tribesmen. Her survey had led them into a hornet's nest. She squeezed her eyes shut, bracing for the confrontation. The riders approached cautiously, their eyes scanning the rocks, their expressions wary but determined. They stopped about 50 yards away, their ponies blowing softly. One of them, older, with streaks of gray in his long hair and a deeply lined face, called out. His voice was strong, carrying clearly in the still air. He spoke not in English, but in a language Emma didn't recognize, guttural and resonant. Coda didn't respond immediately. He remained crouched, assessing them. Then, slowly, deliberately, he rose from behind the rock, stepping into the open. He stood tall, unarmed, his hands held loosely at his sides. He answered the rider in the same tongue, his voice calm but firm. A tense exchange followed, words flying back and forth that Emma couldn't understand, but whose rhythm spoke of challenge, negotiation, perhaps warning. Silas remained hidden, his rifle still raised, his face a mask of suspicion. Emma stayed low, watching Coda, her fear mixed with a strange sense of detachment, as if watching a play unfold in a language she didn't know. Coda gestured towards the transit, then towards the Broken Horn Ridge, then back towards the canyon. He spoke at length, his tone measured, respectful but unwavering. The older rider listened intently, his expression unreadable, occasionally interjecting with sharp questions. The younger rider remained silent, watchful, his hand never far from the old rifle resting across his lap. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the older rider seemed to reach a decision. He spoke a few final words to Coda, his tone carrying a note of finality, perhaps grudging acceptance. Then, without a backward glance, he and the younger man turned their ponies and rode away, heading northwest towards the heart of the Broken Horn, disappearing into the gathering dusk. Coda watched them go, until they were mere specks in the distance. Only then did he turn back towards the rocks, his face grim. "Who were they?" Emma asked, her voice trembling slightly as she emerged from cover. "What did they want?" "Men of the Stone Dogs Band," Coda replied, his gaze distant. "They patrol this territory. They saw your instrument." He gestured towards the transit, still standing sentinel in the twilight. "They see it as a marker, a claim. Did you tell them who we are? About the contract?" Emma pressed. Coda met her eyes, a deep weariness in his expression. "I told them you draw lines for the white man's government. I told them your path leads over the ridge, not onto their sacred grounds further north." He paused. "I told them your presence here is temporary, like the wind, and they believed you." Silas scoffed, lowering his rifle but keeping it ready. "Just let us pass." "They did not give permission," Coda corrected him sharply. "They gave a warning. Broken Horn is restless. Calder pushes from the south, the railroad surveys from the east. Now the government draws lines from Washington." He looked at Emma, his eyes holding a profound sadness. "They say the spirits of the mountain are angry. They say blood will soon water this ground." He looked towards the ridge, now a dark, brooding silhouette against the last light. "They warned us to tread carefully. They said the watching land sees all, and remembers." The warning hung heavy in the air, thicker than the coming night. The uncharted territory Emma was mapping wasn't just geographical. It was a landscape of simmering conflict, spiritual significance, and impending violence. Her lines, meant to impose order, felt increasingly like sparks thrown into dried tinder. Coda had navigated the immediate confrontation, but the encounter left a residue of fear, a sense of being watched not just by human eyes, but by the land itself, by the angered spirits of the mountain. As darkness fully enveloped the plateau, they retrieved the transit, retreating into the inadequate shelter of the rocks. No fire tonight. Just the cold rations, the uneasy silence, and the weight of the stone dog's warning. Emma wrapped herself in her bedroll, the cold seeping into her bones, staring up at the indifferent stars. She thought of Coda's words, some lines cut deeper than stone. She was beginning to understand just how deep they might cut, and how much blood might be spilled before her map was complete. The heart of the broken horn felt less like a destination and more like a reckoning. Chapter 7. The Scent of Rain and Danger. The night on the watching land was long and filled with uneasy silence. Sleep, when it came, was shallow and dream-haunted, punctuated by the mournful cry of the wind, sweeping across the exposed plateau, and the imagined sounds of pursuit. The stone dog's warning echoed in the darkness. Broken horn is restless. Blood will soon water this ground. Emma huddled deeper into her bedroll, the cold seeping up from the rock beneath, a physical manifestation of the fear that coiled tight in her belly. There was no fire, only the vast, indifferent darkness populated by the pinprick glitter of stars, and the unsettling awareness of being utterly exposed, watched not just by human eyes, but by the ancient, brooding spirit of the land itself. Coda maintained his vigil, a motionless silhouette against the lesser darkness where the rocks offered some concealment. His stillness was absolute, yet charged with an alertness that felt electric. He was listening, Emma knew, not just with his ears, but with his entire being, attuned to the subtle shifts in the wind, the distant rustle of unseen creatures, the very breathing of the night. He was a part of this wildness in a way she could never be. His presence both a comfort and a stark reminder of the chasm that separated their worlds. Silas shifted restlessly nearby, his breathing occasionally catching in a low groan. Even in sleep, his tension was palpable, his hand likely resting on the cold steel of his rifle. His fear was simpler, more direct, fear of ambush, fear of the tribesmen Coda seemed to understand but not fully trust, fear of getting caught in the crossfire of conflicts he didn't care about, beyond survival. He represented the blunt pragmatism of the frontier, the focus on holding ground, distrusting strangers, and shooting first. Emma lay caught between these two poles, Coda's enigmatic connection to the land and its hidden currents, and Silas's grounded, suspicious vigilance. Her own feelings were a tangled mess of exhaustion, apprehension, and a stubborn refusal to abandon the task her father had begun, the task that had brought her here. Yet the cost of that task felt heavier with every passing hour, measured not just in miles surveyed, but in the rising tide of danger, and the dawning awareness of the lives her lines might disrupt or endanger. The brass transit, lying cold and inert in its case nearby, felt less like a tool of progress and more like a catalyst for conflict. Dawn arrived reluctantly, a slow seep of bruised gray light that revealed a landscape stark and unforgiving. The plateau stretched before them, a rugged expanse of rock, sparse grass, and twisted juniper, sloping gradually upwards towards the jagged silhouette of Broken Horn Ridge. The ridge dominated the western horizon, looking immense, formidable, its peaks wreathed in a thin veil of morning mist that clung like a shroud. The air was sharp, cold, and carried a different scent this morning. A faint, clean, earthy smell, mingling with the usual pine and dust. The smell of impending rain. Coda was already standing, scanning the horizon, his gaze sweeping from the ridge back towards the canyon rim they had escaped. His face gave nothing away, but his focus was intense, Winds shifted, he stated, his voice quiet, but carrying in the stillness. Storm coming from the high peaks. He pointed towards the west, where the sky above the ridge had taken on a heavy, bruised look, clouds beginning to pile up, gray and ominous. Silas swore under his breath, pulling his worn coat tighter around him. Just what we needed. Caught out in the open. We move now, Coda commanded, already turning towards the horses. Try to reach the foothills of the ridge before it breaks. There may be shelter there. There was no time, wasted. The cold, fireless camp was packed with numb fingers and grim efficiency. Emma forced down another dry biscuit, her throat tight. Her water canteen was perilously low again. The slows seeped back at the rocks, offering little replenishment overnight. The coming rain was both a promise and a threat. Water was desperately needed, but a storm in this exposed high country could be lethal. They mounted up, the horses sensing the change in the air, ears twitching nervously, nostrils flaring as they tested the wind. Zephyr shifted uneasily beneath Emma, tossing her head. Emma murmured soothing words, stroking the mare's neck, trying to project a calm she didn't feel. The scent of rain was stronger now, sharp and metallic, carrying with it a palpable tension, a sense of nature gathering its forces. Coda led them out from the shelter of the rocks, setting a relentless pace across the broken ground of the plateau. He chose his path carefully, avoiding patches of loose shale and navigating around deep erosion gullies hidden by deceptive clumps of grass. He moved with his usual fluid grace, seemingly tireless, his eyes constantly scanning, reading the terrain, the sky, the subtle signs of animal movement. The going was rough. The plateau wasn't flat, but a series of rolling humps, rocky outcrops, and shallow depressions. Progress felt slow, arduous. The immense scale of the landscape dwarfed them, emphasizing their isolation, their vulnerability. Emma kept glancing back towards the canyon rim, half expecting to see riders appear, Calder's men or the stone dogs drawn by their passage. But the plateau remained empty, disturbingly so. The watching land lived up to its name. She felt exposed, scrutinized by unseen eyes. As they climbed higher, drawing closer to the foothills of the main ridge, the signs Coda had read became undeniable. The wind grew stronger, colder, whipping strands of hair across Emma's face, making the horses flinch. The clouds thickened rapidly, boiling up from behind the peaks, casting the land in a premature, gloomy twilight. The air grew heavy, electric, charged with the imminent release of the storm. The scent of rain was thick now, drowning out all other smells. Coda paused near a stand of gnarled, wind-stunted pines clinging to a rocky slope. He dismounted, kneeling to examine the ground. Emma and Silas pulled up behind him, waiting. Tracks, Coda said, pointing to faint impressions in a patch of softer earth sheltered by the pines. One horse, shod, passed this way recently, since the stone dogs. Silas dismounted quickly, rifle in hand, examining the tracks with a frown. Calder's? Coda shook his head slowly. The gait is wrong. Too careful. And the horse, lighter. He ran his fingers lightly over the edge of a hoof print. This rider knows how to move quietly in these hills. He looked up, his gaze sweeping the surrounding terrain, lingering on the dense, shadowed slopes leading up into the heart of the broken horn. Someone else watches. Someone else. Not Calder's men. Not the stone dogs patrol. A lone rider moving cautiously, shadowing them perhaps, or heading towards the ridge for reasons of their own. The uncertainty added another layer of fear to the already tense atmosphere. The plateau felt less empty now, more threatening. Before they could dwell on the implications, the first drops of rain began to fall, large, cold drops splattering against the rocks, against their faces, startlingly loud in the heavy silence. Within moments, the drops turned into a steady curtain, then a driving downpour, visibility shrinking rapidly. The wind howled, driving the rain almost horizontally, stinging their skin, plastering their clothes to their bodies. "Shelter!" Coda yelled over the wind's roar, pointing towards a dark slash in the mountainside ahead, A deeper ravine, or perhaps a cave mouth, partially obscured by the deluge. Quickly! They urged the frightened horses forward, heads down against the blinding rain, the ground turning slick and treacherous beneath their hooves. The noise was deafening the roar of the wind, the drumming of rain on rock, the distant rumble of thunder echoing from the peaks. Water streamed down Emma's face, blurring her vision. She clung to the saddle horn, trusting Zephyr to keep her footing, her body rigid with cold and tension. The shelter Coda had spotted turned out to be a deep overhang, similar to the one where they'd weathered the first storm, but larger, deeper, offering better protection. They stumbled inside, pulling the shivering horses in after them, the sudden cessation of the wind and rain almost shocking. Outside the overhang, the storm raged, a wall of gray, driving water obscuring the landscape completely. Inside, it was dim, damp, echoing with the storm's fury and the frightened sounds of the horses. Silas immediately began trying to build a fire, cursing as he struggled with damp tinder and flint, the need for warmth and light overriding caution for the moment. Emma slid from Zephyr's back, her limbs numb with cold, her teeth chattering uncontrollably. She fumbled with the straps on her saddlebags, pulling out her spare wool shawl, wrapping it tightly around her shoulders, though it offered little defense against the bone-deep chill. Coda stood near the entrance of the shelter, peering out into the maelstrom, his face grim. The rain was washing the world clean, erasing tracks, turning dry washes into potential torrents. It offered concealment, but also trapped them, isolating them further. "This storm will last," he said, turning back towards them, his voice barely audible over the roar outside. "Maybe through the night. Trapped." The word resonated with their physical confinement and the larger sense of being caught in forces beyond their control. Emma sank down onto the damp rock floor, huddling into herself, trying to stop shivering. The cold was intense, seeping through her wet clothes, chilling her to the core. Silas finally coaxed a small, sputtering flame to life, feeding it tiny, dried twigs he found deep within the overhang. The fire was pitifully small, offering more psychological comfort than real warmth, casting flickering, dancing shadows on the rock walls. In the unsteady light, Emma saw Coda watching her, his dark eyes filled with an unreadable expression. Concern? Pity? Or just assessment? He moved towards her, pulling a heavy, oiled canvas tarp from his own bedroll. Without a word, he unfolded it and draped it around her shoulders, over her damp shawl. The heavy fabric was surprisingly warm, smelling faintly of wood smoke, leather, and Coda himself. It blocked the drafts, trapping what little body heat she had, offering a small pocket of protection against the biting cold. Emma looked up at him, startled by the unexpected gesture. "Thank you," she whispered, her voice choked with cold and something else. Gratitude, confusion, a sudden, sharp awareness of his proximity, the quiet strength radiating from him. He merely nodded, his gaze holding hers for a fraction of a second longer than necessary before he turned away, returning to his watch at the entrance. The brief moment of connection, the simple act of care, felt disproportionately significant in the midst of the storm and the surrounding danger. It was a crack in his reserve, a glimpse of the man beneath the guide, and it resonated deeply within Emma's own cold and frightened heart. Silas grunted from beside the fire, adding slightly larger pieces of wood, his earlier suspicion momentarily eclipsed by the shared misery of the storm. "Good thing you found this place, Coda," he conceded grudgingly. "We'd be froze solid out there." Coda didn't respond, his attention fixed on the deluge outside. The rain continued unabated, hammering against the rock, turning the world beyond their shelter into a gray, featureless void. Thunder cracked overhead, sharp and violent, making the horses startle and snort. Time seemed to slow down, measured only by the intensity of the storm and the slow creep of the cold. Emma huddled under the heavy tarp, watching the meager fire, listening to the rain, her thoughts swirling. The lone rider's tracks, the stone dog's warning, called as men somewhere behind them, the restless spirits of Broken Horn. And Coda, the silent, watchful guide who had just shown her an unexpected kindness, yet whose ultimate loyalties remained shrouded in mystery. She thought about the lines she was supposed to draw. Mapping this uncharted territory felt increasingly like mapping the landscape of fear itself, tracing the contours of conflict, superstition, and violence. Was her father's legacy worth this? Worth the potential cost in blood Coda and the stone dogs foresaw? The certainty that had driven her westward felt fragile now, battered by the storm, eroded by doubt. As the gloomy afternoon bled into an even gloomier twilight, the rain showed no sign of easing. The small fire provided flickering light but little heat against the pervasive damp chill. Silas dozed fitfully beside it, his rifle across his lap. Emma remained huddled under Coda's tarp, too cold and too tense to sleep. Coda still stood near the entrance, a tireless sentinel against the raging storm and whatever dangers lay hidden within it. Suddenly, Coda stiffened, his head tilted, listening intently. Emma's breath caught. Had he heard something over the roar of the rain? She strained her ears, hearing only the drumming water and the wind's howl. Coda moved silently back from the entrance, crouching low, gesturing urgently for silence. Silas woke instantly, grabbing his rifle, his eyes wide with alarm. Emma's heart hammered against her ribs. Coda put a finger to his lips, then pointed towards the entrance. He mouthed one word, his expression deadly serious. Horses. Not their horses, which were tethered deeper within the shelter, but other horses. Close. Very close. Someone was outside, moving despite the blinding storm, perhaps seeking the same shelter. Friend or foe? Calder's men? The stone dogs? The lone rider whose tracks Coda had found. The sound became faintly audible even over the storm, the unmistakable splash of hooves in waterlogged ground, moving nearer to the overhang. Emma gripped the small Colt revolver tucked inside her coat, its cold weight a poor substitute for courage. Silas raised his rifle, peering into the gray gloom outside the entrance, his knuckles white. Coda drew his long knife slowly, the faint rasp of steel against leather barely audible. They waited, frozen, scarcely breathing, as the sounds drew closer. The scent of rain was suddenly overwhelmed by the sharp, unmistakable scent of danger, immediate and terrifyingly close. The storm had trapped them, but it might also have brought company, unwelcome company. The overhang, moments before a refuge, now felt like a trap. Chapter 8, Shelter in the Storm's Eye. The world outside the overhang was a roaring chaos of wind and water, a gray curtain drawn across the land. Yet through the din, the sounds of approach grew undeniably closer. The rhythmic splash of hooves sloshing through mud and standing water, the creak of wet leather, the low nicker of an unseen horse. Whoever was out there was pushing through the heart of the storm, driven by necessity or desperation, drawn perhaps by the faint scent of wood smoke that might have escaped their meager fire, or simply seeking the most obvious shelter on this bleak mountainside. Inside the rock shelter, the air crackled with tension, thick enough to taste. Emma remained crouched low, Coda's heavy tarp pulled around her like inadequate armor, the small Colt revolver clutched tightly in her numb hand. Her heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic drumbeat against the storm's roar. Beside her, Silas had positioned himself behind a jutting outcrop of rock near the entrance, his rifle leveled, sighting into the gray deluge, his face grim and set. Coda stood poised near the opposite side of the opening, knife held low and ready, his body coiled like a panther, utterly focused, his senses seemingly piercing the blinding rain. Their own horses, tethered deeper within the shelter, shifted nervously, sensing the approach of strangers, their ears flicking, nostrils flared. A low whicker escaped Zephyr, and Emma instinctively reached out, placing a calming hand on the mare's trembling neck, murmuring soft words, praying the sound hadn't carried over the storm. The splashing sound stopped directly outside the overhang. A moment of absolute silence, save for the relentless drumming of rain, stretched taut, threatening to snap. Emma held her breath, straining her ears. Then a voice called out, rough but carrying clearly over the storm's fury. "Hello, the shelter. Anyone in there?" The voice was male, strained, laced with exhaustion and the bite of the wind. It wasn't the accent of Calder's men, nor the cadence of the stone dogs Emma had overheard Coda speaking with. It sounded ordinary, desperate. Silence greeted the call. Coda remained motionless, his eyes narrowed, assessing. Silas kept his rifle trained on the entrance. Emma didn't dare move, didn't dare breathe. Was it a trick? A lone scout sent ahead by a larger group. "Just looking for shelter from this devil's own storm," the voice called again, closer now, sounding almost pleading. "Me and my boy. We're soaked through and nigh frozen." "Boy!" Emma exchanged a wide-eyed glance with Silas across the flickering firelight. Silas frowned, his suspicion warring with a grudging flicker of something else. Coda remained impassive, weighing the situation. Letting strangers into their precarious refuge was a risk. Turning them away in this storm felt like a death sentence. Coda made a split-second decision. He sheathed his knife slowly, deliberately, then stepped forward slightly, visible in the dim light filtering into the overhang. "Show yourselves," he called back, his voice steady, firm, carrying authority. "Hands where we can see them." There was a moment's hesitation outside. Then 2 figures stumbled into the entrance, blinking in the relative dimness, water streaming from their battered hats and soaked clothes. One was a man, perhaps in his late 40s or early 50s, lean and weathered, his face etched with hardship and fatigue. He wore the simple, durable clothes of a prospector or small homesteader canvas trousers, a worn flannel shirt under a soaked denim jacket. His hands were raised slightly, empty, showing he meant no immediate harm. Beside him stood a boy, likely no older than 10 or 12, shivering violently, his face pale and pinched with cold, eyes wide with fear and exhaustion. He clung tightly to the man's arm, looking utterly miserable and overwhelmed. Behind them, 2 equally soaked horses drooped their heads, steam rising from their wet coats despite the cold. The man's gaze flickered around the shelter, taking in Coda's imposing figure, Silas's leveled rifle. Emma huddled under the tarp, the small fire, their own horses tethered deeper inside. His eyes widened slightly with surprise, perhaps apprehension, finding the shelter already occupied, and by such a varied group. "Didn't mean to intrude," the man said quickly, his voice hoarse. "Just the storm came up so fast. Name's Jedediah Harper. This here's my son, Thomas." He gestured towards the shivering boy. "We was heading towards the settlement down Pinion Creek Way. Got caught out. Lost our bearings in this blasted rain." Coda studied them intently, his gaze sharp, missing nothing the man's worn boots, the lack of obvious weapons beyond a hunting knife at his belt, the genuine misery on the boy's face, the condition of their horses, which looked like sturdy pack animals, not range ponies. "Come in," Coda said finally, stepping aside slightly, "out of the rain, but move slowly." Jedediah Harper nodded gratefully, relief flooding his face. He guided the trembling boy further into the shelter, leading their horses carefully past Emma and Silas towards the back wall. The smell of wet wool, damp horse, and human desperation filled the already cramped space. Silas lowered his rifle slightly, but kept it ready, his expression still wary. Emma pulled the Colt back slightly, tucking it half concealed beneath the tarp, though her hand remained on the grip. The arrival of the strangers shattered the fragile sense of isolation, replacing it with a new, uncertain dynamic. Were they truly just lost travelers? Or was their story a fabrication? In this lawless territory, kindness could be repaid with betrayal. Thomas, the boy, began coughing, a deep, racking sound that shook his small frame. Jedediah knelt beside him, pulling the boy close, trying to rub some warmth into his arms. "Easy, son, easy. We're safe now, out of the wet." Emma watched the boy shivering, his lips tinged blue, his eyes huge in his pale face. Despite her fear, a pang of sympathy cut through her. He looked utterly wretched. She thought of her own relative dryness under Coda's tarp. Hesitantly, she pushed the heavy canvas aside and moved towards the fire, holding out her hands to the meager flames. "Here," she said softly, gesturing for the boy to come closer. "It's not much, but it's warm." Thomas looked uncertainly at his father, who gave a slight nod. The boy shuffled forward shyly, drawn by the flickering light and the promise of warmth, stopping a few feet away, still shivering uncontrollably. Jedediah watched Emma with cautious gratitude in his eyes. Coda, meanwhile, had approached the newcomers' horses, running expert hands over their flanks, checking their condition. He noted the simple packs tied behind their saddles, mining tools, bedrolls, basic supplies. Nothing overtly suspicious. He returned to the fire, his expression still guarded, but perhaps slightly less hostile. "You came from the south?" Coda asked Jedediah, his voice neutral. Jedediah nodded, rubbing his hands together over the flames. "Aye. Been prospecting up in the Ghost Hills. Found a little color, but not enough to make a man rich. Decided to head down towards Pinyon Creek before winter truly sets in. Heard tell there might be work." He glanced around the shelter again. "Didn't expect company way up here. Especially not." He hesitated, looking from Coda's buckskins to Emma's practical but clearly non-frontier attire, to Silas's armed vigilance. "This sort of company." "We travel under government contract," Emma offered, deciding a partial truth might be safer than silence. "Surveying the ridge." She gestured vaguely towards the west. Jedediah's eyebrows rose. "Surveying? Up here? Rough country for it, especially for a lady." His gaze lingered on her for a moment, curious but respectful. "Heard talk down south, boundary disputes heating up. Calder's men pushing hard." He shook his head. "Dangerous work you've chosen, ma'am." "We manage," Silas put in gruffly, unwilling to show weakness. The conversation lapsed into an uneasy silence, filled only by the storm's roar, the crackle of the fire, and Thomas's intermittent coughing. The shelter felt crowded now, the air thick with unspoken questions and lingering suspicions. Emma found herself acutely aware of the dynamics Silas's distrust, Coda's watchful neutrality, Jedediah's weary caution, her own conflicted feelings. They were strangers thrown together by the storm, temporary allies against the elements, yet potential threats to each other. Emma felt drawn to the boy, Thomas. His shivering seemed to worsen despite the fire. She rummaged in her saddlebag, finding a small tin of salve her father had always carried, meant for chapped skin, but warming when rubbed in. She hesitated, then approached the boy. "May I?" she asked Jedediah softly, holding up the tin. "It might help warm him." Jedediah looked surprised, then nodded gratefully. "Thank you kindly, ma'am. He ain't used to this kind of cold." Emma knelt beside Thomas, gently rubbing the strong-smelling salve under his small, icy hands. The boy flinched at first, then relaxed slightly under her touch, watching her with wide, solemn eyes. He coughed again, a harsh, painful sound. "He sounds chesty," Emma murmured to Jedediah. "How long has he been coughing?" Jedediah sighed, worry clouding his face. "Started yesterday morning. Thought it was just a tickle. Then this storm, being soaked through, ain't helped none." He looked down at his son, his expression full of helpless anxiety. "Just got to get him warm and dry." Coda, who had been observing silently, moved towards them. He knelt beside Thomas, ignoring Jedediah's startled look. He placed a hand gently on the boy's back, listening intently to his breathing, then felt his forehead. "Fever," Coda stated quietly. "The cough is deep." He looked at Jedediah. "He needs more than fire. He needs medicine." Jedediah's face fell. "Don't have none. Used the last of the quinine, weeks back." He looked desperate. Is there anything you know? Your people?" Coda rose slowly. "There are plants on the lower slopes. Good for fever, for the chest." He glanced out at the raging storm. "But nothing can be gathered in this." He looked back at the shivering boy, then around the small, damp shelter. His gaze settled on his own pack. After a moment's hesitation, he walked over to it and untied a small leather pouch from the side. He brought it back to the fire, opening it carefully. Inside were dried herbs, roots, and powders, carefully wrapped in smaller pieces of hide. The air filled with a pungent, earthy aroma. "Old remedies," Coda said, selecting a pinch of dark, dried leaves and some crushed root. "Not as strong as the fresh plants, but may help." He looked for a spare cup. Emma quickly handed him hers. Coda added the herbs to the cup, then took a burning twig from the fire and carefully dripped melting rainwater from the overhang into it, creating a steaming, fragrant infusion. He stirred it with the twig, the scent intensifying. He offered the cup to Jedediah. Give him small sips. Keep him warm. Jedediah took the cup with trembling hands, murmuring his thanks. His eyes filled with a mixture of hope and awe. He coaxed Thomas to drink the strange brew, the boy sipping hesitantly at first, then more willingly as the warmth spread through him. Emma watched Coda, deeply moved by his knowledge and his quiet act of healing. He possessed a wisdom that transcended her maps and instruments, a connection to the land that provided not just guidance, but sustenance and remedy. The divide between them seemed less important than this shared moment of humanity, this instinctive response to suffering. The storm continued its relentless assault, trapping the unlikely group together in the small, firelit space. An uneasy truce settled over the shelter. Silas remained watchful, but his hostility towards Jedediah seemed to lessen slightly in the face of the boy's illness. Jedediah focused on caring for Thomas, wrapping him in their driest blanket, murmuring encouragement as the boy sipped Coda's herbal tea. Coda returned to his quiet observation, though his gaze occasionally flickered towards the sick child. Emma shared some of her dwindling rations, dried fruit and biscuits, with Jedediah and Thomas, supplementing Coda's tea. Jedediah offered jerky in return. The simple exchange felt significant, a small bridge built across the chasm of suspicion. They spoke little, the roar of the storm making conversation difficult, but a fragile sense of shared circumstance began to emerge. They were all caught in the storm's eye, vulnerable, reliant on each other for warmth, for safety, for the simple comfort of not being utterly alone against the elements. As the night wore on, the rain began to slacken slightly, the wind losing some of its ferocious bite. Thomas, warmed by the fire, the tea, and Coda's herbs, finally drifted into a less troubled sleep, his breathing still raspy but calmer. Jedediah sat beside him, his head nodding with exhaustion, but his hand resting protectively on his son's shoulder. Silas dozed against the rock wall, his rifle still within reach. Emma found herself sitting near Coda, who had resumed his post near the entrance, watching the lessening storm. The silence between them felt different now, less fraught with suspicion, more companionable. You knew what to do, Emma said softly, nodding towards the sleeping boy. The medicine. Coda didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on the darkness outside. The earth provides, he said simply, if you know how to ask, how to listen. He paused. My grandmother was a healer. She taught me. It was the most personal detail he had ever shared, a glimpse into his past, his heritage. Emma felt a warmth spread through her that had nothing to do with the fire. She must have been very wise. He turned his head then, looking at her in the flickering firelight. A faint, almost imperceptible softening touched the corners of his eyes. She understood the balance, he said, how all things are connected, the stone, the water, the plants, the people. His gaze drifted towards her discarded transit case. She did not understand lines drawn on paper that divide what should be shared. The familiar tension returned, a subtle reminder of the fundamental conflict between them. Yet his tone wasn't accusatory, more sad, resigned. My father believed those lines brought order, Emma said quietly, feeling the need to defend the legacy that had brought her here, however inadequate it felt now, prevented conflict. Coda gave a humorless half-smile. Order for whom? He asked softly. Conflict often follows the lines, Miss Collins. It does not stop at them. He looked back out at the night. The storm passes. The rain washes the ground clean. But the lines men draw, they remain, scarring the land, scarring hearts. His words settled heavily between them. Emma had no answer. In the heart of the storm, sheltered by ancient rock, surrounded by strangers brought together by chance and desperation, the stark truths of the frontier felt inescapable. The lines she carried, the ones she was paid to draw, were not merely measurements. They were declarations, claims, potential triggers for the very bloodshed the stone dogs had warned of. The rain dwindled to a drizzle. The wind sighed, a mournful sound replacing its earlier rage. A fragile peace settled over the shelter, the peace found in the eye of a storm, temporary, precarious. Emma leaned her head back against the cold rock, exhaustion finally claiming her. She glanced at Coda, his strong profile outlined against the lightning gloom outside. He was still watching, vigilant, a guardian figure in the heart of the wildness. She felt a complex mix of gratitude, apprehension, and a dawning, unsettling intimacy. They were worlds apart, yet bound together by the storm, by the shared shelter, by the unspoken dangers that lurked just beyond the rain-washed darkness. The shelter was temporary, the truce fragile. Soon the storm would break completely, and they would have to step back out into the watching land, carrying the weight of their secrets, their fears, and the lines that divided them. Chapter 9. Echoes in the Canyon. Dawn arrived, not with fire, but with water. The relentless drumming of the storm faded through the last hours of darkness, replaced by a steady, soaking drizzle. Then silence, broken only by the rhythmic drip of water from the overhang and the gurgle of new rivulets finding paths down the mountainside. The world outside the shelter was revealed, slowly, tentatively, as the heavy clouds began to break apart, allowing a pale watercolor wash of gray light to seep across the landscape. It was a world transformed, washed clean, intensely green where sparse vegetation clung, scarred by raw red gashes where the rain had gouged away soil. The air was crystalline, cold, carrying the sharp scent of wet pine, damp earth, and ozone. Mist clung in ragged tendrils to the higher slopes and filled the deeper folds of the land, softening harsh outlines, but also obscuring distances, lending an ethereal, almost dreamlike quality to the rugged terrain. The plateau stretched away, glistening, empty, under a sky slowly clearing, to a bruised, uncertain blue. Inside the shelter, the small fire had died to embers, leaving a chill that bit deep. Emma stirred stiffly from a shallow, uneasy sleep, the heavy canvas tarp Coda had given her still draped over her shoulders. Her muscles screamed in protest, the damp cold having settled into her bones. She pushed herself up, her gaze immediately going to the boy, Thomas. He was awake, propped against his father, Jedediah. His color looked slightly better, a frightening blue tinge gone from his lips, though his breathing was still audible, wheezy. He managed a weak smile when he saw Emma looking at him. Jedediah Harper looked utterly spent, deep lines of fatigue carved around his eyes, but his expression held a profound relief as he felt his son's forehead. "Fever's down," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion, glancing towards Coda, who stood near the entrance, already surveying the transformed landscape. That tea you made, mister. It worked wonders. Thank you. Thank you kindly." Coda turned, his expression unreadable in the dim light. He merely nodded, accepting the thanks without comment, his gaze lingering for a moment on the boy before returning to the world outside. His reserve was back in place, the brief vulnerability or kindness shown during the storm seemingly locked it away again. Silas was also awake, checking his rifle with practiced movements, his face grim. He eyed the Harpers with residual suspicion, though the shared ordeal had clearly banked the fires of his immediate hostility. Survival, for the moment, had trumped distrust. The morning unfolded with the slow, stiff movements of profound exhaustion and cold. Silas coaxed the embers back to life, adding precious dry twigs Coda produced from a pouch, enough for a small, smoky fire to brew coffee, and allowed Jedediah to heat more of Coda's herbal infusion for Thomas. The smell of coffee mingled with the pungent herbs, a strange combination that somehow spoke of their unlikely cohabitation. They shared a meager breakfast, the last of Emma's dried fruit, Jedediah's tough jerky, Silas's hardtack. Conversation was minimal, subdued. Jedediah recounted his prospecting woes in the Ghost Hills, his hopes for finding work down at Pinyon Creek Settlement. He asked careful questions about their survey work, his curiosity piqued, but didn't pry when Emma kept her answers brief and vague. He seemed a simple man, beaten down by hardship, but fundamentally decent. His primary concern, clearly the well-being of his son. As the light strengthened, revealing the extent of the storm's impact, sodden ground, swollen streams, debris washed down from higher slopes, the question of departure hung in the air. The Harpers needed to head southeast, towards Pinyon Creek. Emma's party needed to continue west, towards the looming challenge of Broken Horn Ridge. Ground's gonna be hell, Silas observed, peering out at the muddy plateau. Slow going. Jedediah nodded grimly. Aye. Worried about the creek crossings down lower. Could be washed out. He looked towards Coda. You know this land well, mister. I know the paths, Coda replied noncommittally. Any chance your way towards the ridge passes near a safer route down towards Pinyon Creek? Jedediah asked hesitantly, the hope in his voice almost painful. Just till we're on lower ground, with the boy. I'm worried about another night out if the going's too slow. Coda considered this, his gaze sweeping the terrain visible from the shelter. He seemed to consult an internal map, one drawn from memory and experience. Our path climbs, he said finally, away from the creeks, but for the first few miles, it runs parallel to a game trail that leads down towards the valley. He looked at Jedediah, then at the sleeping Thomas. We can travel together until the paths diverge. It may offer some safety. Relief washed over Jedediah's face so intensely it seemed to momentarily erase the lines of fatigue. We'd be grateful, he said huskily. Truly grateful. Silas grunted, but didn't object. Traveling with the Harpers might slow them down, but Coda's reasoning was sound. There was some safety in numbers, however temporary, especially with the knowledge of Calder's men, the stone dogs, and the mysterious lone rider potentially roaming the area. Packing up was slow work. Everything was damp. The horses were stiff and reluctant. Thomas, though better, was clearly weak and needed help mounting his father's sturdy pack horse. Jedediah fussed over him, ensuring he was wrapped warmly, his anxiety palpable. As Emma secured her transit case, checking the seals against dampness, Coda approached Jedediah, handing him the small leather pouch of herbs. Keep this, he said. More tea if the fever returns. Boil pine needles if the cough worsen. He offered the advice curtly, avoiding Jedediah's effusive thanks. Finally, they were ready. Stepping out from the shelter into the clean, cold air felt like emerging into a new world. The sun, breaking through the clouds, glinted off standing water, making the landscape sparkle deceptively. Coda took the lead, guiding them carefully away from the overhang, picking a path across the sodden plateau, heading west. The going was treacherous. The ground, saturated by the deluge, sucked at the horses' hooves. What looked like solid turf sometimes concealed deep mud. Small streams, yesterday mere trickles, were now rushing brown torrents that required careful navigation to cross. Coda moved with unerring instinct, finding firmer ground, identifying safe fords, reading the altered landscape with quiet expertise. Emma rode beside Jedediah and Thomas for a while. The boy seemed brighter in the fresh air, pointing out a hawk circling overhead. Jedediah spoke more freely now, relieved to be moving, grateful for the company and Coda's guidance. He spoke of his wife, lost to fever 2 winters back, his struggle to raise Thomas alone, his dwindling hopes of striking it rich. His story was achingly common on the frontier, a testament to the harsh realities masked by dreams of wealth and independence. Listening to him, Emma felt the weight of her own relative privilege, her government contract, her sturdy horse, her armed companions. Her struggles felt insignificant compared to his daily battle for survival. He also spoke, cautiously at first, about the tensions in the region. Calder's run-in roughshod, he confided, lowering his voice so Silas, riding ahead, wouldn't overhear. Claiming land that ain't his by rights, folks say. Pushing out small homesteaders, stirring up trouble with the tribes. His men, they got a bad reputation. Quick on the trigger, quicker to claim a bounty. He glanced towards Coda, riding point, your guide. He seems to know how to handle himself. But this ain't friendly country right now. Not for him. Maybe not for you neither, drawing them line. His words reinforced her own fears, adding a layer of grounded reality to the warnings from Coda and the stone dogs. Calder wasn't just a name. He was a force, actively destabilizing the region, creating the very conflict she was riding into. Around midday, they reached the point Coda had indicated. A low saddle between two rocky hills, where the faint game trail Jedediah needed veered southeast, while their own path continued westward, beginning the steeper climb towards the foothills of Broken Horn. Jedediah pulled his horse to a halt, his face etched with gratitude and reluctance. "This is us, I reckon," he said, looking at Coda. "Can't thank you enough. For the shelter, the medicine, the guidance." Coda simply nodded. "The trail down is clear for a way. Watch for flash floods if more rain comes." Jedediah turned to Emma. "Safe travels, ma'am. Hope you find what you're looking for up there." He hesitated, then added softly, "And hope it don't cost too much." He tipped his battered hat, then gently nudged Thomas awake, who offered a shy wave. Father and son turned their horses onto the descending trail, small figures quickly swallowed by the vastness of the landscape. Emma watched them go, a lump in her throat. Their departure left a void, emphasizing the return to their own small, isolated group, heading towards a destination fraught with known and unknown dangers. Jedediah's parting words, "Hope it don't cost too much," echoed unpleasantly in her mind. "Best keep moving," Silas said gruffly, impatient with the sentimentality. "Burn in daylight." Coda urged his pony forward, beginning the ascent. The terrain grew steeper immediately, the ground rockier, the sparse trees becoming denser as they entered the true foothills of the ridge. The air felt different again, charged with the proximity of the great mountain spine. Broken Horn loomed above them, immense, silent, watchful. Emma tried to push aside her unease, focusing on the task ahead. She needed to take readings, establish benchmarks for the climb up the ridge itself. She signaled a halt in a relatively flat clearing surrounded by pines. "I need to set up here," she announced, swinging down from Zephyr. Silas sighed, but dismounted to assist with the stadia rod. Coda stopped his pony a short distance away, watching her unpack the transit, his expression unreadable as ever. Did he resent this intrusion, this return to the work that represented such a threat? Or did he simply accept it as part of the strange bargain that bound them together? Setting up the instrument felt different after the events of the last 36 hours. The climb, the storm, the shared shelter, the encounter with the Harpers, Coda's quiet care for Thomas. It had all subtly shifted her perspective. The lines and angles felt less absolute, the purpose less clear-cut. Yet, the habit of years, the ingrained discipline of her profession, took over. She leveled the tripod, adjusted the screws, sighted through the telescope. The air was exceptionally clear after the rain, offering sharp views of distant peaks and rock formations. But the ground was soft, making stable setups difficult, and the work felt intrusive. Breaking the silence with shouted numbers to Silas, capturing the wild landscape within the precise grid of her crosshairs. She felt Coda's eyes on her, a silent question. As she took a reading towards a prominent pinnacle on the ridge, a sound drifted down from the higher slopes, a faint clatter like a dislodged stone. She paused, listening. Silence. Probably just an animal, a deer or a bighorn sheep, startled by their presence. She refocused on her work. A few minutes later, it happened again. A distinct clatter, slightly closer this time. Silas stopped, frowning, looking up towards the densely wooded slopes above them. "Hear that?" he asked Coda. Coda nodded slowly, his gaze sweeping the trees, his hand resting lightly near his knife. "Loose rock," he said, his voice low. The rain loosened much, but it felt deliberate. Emma lowered the transit slightly, straining her ears. The wind sighed through the pines, a lonely, mournful sound. Then another sound, a sharp crack, echoing strangely in the stillness. A branch breaking? Or something else? They were entering a narrower passage now, a natural gateway into the higher reaches of the Broken Horn, flanked by steep, rocky slopes dense with timber. A canyon of sorts, though wider than the one they had climbed. The acoustics seemed different here, sounds lingering, bouncing off the rock faces. A horse whinnied, startlingly loud. Emma's head snapped around. It wasn't Zephyr, nor Silas's mount, nor Coda's pony. The sound seemed to come from ahead, further up the canyon, muffled by distance and trees, yet amplified by the landscape. Silas raised his rifle. Company. Coda held up a hand, signaling caution. He urged his pony forward slowly, peering into the shadowed depths of the canyon ahead. Emma and Silas followed closely, their senses on high alert. The air felt thick with anticipation, with the metallic tang of fear. They rounded a bend, revealing a stretch of canyon floor littered with fallen boulders and storm debris. Nothing moved. Silence pressed in, heavy and watchful. Then an echo, a single sharp crack, like a rifle shot, reverberated through the canyon, bouncing off the walls, making it impossible to pinpoint the source. It seemed to come from everywhere, and nowhere at once. The horses startled violently. Zephyr reared slightly, eyes wide with panic. Emma fought to control her, her own heart pounding. Silas swore, scanning the slopes above, his rifle ready. "Hunter?" Silas hissed, looking at Coda. Coda shook his head, his expression grim. "No, Hunter," he said softly. A warning. Another sound echoed a low, guttural cry, inhuman yet chillingly deliberate. It bounced off the rock faces, swirling around them, seeming to mock their presence. Emma felt gooseflesh rise on her arms. The air grew colder, or perhaps it was just fear. The canyon felt alive, watching them, playing tricks with sound, amplifying their vulnerability. These weren't natural echoes. They felt orchestrated, malevolent. Coda dismounted fluidly, motioning for them to do the same and stay close to the horses for cover. "Someone is above us," he whispered, his eyes scanning the timbered slopes, using the echoes to confuse us, to drive us. Drive them where? Into an ambush? Away from the ridge? A rock clattered down the slope to their right, landing near Zephyr's hooves. The mare screamed, pulling violently against Emma's grip. It wasn't a natural rockfall. It had been aimed. "They're trying to spook the horses," Silas yelled, firing a shot blindly into the trees above where the rock had come from. The roar of his rifle crashed against the canyon walls, multiplying into a deafening cacophony of echoes that seemed to laugh back at them. "Hold your fire," Coda commanded sharply. "You tell them exactly where we are." But it was too late. Another rock came skittering down, closer this time. Then from the opposite slope, another echoing shout, wild and taunting. They were being toyed with, herded like animals, trapped in a canyon that amplified their fear and hid their tormentors. Emma pressed herself against Zephyr's trembling flank, the Colt feeling small and useless in her hand. The echoes swirled around her, disorienting, terrifying. Coda's warnings about the land, about angry spirits, about lines cutting deeper than stone, merged with the tangible threat hidden in the trees above. The canyon itself seemed to hold its breath, amplifying the whispers of danger, the echoes of impending violence. This uncharted territory was not just land. It was a place of memory, conflict, and sound, and the echoes belonged to those who intended to keep its secrets buried. The heart of the broken horn was still distant, but its angry pulse was beginning to reverberate all around them. Chapter 10, Fireside, Confessions. The canyon became a hunting ground, and they were the prey. Not hunted with bullets, not yet, but with sound, shadow, and fear. Rocks skittered down slopes with unnerving accuracy, landing just close enough to spook the horses without causing serious injury. Wild, echoing cries erupted first from one side of the canyon, then the other, playing on the strange acoustics, making it impossible to pinpoint the source or the number of their tormentors. Branches cracked loudly in the dense timber above, suggesting movement, always just out of sight. It was a nerve-wracking game of cat and mouse, designed, Coda insisted, to drive them forward, deeper into the canyon, perhaps towards a prearranged ambush point, or simply to break their nerve, to force them to turn back. Panic clawed at Emma's throat. Zephyr was nearly unmanageable, snorting, pulling, her eyes rolling white. Silas's horse wasn't much better. Even Coda's usually stoic pony shifted uneasily, sensing the deliberate menace in the air. "We can't stay here," Silas yelled over another taunting echo. His face pale, sweat beading on his forehead despite the cool air. "They're pinning us down. Moving forward is what they want," Coda countered, his voice low but intense, scanning the slopes with hawk-like focus, playing their game. He looked back the way they had come, then ahead into the shadowed depths of the canyon. But turning back now might be just as dangerous. They know we are here. They know we are weak. Another rock clattered down, closer still, striking sparks off a boulder near Silas's feet. Silas flinched, raising his rifle again, searching desperately for a target in the dense trees. "There has to be a way out," Emma said, her voice trembling but firm, trying to fight the rising tide of panic. "Off the canyon floor." Coda followed her gaze up the steep, timbered slope to their left. It looked impossibly steep, tangled with undergrowth and fallen logs left by winter storms. But perhaps it offered an escape from the echoing trap of the canyon bottom. "It will be hard," Coda said, assessing the slope, "especially with the horses. But maybe they do not expect us to climb." He made a decision. "We try. Stay close together. Move quietly if you can. Use the trees for cover." He took the lead rope of his own pony, speaking to it in low, calming tones, and began angling towards the base of the slope, picking his way through the jumble of rocks and storm debris on the canyon floor. Emma and Silas followed, half leading, half dragging their terrified horses, casting anxious glances up at the silent, watching trees. The tormenting sounds ceased as they began their ascent, replaced by an unnerving silence that felt even more threatening. Were there unseen enemies watching, waiting for them to expose themselves on the open slope? The climb was brutal, steeper even than the cliff-face path. The ground here was unstable, a treacherous mix of loose soil, slick rock hidden beneath pine needles, and tangled roots that tripped men and horses alike. They slipped, scrambled, cursed. The horses strained, lungs heaving, hooves finding precarious purchase. Emma felt her muscles burn, her breath coming in ragged gasps. Sweat stung her eyes, mingling with the grime on her face. Several times, Zephyr lost her footing, threatening to pull Emma down with her. But somehow, driven by terror and Emma's desperate urging, the mare kept climbing. They pushed upwards relentlessly, fueled by adrenaline and fear, expecting at any moment another rock, another shout, perhaps the sharp crack of a rifle. But nothing came. Only the punishing slope, the gasping breath of horses and humans, and the heavy, watchful silence of the forest. After what felt like an eternity, but was probably less than an hour, they broke free of the densest timber onto a slightly less precipitous shoulder of the ridge, a small, uneven clearing dotted with ancient, wind-twisted pines and granite boulders. They had climbed perhaps 300 feet above the canyon floor, high enough to be out of the echoing trap, high enough, perhaps, to be less vulnerable. They collapsed onto the sparse grass, gasping for air, muscles trembling with exhaustion. The horses stood with heads down, sides heaving, lathered in sweat and trembling. Emma leaned against a rough boulder, closing her eyes, trying to slow the frantic pounding of her heart. They were out of the canyon floor, but they were still exposed, still deep within territory that felt actively hostile. Coda, already recovering his breath, moved immediately to the edge of the clearing that overlooked the canyon, crouching low behind a cluster of rocks, scanning the slopes below and opposite. Silas slumped nearby, wiping his face with a dirty bandana, his rifle resting across his knees, his eyes still darting nervously towards the trees. "Think we lost him?" Silas asked, his voice raspy. Coda didn't answer immediately, his attention fixed on the canyon below. Finally, he shook his head slowly. "Lost, no. They know where we are, or where we were." He straightened slightly. "But perhaps they did not expect us to climb so quickly. Perhaps we surprised them." He turned, his gaze sweeping their small exposed clearing. "We cannot stay here long. Too visible." The sun was beginning to dip towards the western peaks, painting the undersides of the high clouds in shades of bruised orange and violet. Another night was approaching, and the thought of spending it out here, knowing hostile eyes might be watching, sent a fresh wave of dread through Emma. "We need a better place," Coda continued, already thinking ahead. "Higher still. There is a place I know, an old hunter's shelter hidden among the peaks near the main ridge. Rock walls, a small spring nearby, difficult to approach unseen. If we push hard, we might reach it before full dark. Push hard." Emma looked at the exhausted horses, felt the profound weariness in her own bones. Another climb? But the alternative, spending the night here, exposed and vulnerable, was unthinkable. "Let's go," she said, forcing herself to her feet, ignoring the protest of her aching muscles. Silas groaned, but hauled himself up, checking his rifle's load again. The brief respite was over. Survival demanded they keep moving. The final push towards Coda's promised shelter was a blur of exhaustion and determination. They climbed higher into the rugged heart of the Broken Horn, the terrain becoming increasingly wild and precipitous. The air grew thinner, colder. The trees thinned out, replaced by vast slopes of scree and jagged granite outcrops. The horses struggled valiantly, their resilience astonishing Emma. Coda led them unerringly through the deepening twilight, following paths invisible to Emma's eyes, navigating by instinct and memory. Just as true darkness threatened to swallow the landscape, Coda led them into a narrow cleft between towering granite walls, almost hidden from view. The cleft opened into a small, sheltered basin, a natural amphitheater protected on three sides by sheer rock. A tiny spring trickled from a fissure in the rock face, pooling in a shallow basin before disappearing into the ground. Tucked under a deep overhang, almost invisible until they were upon it, were the low, crumbling stone walls of what must have been Coda's hunter's shelter, barely more than a windbreak, but offering blessed protection. Relief washed over Emma so profoundly she nearly wept. They had made it. Safety, however temporary. While Silas unsaddled the trembling horses and led them to the spring, Emma collapsed onto the relatively dry ground inside the low stone walls. Coda gathered deadfall from stunted pines clinging to the rock faces just outside the basin, enough for a small, controllable fire. Tonight, the need for warmth and the relative security of the hidden location outweighed the risk of the smoke being seen from afar. The fire caught quickly, casting a warm, golden glow within the stone enclosure, pushing back the encroaching darkness and the bone-deep chill. The flickering light illuminated Coda's intent face as he fed the flames, Silas's weary suspicion as he settled near the entrance, rifle ready, and Emma's own exhaustion reflected in the dancing shadows. They ate in silence, huddled close to the fire, consuming the last of their jerky and hardtack. The warmth seeped into Emma's chilled body, easing the aches, loosening the knot of fear in her stomach, though not entirely banishing it. Outside the small circle of firelight, the vast, silent darkness of the high peaks pressed in, reminding them of their isolation. After the meager meal, Silas took the first watch near the narrow entrance to the basin, positioning himself behind a boulder, blending into the shadows. Coda sat closer to the fire, cleaning his knife with slow, deliberate strokes, his expression thoughtful, remote. Emma drew her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them, watching the flames dance. The silence stretched, broken only by the crackle of the fire and the distant sigh of the wind over the high peaks. It felt different tonight. The shared terror in the canyon, the desperate climb, the relief of reaching this hidden sanctuary. It had forged something between them, a fragile bond woven from exhaustion and shared vulnerability. The earlier tensions seemed muted, overshadowed by the immediate struggle for survival. "Those sounds," Emma said softly, breaking the silence, needing to understand. The echoes, the voices. Was it spirits? Like the stone dogs warn? The question sounded foolish, superstitious, even to her own ears. But the experience in the canyon had been profoundly unsettling, blurring the lines between tangible threat and something older, more primal. Coda paused in his task, looking into the fire, his face shadowed. "The canyon plays tricks with sound," he said slowly, "and men can use those tricks." He met her gaze. "But this mountain, it has a long memory, Miss Collins. It remembers those who trespassed. It remembers blood spilled. Sometimes the wind carries voices. Sometimes fear gives those voices shape." He didn't dismiss her question entirely, leaving the answer ambiguous, hovering between rational explanation and ancient belief. "Who were they?" Emma pressed. "Called us men? The stone dogs trying to scare us off? Or that lone rider?" Coda shook his head, resuming his work on the knife. "I do not know. Called us men are usually louder, more direct. The stone dogs gave their warning. This felt different, more patient, crueler." He tested the edge of the blade with his thumb. "Perhaps it was the rider whose tracks we found. Someone who knows these mountains well. Someone who does not want lines drawn here." He looked up at her again, his dark eyes searching her face. "Someone who sees your survey as a threat." A threat. The word hung in the air. A threat to whom? To their land? Their way of life? Their secrets? Emma shivered, despite the fire's warmth. Jedediah's words came back to her. "Hope it don't cost too much." "My father," Emma began, then stopped, unsure how to articulate the tangle of emotions the thought evoked. She looked into the fire, tracing patterns in the flames. He surveyed much of this territory. He believed he was bringing progress. Civilization. She sighed, a heavy weight settling in her chest. He never spoke of this, of the resistance, of the cost to the people already here. Coda watched her, his expression softening almost imperceptibly. "Your father saw the land," he said quietly. Perhaps he did not see the connections, the roots that run deeper than rock. "He died out here," Emma whispered, the confession pulled from a deep, guarded place within her. "An accident," they said. "A fall while surveying near the Black River. But sometimes I wonder, had it been an accident? Or had his lines finally cut too deep, provoking a response?" The uncertainty had haunted her since she received the news, fueling her determination to finish his work, perhaps as a way of understanding his fate, or maybe just proving she wasn't afraid. Now fear felt like a constant companion. Coda's gaze held hers, steady, compassionate. He didn't offer empty platitudes or false reassurances. He simply listened, acknowledged her unspoken fear, her grief. "The mountains demand respect," he said softly. "They take, but sometimes they also protect." His quiet empathy unlocked something within her. The carefully constructed walls around her own past, her own regrets, began to crumble in the intimacy of the firelight, in the presence of this silent man who seemed to understand more than he spoke. I wasn't there for him," she confessed, the words catching in her throat. "Before he left on that last trip, we argued about this life, about me staying back east, marrying well, being safe." Her voice broke slightly. "I said things, foolish, hurtful things. I thought he was chasing ghosts, obsessed with maps that didn't matter." She looked down at her hands, twisting her fingers together. "And then he was gone. And all I had left were his instruments, his unfinished maps, and this contract." She hadn't spoken of this to anyone. Not her disapproving aunt, not Silas, certainly none of the dismissive men back in the settlements. But here, huddled by a fire high in the hostile wilderness, sharing danger with this enigmatic guide, the confession felt necessary, a shedding of a burden carried too long in silence. Coda remained silent for a long moment, letting her words hang in the air, respecting the weight of her admission. Then he spoke, his voice low and resonant. "Regret is a heavy pack to carry in high country, Miss Collins," he said gently. "Sometime. The only way to lighten the load is to face the path ahead. Not for ghosts, but for yourself." He leaned forward slightly, his gaze intent. "Why did you truly come here? To finish his work? Or to find your own map? His question cut straight to the heart of her confused motivations. Was she just following her father's lines? Or was she searching for something else? Entirely forgiveness, purpose, a place where she truly belonged, away from the stifling expectations of the world she'd left behind. She didn't have an answer, not a clear one. I don't know, she admitted, the honesty raw, vulnerable, maybe both. Coda nodded slowly, accepting her uncertainty. He added a few small branches to the fire, the flames leaping up, momentarily illuminating the deep understanding in his eyes. He had his own burdens, she sensed, his own ghosts haunting these mountains. Perhaps that was why he could listen without judgment. They sat in silence for a while longer, the shared confessions creating a fragile intimacy, a space where guards could be lowered, if only momentarily. The fire crackled, the wind sighed outside their stone shelter, and the vast starry sky arched overhead, indifferent to the small human dramas unfolding beneath it. Emma felt a profound shift in her perception of Coda. He was no longer just the guide, the shadow, the embodiment of the wildness she feared and didn't understand. He was a man with a past, with wisdom learned from grandmothers and the land itself, capable of both fierce vigilance and quiet compassion. The lines between them, surveyor and guide, white woman and native man, intruder and protector, seemed less important than the shared humanity revealed in the flickering firelight. Silas returned quietly from his watch, his face haggard. Nothing stirring, he reported, settling wearily by the fire. Quiet as a tomb out there. He glanced from Emma to Coda, sensing the shift in the atmosphere, the residue of intimate conversation, but said nothing, too exhausted to probe. Coda rose. My watch, he said simply, taking Silas's place near the entrance, melting back into the shadows, resuming his role as their guardian. Emma watched him go, the weight of her confession settling into a weary peace. She didn't know what the morning would bring, what dangers still lurked on the slopes of Broken Horn, or where Coda's path truly led. But facing the path ahead, as he'd said, felt slightly less daunting now. Perhaps in this uncharted territory, amidst echoes and danger, she wasn't just mapping the land. Perhaps she was finally beginning to map herself. The fireside confessions, like embers glowing in the dark, offered a faint, flickering light for the journey still to come. Chapter 11. The Weight of Stolen Ground. The high sanctuary Coda had led them to offered a cold dawn, but a secure one. The narrow entrance to the hidden basin faced east, and as the sun cleared the distant peaks, its first rays slanted in, painting the sheer granite walls in hues of rose and gold. The air was thin, bitingly cold, but utterly still, a stark contrast to the storm-lashed chaos of the previous day and the echoing menace of the canyon. Broken Horn Ridge loomed impossibly close now, its jagged peaks scraping against a sky washed clean and pale blue. The silence was profound, broken only by the soft trickle of the spring and the occasional stamp or snort of the horses. Emma awoke, feeling battered but rested, the deep exhaustion having finally pulled her into several hours of dreamless sleep. The warmth of the fire, though now just gray ashes, and the security of the stone shelter had worked a kind of magic. She sat up, pulling the heavy tarp Coda had lent her tighter against the morning chill. Across the dead fire pit, Silas was already awake, methodically cleaning his rifle, his face set in lines of habitual vigilance. Coda stood near the spring, ladling water into a small pot, his movements economical and precise. The intimacy forged by the fireside confessions of the previous night lingered in the quiet air. Emma looked at Coda, no longer seeing just the enigmatic guide, but the man who carried the wisdom of healers, who understood the mountain's memory, who had listened to her grief without judgment. A fragile connection had been formed, unspoken but palpable. Yet the fundamental conflict remained. She was here to draw lines on land he considered sacred, imbued with history and spirit. The weight of that contradiction felt heavier this morning, pressing down like the immense bulk of the mountains surrounding them. Breakfast was brief cold water, the last crumbling biscuits. Talk was minimal, focused on the immediate task. "We reached the main ridge today," Coda stated, scanning the formidable slopes above them. "The path from here is steep, mostly rock. Easier footing than the forest, but exposed." He looked towards the highest peaks, still touched with snow from the storm. "Weather looks clear for now, but mountain storms can rise quickly." Emma nodded, packing her few belongings, her hands stiff with cold. She checked Zephyr carefully, murmuring reassurances. The mare seemed calmer this morning, sensing the absence of immediate threat, though still tired from the ordeal. Emma secured the transit case to the saddle, the weight of the instrument feeling both familiar and burdensome. After last night, after Coda's words, after the echoing canyon, the act of surveying felt profoundly altered. They led the horses out of the sheltered basin, emerging onto the high, wind-swept shoulder of the mountain. The scale of the landscape was breathtaking, terrifying. Vast panoramas unfolded in every direction, ridge upon jagged ridge receding into hazy blue distances, deep valleys shadowed in purple, the immense empty sky arching overhead. They were tiny figures in an overwhelming wilderness, vulnerable specks on the ancient face of the earth. The wind was a constant presence here, thin and cold, whipping at their clothes, carrying the scent of snow and distance. Coda led them upwards, following faint game trails or sometimes no trail at all. Navigating by landmarks, Emma couldn't decipher a distinctively shaped rock outcrop, a patch of unusual lichen, the angle of the sun against a distant peak. His knowledge of this high, desolate country was absolute, instinctual. He moved with a quiet confidence that belied the perilous terrain. The climb was arduous, demanding concentration and physical effort. They scrambled over fields of shattered rock, angled across steep slopes of loose scree that threatened to slide out from underfoot, and led the straining horses up narrow chimneys of granite. Emma focused on putting one foot in front of the other, breathing the thin air deeply, trying not to think about the dizzying drops that yawned beside them. As they gained altitude, nearing the crest of the main ridge, Emma felt the pull of her purpose reassert itself. This was the territory her contract specified. She needed readings, benchmarks, the raw data to create her map. Finding a relatively level spot, a small saddle between two granite tors swept bare by the wind, she called a halt. "I need to take sightings from here," she announced, her voice sounding thin in the vast emptiness. Silas grunted, weary but obedient, readying the stadia rod. Coda stopped, turning his pony to watch her, his face impassive, framed against the immense backdrop of peaks and sky. His silence felt heavier here. On the spine of the mountain he clearly held sacred. Emma set up the tripod, her fingers clumsy with cold as she attached the transit. Leveling the instrument took time, the wind buffeting it, the ground uneven. As she worked, she was acutely aware of Coda's gaze. Was he judging her, waiting for her to fail, or simply observing the inevitable intrusion? She sighted first towards a distant, snow-capped peak, marking its elevation. Then she swung the telescope lower, focusing on the ridge itself, tracing its contours, preparing to establish points for her traverse line. The magnified view through the lens revealed intricate details, the complex folding of ancient rock strata, the tenacious grip of tiny alpine flowers in sheltered crevices, the stark, raw beauty of the high wilderness. But as she swept the telescope along the ridgeline a few hundred yards ahead, something caught her eye. Something out of place. Not natural rock formations, low, tumbled shapes, partially obscured by hardy, low-growing shrubs. Curious, she adjusted the focus, peering intently. They looked like stones deliberately placed. Low walls, perhaps, collapsed, almost overgrown, blending into the landscape, easily missed by a casual glance. But through the powerful lens, the unnatural regularity of some lines, the suggestion of structure, was undeniable. An old ruin? "Coda," she said, keeping her eye to the telescope. "Look ahead, along the ridge. Do you see those low stone formations?" Coda didn't need the telescope. His gaze sharpened instantly, fixed on the spot she indicated. A stillness came over him, a profound shift in his energy that Emma felt even from a distance. He urged his pony forward slowly, Silas and Emma following, leading their horses, abandoning the survey for the moment. As they drew closer, the nature of the sight became clearer. It was indeed the remnants of old stone structures, low-walled enclosures built against the sheltering curve of the ridge, positioned to catch the sun and block the prevailing wind. Crude, ancient, weathered by centuries of wind and snow, but undeniably man-made. An old settlement? A hunting camp. But there was something else. Near the tumbled walls, half buried in the thin, rocky soil, were other stones, smaller, upright, placed irregularly. Some had fallen, others leaned precariously. They weren't natural rockfalls. They were markers, grave markers, uncarved, weathered smooth by time and elements. But their deliberate placement was unmistakable. Perhaps a dozen or more, scattered amongst the ruins. A profound silence fell over the small group. Even Silas seemed subdued, sensing the weight of the discovery. The wind sighed around the ancient stones, a low, mournful sound. This place felt steeped in memory, sorrow. Emma looked at Coda. His face was a mask carved from granite, but his eyes held a universe of pain, a deep, visceral connection to this desolate spot. He slid silently from his pony and walked slowly among the ruins, his moccasined feet making no sound on the rocky ground. He stopped before one of the leaning grave markers, kneeling beside it, touching the cold stone gently with his fingertips. His head bowed. Emma felt like an intruder, witnessing a private grief that spanned generations. This wasn't just an old ruin, it was a place of ancestors, a place Coda knew. After a long moment, Coda rose, turning towards them. His voice, when he spoke, was low, heavy, freighted with the weight of history. This was Sky Camp, he said, his gaze sweeping the ruins. A summer place for my mother's people. Long ago, before the long knives came, before the lines were drawn. His mother's people. Emma's breath caught. This place was directly connected to him, to his lineage. He gestured towards the tumbled walls. They came here for generations, hunted the bighorn, gathered herbs, watched the stars. His hand moved towards the scattered grave markers. The old ones rest here, near the sky. He walked a few paces away, towards the edge of the ridge, where the ground dropped away sharply. He stopped beside a single, thicker post of weathered wood, barely visible amongst the rocks, driven deep into the ground. It was scarred, broken near the top, leaning precariously. Carved into it, faint but still discernible, were symbols Emma didn't recognize, different from the ones on the marker she'd seen days earlier, but clearly a boundary mark of some kind. This marked the edge of their hunting ground, Coda said, his voice tight with suppressed emotion. An old line, respected by neighboring bands. Understood. He touched the broken top of the post. Then others came. Men with paper maps. Men who did not understand, or did not care. He knelt, pointing to the ground near the base of the broken marker. Partially hidden by rocks and wind-blown soil were more stones. Not grave markers this time, but smaller, scattered cairns. Disturbed, some overturned. And among them, something else. Emma drew closer, peering down. Bones. Small fragments, bleached white by the sun and time. Unmistakably animal. Or human. There was a dispute, Coda said, his voice hardening, losing its earlier softness, replaced by a cold, quiet anger. Over the lines. Over the land Calder's grandfather wanted for his first herds. He didn't elaborate. He didn't need to. The scattered bones, the broken marker, the desolate graves spoke their own silent, violent story. A story of conflict, of displacement, of death over lines drawn on paper. Lines that disregarded the ones already etched in stone and memory. Stolen ground, paid for in blood. The weight of it settled on Emma, heavy and suffocating. Her father's legacy, her government contract, her precise measurements. They felt obscene here. amidst the evidence of past atrocities committed in the name of ownership and expansion. The lines she drew weren't bringing order. They were legitimizing theft, paving over bones with the cold geometry of conquest. She looked at her transit, still standing on its tripod back at the saddle, its brass gleaming mockingly in the clear mountain air. How could she continue? How could she measure this ridge, divide this land, knowing the history buried beneath her feet, knowing that Coda's ancestors rested here, victims of the very process she represented? Silas cleared his throat uncomfortably. Old trouble, he muttered, shifting his weight. Best left buried. Stirring it up won't help nobody. His pragmatism felt jarring, obscene, against the palpable grief and history clinging to this place. Coda ignored him, his gaze fixed on the broken marker, on the valley stretching out below, territory now claimed by Calder's vast ranch. His eyes were bleak, reflecting the long, painful memory of his people. Emma felt torn. Her contract demanded she continue. Her sense of duty, her need to finish what her father started, urged her onward. But her conscience screamed. Standing here on this violated ground, feeling the weight of Coda's silent grief, the surveyor's cold precision felt like a betrayal. A betrayal of Coda, who had saved them, guided them, shared his knowledge and medicine. A betrayal of the land itself. A betrayal, perhaps, of her own emerging sense of morality. She walked slowly back towards her instrument, the ground seeming to resist her steps. She reached out, touching the cold brass of the telescope. It felt alien, intrusive. Could she lift it to her eye again? Could she reduce this place, Sky Camp, this repository of memory and sorrow, to mere angles and elevations, lines on a map? As she stood there, paralyzed by indecision, Coda suddenly stiffened, his head snapping up, his gaze fixed on a higher point along the ridge, several hundred yards away. He moved instantly, dropping into a low crouch, pulling Emma down with him behind a cluster of boulders. "What is it?" Silas hissed, scrambling for cover, rifle raised. "Watch her," Coda breathed, pointing subtly. High point, caught the sun, metal. Emma strained her eyes, following his indication. For a fleeting second, she saw it too. A tiny glint of reflected light, high up on a rocky outcrop overlooking their position. A rifle barrel. A spyglass. Someone was watching them. Had they been watching all along? Had they seen their discovery? Seen Coda kneeling by the graves? The watcher wasn't one of their unseen tormentors from the canyon. This felt different, colder, more patient, more calculating. Perhaps the lone rider whose tracks Coda had found. Or someone else entirely. The sense of violation deepened. Not only were they standing on stolen ground amidst the ghosts of past violence, but they were being observed, their every move potentially noted by hostile eyes. The weight of the past merged seamlessly with the threat of the present. Coda drew his knife. His eyes narrowed, scanning the surrounding peaks. Silas chambered around in his rifle, his face grim. The fragile peace of the sanctuary, the brief intimacy of shared confessions, evaporated, replaced by the stark reality of their perilous situation. Emma remained crouched behind the boulder, her heart pounding. The decision she had been grappling with whether to continue her survey suddenly seemed secondary to the immediate need for survival. Yet the weight remained. The weight of the stolen ground beneath her feet, the weight of the watching eyes above, the weight of the impossible choices that lay ahead. Broken Horn. Ridge wasn't just a line on a map. It was a battleground, past and present. And she was standing squarely in the crossfire, the heavy burden of history settling onto her shoulders like the thin, cold mountain air. Chapter 12. Crossroads of Doubt. The glint of metal from the high outcrop vanished as quickly as it had appeared, leaving only the impassive granite face staring back at them. But the watcher's presence remained, a palpable weight added to the already heavy atmosphere of Sky Camp. They were observed, Their discovery of the ancient settlement and its desecrated graves potentially witnessed. By whom? Calder's men checking the boundaries of their disputed claim. The stone dogs guarding the approaches to their sacred grounds further north. Or the lone rider, the shadow whose motives remained utterly unknown. The uncertainty gnawed at Emma, tightening the knot of fear in her stomach. They remained frozen behind the sheltering boulders for long minutes, scanning the surrounding peaks, straining their ears for any sound beyond the ceaseless sigh of the wind. Coda's stillness was absolute, his senses stretched taut, reading the subtle shifts in light and shadow, listening for the faintest unnatural noise. Silas nervously adjusted his rifle sight, muttering curses under his breath. Emma felt trapped, pinned down not just by the unseen watcher, but by the crushing weight of the place itself. The sorrowful legacy of Sky Camp, the visible evidence of violence tied directly to the kind of boundary making her work represented. See anything more? Silas finally whispered, his voice raspy. Coda slowly shook his head. Gone. Or hidden well? He continued to scan the heights. But they know we are here. They know we found this place. The implication was chilling. Finding Sky Camp wasn't just a discovery. It might have been a transgression in the eyes of whoever watched them. It stirred up old ghosts, old grievances. Their presence here, especially Emma with her surveying equipment, could easily be misinterpreted as a threat, a prelude to further encroachment or disturbance. What do we do? Emma asked, her voice barely audible. We can't stay here. Coda considered their options, his gaze sweeping from the high peaks back towards the tumbled ruins and leaning grave markers. Moving now while they watch is dangerous, he said quietly. They hold the high ground. But staying here after dark, also dangerous. This place, he hesitated, searching for the right word. It is uneasy after sundown. He looked towards the west, where the sun was already beginning its slow descent. We have maybe 2 hours of good light left, enough time to get off this ridge, Silas pressed, clearly unnerved by the combination of the watcher and the burial ground. Head down. Coda shook his head again. Going back down means crossing open slopes visible for miles. And the canyon. We do not know who waits there now. He looked towards the northwest, along the spine of Broken Horn, towards the higher, more formidable peaks. Our best chance is to continue along the ridge. Use the terrain for cover. Find another shelter before dark. Put distance between us and this place. And whoever watches, continue along the ridge, deeper into the heart of Broken Horn. Emma's stomach tightened further. That meant continuing the survey route. It meant pushing forward into the very territory that felt increasingly forbidden, contested, haunted. Yet Coda's logic was grimly sound. Retreat seemed just as perilous, if not more so. They were caught, forced onward by circumstance and the unseen threat above. The decision made, they moved with quiet urgency, leaving the desolate ruins of Sky Camp behind them like a bad dream. Emma didn't retrieve her transit. The thought of setting it up again, taking measurements under the watcher's gaze, felt impossible, reckless. For now, surveying was abandoned, replaced by the single imperative of survival. She led Zephyr, keeping low, moving quickly from boulder to boulder, using the natural contours of the ridge for concealment as much as possible. Silas did the same, his rifle held ready, his eyes constantly scanning the heights. Coda moved ahead, not following the highest crest of the ridge, but traversing slightly below it on the eastern slope, using rock formations and stunted, wind-battered trees as intermittent cover. He moved with incredible stealth and speed, reading the terrain, anticipating sight lines, choosing a path designed to minimize their visibility from the high point where the watcher had been spotted. Despite the urgency, Emma couldn't shake the image of Sky Camp, the leaning stones, the scattered bones, Coda kneeling by his ancestors' graves. The weight of stolen ground felt physically present, clinging to her like the cold mountain air. Every step forward along the ridge felt like a further trespass, a deeper entanglement in the violent history she was only beginning to comprehend. Her earlier confession to Coda, her doubts about her father's legacy and her own motivations, returned with force. Why was she here? Was finishing her father's map worth navigating this labyrinth of danger, grief, and moral compromise? Was the cold precision of her lines more important than the lives disrupted, the sacred ground violated, the blood potentially spilled? The crossroads of doubt Coda had spoken of felt starkly real now, stretching before her on this wind-swept ridge. One path led forward, fulfilling her contract, upholding her father's belief in lines and order. But at what cost? The other path. What was the other path? Turning back seemed impossible, cowardly, perhaps even suicidal. But was there another way? A way to honor the contract without dishonoring the land and its history. A way to use her skills, not just to divide, but perhaps to understand, even to protect. The thought was tentative, uncertain, overshadowed by the immediate threats surrounding them. They moved in silence for nearly an hour, the tension a palpable thing. The watcher remained unseen, but the feeling of being observed persisted. A cold prickle on the back of Emma's neck. The terrain became rougher, the ridge narrowing in places to a knife-edge spine with dizzying drops on either side, forcing them to dismount and lead the horses carefully. As they negotiated a particularly narrow section, Coda suddenly froze, holding up a hand. He pointed downwards, towards the western slope, which fell away steeply into a deep, shadowed valley, the valley controlled by Calder's ranch. Movement. Far below, near the valley floor, tiny figures emerged from a stand of aspen near a winding creek. Horsemen. At least half a dozen, fanning out, beginning to ride slowly up the lower slopes of the ridge, scanning the heights. Calder's men. They're searching, Coda breathed, pulling them quickly back behind a jagged outcrop of rock. They know someone is up here. Had the watcher signaled them?
Or was this a coordinated search prompted by their evasion in the canyon? Perhaps by the stone dog's passage, or by something else entirely. It didn't matter. They were being squeezed, potentially trapped between the watcher above and Calder's men advancing from below. Can they reach us? Emma whispered, her throat dry. Coda scanned the western slope. The way is steep, difficult for horses down there.
They will be slow. He looked ahead along the ridge. But they will try to cut us off if we stay on the main crest. He pointed towards a series of lesser peaks and saddles branching off the main ridge to the northeast, towards the territory the stone dogs patrolled, towards the area Coda had indicated held their sacred grounds. We must leave the main ridge, head into the broken country. It offers more cover, more ways to hide. Leave the main ridge, abandon the survey route completely. Emma didn't hesitate this time. Her transit, her lines, her contract seemed utterly irrelevant now. Lead the way, she said, her voice tight. Veering off the main spine of Broken Horn felt like stepping off the map entirely, into truly uncharted territory. Coda led them northeastward, plunging into a chaotic maze of smaller ridges, steep gullies, and dense patches of timber clinging to precipitous slopes. The going was incredibly difficult, forcing them to backtrack, dismount frequently, and sometimes physically haul the horses over obstacles. The light began to fail rapidly, the sun dipping behind the highest peaks, plunging the broken country into deep shadow. Panic began to set in again. Darkness was falling. They were lost in a hostile wilderness, pursued from below, watched from above. But Coda pushed onward relentlessly, his determination unwavering. He seemed to draw strength from the wildness, his senses sharpened by the deepening twilight, navigating by an internal compass Emma couldn't fathom. Just when Emma felt her strength utterly give out, convinced they would be forced to spend the night exposed on a treacherous slope, Coda led them into another hidden refuge. This one was different from the basin, a narrow, winding ravine, almost a crack in the mountainside, its entrance choked with dense thicket and fallen rock, easily missed. Inside, the ravine widened slightly, offering a level, sheltered space, perhaps 50 feet long, screened from view above and below. A thin trickle of water seeped down one wall. It was cramped, gloomy, but defensible. "We stay here tonight," Coda announced, his voice rough with fatigue. "No fire. Too much risk of smoke being seen." He began unsaddling his pony, his movements efficient despite obvious exhaustion. The prospect of another cold, fireless night, huddled in damp clothes, was bleak, but infinitely preferable to being caught in the open. They unsaddled the weary horses, tethering them close, letting them drink sparingly from the seep. They ate the last dregs of their rations, a few handfuls of dried berries Coda produced from his pouch, tough and slightly bitter, but better than nothing. Silence fell, thick and heavy, punctuated only by the horses' soft sounds and the drip of water. Darkness filled the narrow ravine like black ink. Emma huddled against the cold rock wall, pulling the inadequate shawl around her shoulders, Coda's tarp having been needed to help shelter the horses. She could barely see Silas, a dark shape slumped against the opposite wall, or Coda, who had positioned himself near the choked entrance, an unmoving sentinel. The doubts that had plagued her on the ridge returned, amplified by the darkness and the gnawing uncertainty of their situation. They were off the map, off the contract route, fugitives in a land that seemed determined to reject them. Her purpose, once so clear, felt hopelessly lost. Had she made a terrible mistake coming here? Had her father? Was this pursuit of lines on paper worth the lives endangered, the ancient wrongs perpetuated, the sheer terror of being hunted? She thought of Coda, his quiet strength, his connection to the land they were trespassing upon, his grief at Sky Camp. He was guiding them, protecting them, despite the fact that her very presence represented a threat to his world. Why? Was it duty, compassion, or something else? Some deeper strategy she couldn't comprehend. The silence stretched, becoming almost unbearable. Emma felt an overwhelming need to understand, to bridge the chasm of silence and suspicion that still existed, despite their shared ordeal. Coda, she whispered into the darkness, her voice trembling slightly. Why are you helping us? Me. The dark shape near the entrance didn't move for a long moment. Emma wondered if he had heard her, or if he would simply ignore the question. Then his voice came, low and quiet, barely more than a breath of sound in the confined space. My grandmother, he began, the reference to the healer surprising her again, taught me that even the hawk and the rabbit sometimes shelter from the same storm under the same rock. A pause. The storm is here, Miss Collins. Calder, the railroad men, the lines from Washington. It threatens us all in different ways. But my lines, Emma whispered back, they are part of the storm, aren't they? They threaten your people most of all. Another long silence. Then lines can be weapons, he conceded, his voice heavy. But knowledge can also be a shield. You see the land with eyes that measure. Perhaps you can be made to see more. The connections. What is truly at stake. He shifted slightly, turning his head towards her, though she could barely make out his silhouette. Perhaps knowing the true map, the one written on the land, not just on paper, will change the lines you draw. His words struck her with the force of revelation. He wasn't just guiding her physically. He was trying to guide her understanding, to show her the deeper truths her instruments couldn't measure. He was gambling that knowledge, that seeing the consequences etched onto the land at places like Sky Camp might temper the cold precision of her work, might make her an unwilling ally, or at least a less destructive force. It was a desperate strategy born of the impossible situation his people faced, caught between encroaching forces they couldn't fight head-on. Can they? She asked, the question heartfelt. Can the lines be changed? The ink is not yet dry, he replied softly. Decisions are made far away, but reports are written here. Measurements are taken here. What a surveyor sees, or does not see, can carry weight. He paused again, the silence laden with unspoken meaning. If they have the courage to see, the courage to see. The phrase resonated deep within her. Did she have that courage? The courage to look beyond the numbers, beyond the contract, beyond her father's ghost. The courage to acknowledge the weight of stolen ground, the validity of boundaries drawn in spirit and memory. The courage to potentially defy the expectations, the orders of those who employed her. The crossroads of doubt loomed starkly before her in the darkness of the ravine. Coda had offered not an easy answer, but a challenge. A challenge to her integrity, her purpose, her perception of the world. He was offering a different kind of map, one infinitely more complex and dangerous than the ones she carried, but perhaps infinitely more true. As she sat there in the cold darkness, the weight of the stolen ground beneath her felt less like a burden and more like a responsibility. The path ahead remained shrouded in danger and uncertainty. But for the first time, Emma felt a flicker of a different kind of purpose ignite within her, not just to draw lines, but perhaps somehow to understand them. The cost Jedediah had warned of might be higher than she ever imagined, but perhaps the reward, finding her own map, as Coda had put it, might be worth the price. The doubt remained, a heavy stone in her heart, but it was no longer paralyzing. It was transforming into a question that demanded an answer she could only find by moving forward, one uncertain step at a time. Chapter 13, A Promise Written on the Wind. The ravine offered a night of cold, cramped misery, but also relative safety. No watchers disturbed their refuge. No rocks clattered down the slopes. No echoing cries haunted the darkness. Only the persistent drip of water, the soft shuffling of the horses, and the immense pressing silence of the high mountains surrounded them. Sleep was intermittent, broken by the chill, the hard ground, and the gnawing anxiety about what the dawn would bring. Emma found her thoughts circling back constantly to Coda's words. His challenge, perhaps knowing the true map, will change the lines you draw. The weight of that possibility, the potential shift in her purpose, felt enormous, terrifying, yet strangely liberating. Dawn filtered slowly into the narrow cleft, revealing their grim surroundings, damp rock walls, the meager patch of muddy ground, the exhausted horses. The air was frigid, carrying the promise of frost. Coda was already alert, having taken the last watch, his silhouette motionless near the choked entrance. Silas stirred, groaning as he sat up, rubbing warmth back into his stiff limbs, his expression bleak. Hunger gnawed at Emma's stomach. Their rations were completely gone. "We move as soon as there is light enough to see the trail," Coda announced quietly, his voice raspy with fatigue. "We need to find water the horses can reach properly, and game if we're lucky, and put more distance between us and the ridge before Calder's men pick up our trail." There was no question of returning to the main ridge now, not with Calder's men potentially searching the lower slopes and the unseen watcher perhaps still lurking on the heights. Their path lay northeast, deeper into the broken country Coda seemed to know intimately, territory belonging spiritually, if not legally, to the Stone Dogs or other bands. It felt like plunging deeper into the heart of the conflict, further away from the mapped, sanctioned world. Emerging from the ravine was like stepping into another world again. The sun was just cresting the eastern horizon, flooding the high peaks with brilliant, blinding light. The sky was a vast, aching blue, cloudless for now. Below them, valleys remained submerged in shadow, seas of purple and gray. The air was so clear, so thin, it felt sharp in the lungs. The beauty was stark, immense, indifferent. Coda led them on a winding course, traversing steep slopes, dipping into hidden basins, following game trails so faint Emma couldn't have discerned them on her own. He moved with a quiet urgency, pausing frequently to scan their back trail, to listen intently, to read the subtle signs of the land. He seemed to be navigating not just the physical terrain, but the invisible currents of danger surrounding them. Mid-morning, he led them down into a small, sheltered valley blessed with a stand of quaking aspen, their leaves shimmering gold in the sunlight, and a clear, bubbling stream. The relief of finding accessible water and grazing for the horses was immense. While the animals drank deeply and tore eagerly at the sparse grasses, Coda disappeared silently into the aspen grove with the old hunting rifle Silas rarely used, preferring his more modern repeater. Silas watched him go with grudging respect. Coda's skills as a guide were undeniable, even if his motives remained suspect in Silas's eyes. Emma knelt by the stream, splashing the icy water on her face, scrubbing away the grime of the past few days. The cold shock felt good, clarifying. She refilled her canteen, watching the sunlight dapple through the golden leaves, listening to the peaceful murmur of the water. It felt like a haven, a temporary respite from the tension and fear. But the peace was fragile. The memory of Sky Camp, the Watcher, Calder's men. They were shadows lingering at the edge of the golden light. Coda returned perhaps an hour later, as silently as he had left. Slung over his shoulder was a young deer, procured with a single clean shot from Silas's old rifle. Relief surged through Emma food. Real food. Silas nodded his approval, hunger momentarily outweighing his usual suspicion. They made camp near the stream, hidden within the aspen grove. Coda insisted on a small, carefully shielded fire, built in a shallow pit and fed with dry wood that produced minimal smoke. While he expertly butchered the deer, using almost every part with economical skill, Silas took up a sentry position on the edge of the grove, scanning the approaches. Emma gathered firewood, her earlier exhaustion replaced by a nervous energy, a sense of purpose returning, albeit altered. The smell of roasting venison soon filled the small clearing, intoxicating after days of cold rations and gnawing hunger. Coda skewered strips of meat on green sticks, roasting them over the low flames. He worked with quiet concentration, his movements precise, almost ritualistic. Emma watched him, fascinated by his self-sufficiency, his deep connection to the rhythms of survival. He seemed entirely grounded here, in his element, far removed from the world of maps and contracts. When the meat was cooked, smoky and sizzling, Coda offered the first pieces to Emma and Silas. Eating the hot, savory venison felt like a sacrament, restoring strength, warming body and spirit. It was the most delicious meal Emma had ever tasted. Even Silas seemed to relax slightly, leaning back against a tree trunk, savoring the food. The shared meal, the warmth of the small fire, the relative security of the hidden grove created a space for reflection, a pause in their flight. Emma found herself thinking again about Coda's challenge, about the possibility of seeing the true map. Coda, she began hesitantly after the edge of their hunger was blunted. Sky Camp, the broken marker, Calder's grandfather. Was that common? Disputes like that turning violent? Coda chewed slowly, staring into the fire before answering. Common enough, he said, his voice low and flat. When gold was found, when grazing land was needed, when the railroad planned its path, lines were drawn on paper, promises were made, treaties signed. He looked up, his eyes holding a deep, weary bitterness. But paper burns easily. Promises are forgotten when profit calls. Treaties were often just pauses between thefts. He poked the fire with a stick, sending sparks upwards. They called it progress. Manifest destiny, bringing civilization to the wilderness. He gave a short, harsh laugh, devoid of humor. Civilization often arrived with rifles and whiskey, bringing sickness, starvation, and fences. Fences that cut off the herds from winter grounds. Fences that divided families. Fences built across sacred land. His words painted a stark, brutal picture, far removed from the heroic narratives of westward expansion Emma had grown up with. She felt a wave of shame, realizing the depth of her own ignorance, the comfortable blindness she had lived in. My people tried to resist, Coda continued, his voice barely above a whisper now, heavy with generations of grief. Some fought back, died fighting for land that had been theirs longer than memory. Others tried to adapt, to live with the lines, the reservations. But the lines kept shrinking. The promises kept breaking. He fell silent, his gaze distant, lost in the painful labyrinth of his people's history. Is there nothing that can be done? Emma asked softly. The law, the government. Coda looked at her, a flicker of pity in his eyes. The government listens to men like Calder, he said. Men with money, with influence. Men who speak the language of property deeds and railroad shares. Our voices, they are whispers on the wind. He paused, holding her gaze. Unless unless someone with a voice they might listen to chooses to speak differently, chooses to see beyond the lines on their own maps. The implication was clear, hanging heavy in the quiet grove. He was placing a burden, a responsibility squarely on her shoulders. Could her survey report, her observations, her testimony make any difference against the entrenched power of men like Calder, against the relentless tide of expansion? It seemed impossibly naive. Yet, Coda believed it might. Or perhaps he simply had no other hope left. Emma looked down at her hands, feeling the weight of his unspoken plea. It was a terrifying responsibility. To speak out would mean betraying her contract, jeopardizing her future, possibly facing retribution from powerful men. To remain silent, to simply draw the lines as ordered, felt like complicity. A continuation of the injustice that had desecrated Sky Camp and countless other places like it. I don't know if I can, she whispered, the admission tasting like failure. I'm just one person. A woman. They won't listen to me. Perhaps, Coda conceded, or perhaps the truth, spoken clearly, carries its own power. Even a small stone can start an avalanche. He looked towards the stream, towards the shimmering golden leaves of the aspens. This land speaks, Miss Collins. It speaks of beauty, of resilience, but it also speaks of wounds, of injustice. He turned back to her, his eyes searching hers. Your maps can be weapons, or they can be testimony. The choice is yours. He rose then, signaling the end of the conversation, leaving her to grapple with the enormity of the choice he had laid before her. He began packing the remaining venison, preparing for their departure. The respite was over. As they prepared to leave the small haven of the aspen grove, Emma felt a subtle shift within herself. The fear was still present, the uncertainty gnawing, but mingled with it was a nascent resolve, fragile yet persistent. Coda hadn't offered her absolution or an easy path. He had offered her a choice, a chance to align her actions with a different kind of truth, a map written not in ink, but in empathy, in justice. She walked over to where her transit case lay beside her saddle. For a moment, she simply looked at it, a symbol of her profession, her father's legacy, her contract. Then deliberately, she unstrapped it. It felt heavy in her hands. Coda paused in his work, watching her. Silas looked up, surprised. Emma carried the case over to Coda. She hesitated, then held it out to him. I can't, she said, her voice quiet but clear. I can't use this. Not now. Not after Sky Camp. Not knowing what these lines might mean. Coda looked down at the offered case, then up at her face, his expression unreadable, searching. Silas stared, dumbfounded. Miss Collins, what are you doing? That's government property, your contract. My contract requires me to survey the ridge, Emma replied, meeting Silas's astonished gaze steadily. It doesn't require me to ignore the truth I find there, or the potential consequences. She looked back at Coda. I don't know what I will do, Coda. I don't know if my voice, my report can change anything. But I won't draw lines that pave over graves. I won't be a weapon. A long silence stretched, broken only by the murmur of the stream and the rustle of aspen leaves. Coda continued to look at her, a complex mix of emotions flickering in his deep eyes. Surprise, caution, perhaps a glimmer of respect, maybe even hope. He didn't take the transit case. Instead, he slowly reached out and placed his hand briefly over hers, where it rested on the brass instrument. His touch was light, fleeting, yet it sent an unexpected tremor through her. Keep it, he said softly, withdrawing his hand. Knowledge is not the weapon. How it is used, that is the choice. He held her gaze. Perhaps you will find a way to draw different lines. Lines that connect instead of divide. He turned away then, leaving her standing there, the heavy transit case in her hands, his words echoing in the quiet grove. Lines that connect. It was an idea so foreign to her training, so contrary to the purpose of her maps, yet it resonated with a surprising power. Silas was sputtering, aghast. But the contract. Calder, what will you report? Emma took a deep breath, feeling a strange sense of clarity amidst the turmoil. I will report what I see, Silas, she said, her voice stronger now. All of it. The rocks, the angles, and the graves. The boundaries marked by stone, and the boundaries marked by memory. She strapped the transit case back onto Zephyr's saddle, not as a tool to be used immediately, but as a responsibility to be carried, its purpose perhaps redefined. She didn't know what the future held. Calder's men might still be searching. The Watcher might still be waiting. The stone dogs might view her continued presence as a threat. The path ahead was fraught with peril, but the crushing weight of doubt had lifted slightly, replaced by the fragile architecture of a promise made not in words, but in the silent acknowledgement of shared humanity, in the dawning understanding of a deeper map. A promise whispered to the land itself, carried on the wind, sighing through the golden aspen leaves. A promise to try, at least, to see. Chapter 14, Between Two Worlds. Leaving the golden sanctuary of the aspen grove felt like crossing another threshold, leaving behind a moment of fragile clarity, and stepping back into the harsh, uncertain reality of their journey. The decision Emma had made, the refusal to survey, the tentative promise to bear witness, rather than simply measure, hung in the air, altering the dynamic between the three travelers. Silas rode in stony silence, his disapproval a palpable force. He clearly thought her decision foolish, reckless, a betrayal of her duty and a danger to them all. He didn't understand the moral weight that pressed upon her, the significance of Sky Camp, the echo of Coda's challenge. For Silas, the world was starkly defined. Contracts were contracts, dangers were dangers, and survival was paramount. Emma's sudden crisis of conscience was an unwelcome, potentially fatal complication. Coda, however, seemed subtly changed. The deep reserve was still present, the watchful vigilance undiminished, but there was a new quality to his interactions with Emma, a quiet respect in his gaze, an almost imperceptible easing of the tension that had always existed between them. He hadn't pressured her, hadn't demanded anything beyond asking her to see. Her response, her willingness to question her own purpose, seemed to have forged a new, tentative bridge across the chasm separating their worlds. He still led them with unerring skill through the broken country, but now occasionally he would pause, pointing out not just potential dangers, but things of subtle significance. A particular rock formation used by hunters as a landmark, a patch of resilient herbs known for healing properties, the faint trace of an ancient pilgrimage trail leading towards the higher peaks. He was, in his quiet way, beginning to show her the true map, the one written in story, tradition, and intimate knowledge of the land. Their path continued northeastward, angling away from the main spine of Broken Horn, but staying high, navigating a complex labyrinth of rocky ridges, hidden valleys, and dense stands of timber. It was grueling terrain, demanding constant attention, testing the endurance of both humans and horses. They saw no direct sign of pursuit, no riders, no fresh tracks other than their own, and those of wild game. But the feeling of being watched, though less immediate than on the ridge, never entirely disappeared. It lingered at the edge of perception, a cold awareness that kept them constantly vigilant. The Watcher from Sky Camp remained an unseen, unnerving presence in their minds. The venison Coda had procured sustained them, giving them strength, but their other supplies were non-existent. Hunger remained a constant companion, sharpening their senses, fraying their nerves. They supplemented the meat with edible roots, Coda dug, and berries he identified as safe, but it was meager fare. The journey became a stripped-down exercise in survival, measured in miles, covered, water sources found, safe shelters secured before nightfall. Emma found herself observing Coda with new eyes, seeing beyond the stoic guide to the man deeply connected to this wounded land. She saw the way he moved through the wilderness, not as an adversary to be conquered, but as a familiar, respected entity, reading its moods, respecting its power. She saw the quiet grief that shadowed his eyes when they passed places that likely held significance for his people. A stand of ancient pines, scarred perhaps by ceremonial markings. A cave mouth bearing faint traces of smoke from long dead fires. He didn't speak of these things directly, but Emma, learning to read his silences as much as his words, began to sense the layers of history and meaning embedded in the landscape. Her own role shifted. Without the immediate task of surveying, she focused on supporting the journey, tending the horses with meticulous care, helping gather firewood, rationing the food, keeping her own fears in check to avoid alarming Silas further. She also began, tentatively, to ask Coda more questions, not about routes or dangers, but about the land itself, the plants, the animals, the stories whispered on the wind. Sometimes he answered directly, sharing snippets of knowledge about tracking, about weather signs, about the properties of certain plants. Other times, his answers were more oblique, veiled in metaphor or allegory, challenging her to understand on a deeper level. He spoke of the interconnectedness of things, the spirit residing in rocks and rivers, the importance of balance, the dangers of taking too much or disrespecting the natural order. It was a worldview profoundly different from the one she had inherited. One based on relationship rather than ownership, on listening rather than imposing. During a rest stop beside a clear, ice-cold stream cascading down a rocky slope, Emma watched Coda examining a cluster of delicate blue wildflowers growing in a patch of moss. He touched a petal gently, his usual stern expression softened by a look of quiet reverence. "My grandmother called these star tears," he said softly, noticing her watching him. "She said they bloomed where the star people wept for the sorrows of the earth." He looked up at Emma. "She believed everything has a story, Miss Collins. Even the smallest flower. You just have to learn how to listen." Emma knelt beside him, looking closely at the tiny, perfect blooms. Star tears. The name was poetic, evocative, imbuing the simple flower with a sense of cosmic connection. A stark contrast to the dry Latin classifications her father might have used. Learning to listen. It seemed the key to understanding Coda's world, the world her maps ignored. Silas, meanwhile, grew increasingly restless, his distrust simmering just below the surface. He couldn't comprehend Emma's decision, interpreting it as weakness, perhaps even a dangerous sympathy towards Coda. He saw Coda's guidance now not as help, but as manipulation, leading them further into unknown, potentially hostile territory for reasons of his own. "Where exactly has he taken us?" Silas demanded one evening, as they huddled in another cold, fireless shelter, a shallow cave smelling of damp earth and bat guano. His voice was low, meant for Emma alone, while Coda checked the horses tethered outside. "We're miles off the survey route, heading straight into Indian territory, looks like. How do we know he ain't leading us into a trap? Maybe he works for them stone dogs. Maybe he's the reason we're being watched." "He's keeping us alive, Silas," Emma countered quietly but firmly. "He got us away from Calder's men, away from whoever was in the canyon. He knows this land better than anyone. We have to trust him." "Trust him?" Silas scoffed, shaking his head. "He's leading us further away from any help, further away from where we're supposed to be. And you talking about not doing the survey. That's crazy talk, Miss Collins. What happens when we do get out of this? What report will you file? You'll lose everything. Maybe worse if Calder figures you crossed him." His pragmatic fears were valid, Emma knew. The consequences of her decision, if they ever made it back to civilization, could be severe. Loss of contract, professional ruin, perhaps even legal trouble or direct retribution from powerful interests like Calder. Yet the thought of resuming the survey, of imposing those lines after what she had seen and learned, felt morally impossible. She was caught irrevocably between two worlds, the world of contracts, laws, and government lines, represented by Silas's fears, and the world of ancestral memory, sacred ground, and Coda's quiet wisdom. "I'll face those consequences when we get back, Silas," she said, her voice more resolute than she felt. "Right now, staying alive is all that matters. And Coda is our best chance." Silas lapsed into sullen silence, unconvinced, his suspicion a tangible barrier between them. The fragile unity forged in shared danger was fraying, replaced by the old fault lines of distrust and differing worldviews. Their journey continued for 2 more arduous days, pushing deeper into the wild heart of the mountains. The landscape grew increasingly dramatic, towering granite peaks, sheer-walled cirques carved by ancient glaciers, forests of pine and fir clinging to impossible slopes. It was country few white men had likely ever penetrated, beautiful and terrifying in its raw, untamed power. They saw occasional signs of recent passage faint tracks Coda identified as belonging to stone dog hunting parties, a carefully constructed lean-to offering temporary shelter, a tree marked with symbols that Coda studied intently before moving on. He seemed to be navigating not just the physical terrain, but also the invisible boundaries and protocols of the tribes who considered this region their own. He was careful to avoid certain areas, to leave no trace where possible, showing a respect that Emma realized was also a form of diplomacy, a way of signaling their peaceful passage, or at least their non-threatening intent. On the 3rd day after leaving the aspen grove, as they traversed a high, wind-swept pass connecting 2 hidden valleys, Coda suddenly signaled a halt. He slid from his pony, crouching low, peering intently at something on the ground ahead. Emma and Silas dismounted, approaching cautiously. On a patch of bare earth, sheltered by an overhang, someone had drawn symbols in the dust. Not ancient carvings, but fresh markings. A circle bisected by a jagged line similar to the symbol Emma had seen on the crude wooden marker days ago. Beside it, an arrow pointing roughly west, back towards the main ridge they had abandoned. And beneath that, a single eagle feather, weighted down by a small, smooth stone. Coda studied the markings for a long moment, his face unreadable. Silas looked bewildered. What is it? What's it mean? A message, Coda said quietly, his eyes scanning the surrounding terrain. Left for us to find. From who? Emma breathed. The stone dogs. The watcher. Coda touched the eagle feather gently. The eagle flies high, he murmured, almost to himself. Sees far. He looked at the arrow pointing west. They want us to go back towards the main ridge. He straightened up, his expression grim. It could be a warning, or it could be a trap, guiding us towards Calder, or towards an ambush of their own. The crudely drawn symbols felt like a direct communication across the void, a deliberate move by their unseen observers. But the meaning remained dangerously ambiguous. Were they being warned away from the tribal territories they were entering, or lured back towards the conflict simmering along the main ridge? So, what do we do? Silas demanded, his hand tightening on his rifle. Go back, or keep going this way. Coda looked from the symbols on the ground to the path ahead, leading deeper into the tribal lands, then back towards the west, towards the survey route, towards Calder. He was at a crossroads, too, caught between his duty to guide Emma and perhaps influence her, his need to protect them from immediate danger, and his loyalty to his own people and their threatened territory. He knelt again, carefully erasing the symbols in the dust with his hand, leaving only the feather and the stone. He picked up the feather, tucking it carefully into his pouch. An eagle feather carried deep significance. He had told Emma earlier, a symbol of strength, vision, connection to the Creator. Accepting it was accepting the message, whatever its intent. Erasing the symbols was perhaps a way of acknowledging receipt without committing to obedience. He stood up, his decision made. We do not go back, he said firmly. Going back walks into Calder's reach or into whatever trap lies waiting. He gestured towards the northeast. We continue this way, but we move carefully. We are watched, and we are expected. The word sent a chill down Emma's spine. The message wasn't just a warning or a lure, it was an acknowledgement. Their presence was known, anticipated. They were no longer just lost travelers or intruders. They were players in a dangerous game whose rules they didn't fully understand. As they mounted up and continued their journey, leaving the cryptic message behind, Emma felt the space between the 2 worlds she inhabited stretch taut, almost to the breaking point. Silas's world demanded retreat, adherence to the contract, avoidance of tribal entanglements. Coda's world pulled her forward, deeper into the mountains, deeper into the complexities of history, spirit, and survival, demanding courage, awareness, and a willingness to see beyond the lines. Cher rode onward, balanced precariously on the edge, knowing that the path ahead led not just through physical danger, but through a landscape where every choice carried the weight of consequence, where the echoes of the past shaped the perils of the present, and where her own map was being redrawn with every step. Chapter 15. Shadows of the past rise. The eagle feather tucked into Coda's pouch felt like an unseen weight added to their journey. The cryptic message left in the dust served as a constant, unnerving reminder. They were known, watched, perhaps even manipulated. Continuing deeper into the broken country northeast of Broken Horn Ridge felt like stepping further into the heart of a mystery, moving through a landscape charged with unseen tensions and unspoken histories. Coda led them with a heightened sense of caution, his senses stretched even tauter than before, reading the faintest signs, a displaced stone, a nervous bird call, the quality of the silence for warnings or clues. Silas's unease festered into open resentment. He rode slumped in his saddle, his face a thundercloud, muttering darkly about being led on a fool's errand into hostile territory. He saw the message not as a warning, but as confirmation of Coda's duplicity, a sign that the guide was communicating with unseen forces, perhaps leading them towards a tribal ambush. His fear manifested as aggression, directed mostly towards Coda in sullen glares and distrustful silence, but occasionally spilling over towards Emma. "Still think following him is wise, Miss Collins?" he challenged her one evening, as they huddled in yet another cold, cheerless shelter, a narrow fissure in a rock face, barely large enough for the three of them and the horses crammed nervously behind. "He gets messages left in the dirt, talks to spirits, leads us God knows where. How long till we walk right into their cooking pots?" "He's keeping us alive, Silas," Emma repeated wearily, tired of his relentless negativity, though his fear resonated with her own deep-seated anxieties. "We saw Calder's men. Going back wasn't an option. This is the only way." "Only way to where?" Silas shot back. "He ain't said. Just leads us deeper into these cursed mountains. You put down your surveying tools. You take his word over mine. Seems to me you've chosen your side." His accusations stung, crude and unfair, yet it touched a raw nerve. Had she chosen a side? In abandoning the survey, in placing her trust in Coda, in beginning to see the land through his eyes, had she crossed a line? She felt caught, adrift between the world she knew, the world of contracts, logic, and governmental authority, and this older, wilder world Coda represented. A world of spirit, memory, and fierce, quiet resistance. She belonged fully to neither, a stranger in both. Coda, overhearing Silas's bitter words from his position near the fisher's entrance, didn't react directly, but later, as Emma sat shivering, staring into the oppressive darkness, he spoke quietly from the shadows. "He fears what he does not understand," Coda said, his voice low and even. "Fear breeds anger. It is the way of his people sometime." "And my people," Emma added softly, ashamed of the prejudice and ignorance Coda had likely faced his entire life. "Son," Coda conceded. "Not all." He paused. You chose a difficult path, Miss Collins, questioning the map you were given. It takes courage, but it puts you between worlds, belonging nowhere for a time." His words resonated deeply. Belonging nowhere. That was exactly how she felt. Untethered from her past, uncertain of her future, navigating a present fraught with danger and moral ambiguity. "Where are you leading us, Coda?" she asked, the question direct, born of exhaustion and the need for some anchor in the swirling uncertainty. "Where does this path end?" He was silent for a long moment. The only sound, the drip of water somewhere in the fissure, and the soft breathing of the horses. "It leads towards sanctuary," he said finally. "A hidden place, known to my mother's people. A place the lines on your maps have not yet reached. A place where perhaps we can learn who truly watches us and why. Sanctuary. The word itself offered a sliver of hope, but his mention of learning who watched them sent a fresh chill through her. He wasn't just seeking refuge. He was seeking answers, perhaps even confrontation. The next day's journey took them higher still, into truly alpine terrain. The air thinned noticeably, making breathing an effort. Trees became sparse, gnarled crumholts clinging low to the ground, eventually giving way entirely to vast expanses of rock, patches of late lingering snow, and hardy, low-growing tundra plants. The views were immense, staggering, revealing a wilderness far vaster and more complex than any map could convey. Broken Horn Ridge lay behind them now, a formidable barrier separating them from the world they had left. They moved slowly, conserving energy, the horses struggling on the rocky terrain. Coda seemed to draw strength from the desolate beauty, his movements sure, his gaze constantly scanning. Alert. Emma felt strangely energized too, despite the physical hardship. There was something raw and purifying about this high, silent world. A sense of being stripped down to essentials, far removed from the petty concerns and stifling expectations of civilization. Late in the afternoon, Coda led them towards a massive, sheer cliff face, seemingly impassable. But as they drew closer, Emma saw a narrow opening almost invisible from a distance, a dark slash in the granite. It was the entrance to a canyon, but unlike the echoing trap they had escaped before, this one felt different, narrower, deeper, its walls soaring vertically towards the strip of blue sky far above. "The Canyon of Whispering Falls," Coda said, his voice hushed with reverence as they approached the entrance. "A sacred place. Tread carefully. Show respect." Silas snorted dismissively, but followed Coda into the canyon's deep shadows without open complaint, cowed perhaps by the immense cathedral-like atmosphere of the place. Emma felt a sense of awe steal over her as they entered. The air inside was cool, damp, filled with the sound of rushing water. The canyon floor was surprisingly level, carpeted with lush green moss and ferns nourished by constant moisture. Water wept from the towering walls, cascading down in shimmering veils, feeding a clear, swift stream that ran through the canyon's heart. The light was dim, filtered, lending a mystical quality to the enclosed space. They followed the stream deeper into the canyon, the sound of the waterfalls growing louder, echoing strangely, not with menace this time, but with a soothing, musical quality. The canyon twisted and turned, revealing hidden grottos, small side canyons, choked with verdant growth, rock walls carved by water into fantastical shapes. It felt like a hidden world, untouched, sacred. After perhaps half a kneel, the canyon opened slightly into a wider basin. Here, the main stream plunged over a high ledge in a spectacular waterfall, crashing into a deep turquoise pool below, sending mist swirling into the air. Sunlight, striking the mist, created fleeting rainbows. Tucked beneath an overhang near the waterfall, almost hidden by the spray, was a structure not ruins this time, but a dwelling constructed partly of stone, partly of carefully fitted logs, blending seamlessly into the rock face. Smoke curled thinly from a smoke hole in the roof. Someone lived here. Coda dismounted, holding up a hand for them to wait. He approached the dwelling slowly, calling out a greeting in his own tongue, his voice respectful, carrying over the roar of the waterfall. After a moment, the door flap, made of hide, was pushed aside, and a figure emerged, stepping into the misty sunlight. It was a woman, old, her face a beautiful network of deep wrinkles, her long hair mostly white but streaked with black, neatly braided. She wore simple buckskin clothing adorned with intricate beadwork. Her eyes, dark and piercingly intelligent, surveyed Coda, then Emma and Silas, and the weary horses. She held herself with an innate dignity, an air of quiet authority. Coda spoke to her at length in their language, his tone deferential. Emma couldn't understand the words, but the rhythm was one of explanation, perhaps petition. The old woman listened intently, her expression unreadable, occasionally asking a sharp question, her gaze moving between the three travelers. She looked longest at Emma, a deep, searching look that seemed to penetrate beneath the surface, assessing not just her appearance, but her spirit. Emma felt strangely exposed under that wise, ancient gaze. Finally, the old woman nodded slowly. She spoke a few words to Coda, then turned and gestured towards the dwelling, an invitation. Coda turned back to Emma and Silas. "This is Chayton," he said, his voice hushed. "She is a keeper of this place, a wisdom keeper. She offers us shelter and counsel." Silas looked deeply suspicious, glancing nervously at the dwelling, then back towards the canyon entrance, at the sheer isolation of their location. The exhaustion and perhaps the undeniable aura of peace surrounding the old woman kept him silent. Emma felt a profound sense of relief, mixed with awe and trepidation. Sanctuary. Coda had led them to it. They dismounted, leading the horses towards a small, well-tended corral near the dwelling. Chayton watched them, her eyes missing nothing. As Emma passed her, the old woman reached out unexpectedly and touched Emma's arm lightly. Her hand was small, wrinkled, but surprisingly strong. She murmured something in her own language, her dark eyes holding Emma's. Emma didn't understand the words, but she felt the meaning, a question, a weighing, perhaps a cautious welcome. Emma could only meet her gaze honestly, hoping her own exhaustion, fear, and burgeoning resolve were visible. Chayton nodded again, a flicker of understanding in her eyes, before turning back towards her dwelling. The inside of the lodge was simple, yet strangely beautiful. Larger than it appeared from outside, the main room was circular, the walls lined with furs and woven mats. A central fire pit glowed warmly, filling the space with the scent of wood smoke and roasting herbs. Bunches of dried plants hung from the ceiling beams. Carved wooden bowls, pottery, and intricate beadwork were arranged neatly on shelves built into the rock wall. It felt ancient, peaceful, deeply connected to the surrounding canyon. Chayton gestured for them to sit on woven mats near the fire. She offered them water in carved wooden cups, then hot, fragrant tea brewed from herbs gathered nearby. It tasted different from Coda's brew, sweeter, calming. She moved with quiet grace, her presence filling the small space with a sense of profound stillness and wisdom. Coda spoke with her again in their tongue, explaining more fully, Emma suspected, the circumstances of their arrival, the dangers they faced, perhaps Emma's own conflicted role. Chayton listened patiently, her gaze often drifting towards Emma, as if Coda's words were merely confirming what she already sensed. When Coda finished, Chayton was silent for a long time, staring into the fire, her wrinkled face thoughtful. Then she looked directly at Emma, her dark eyes seeming to hold the accumulated wisdom of generations. She began to speak, her voice low and melodic, Coda translating softly. "She says the mountains are stirring," Coda translated. "The spirits are uneasy. Too many lines are being drawn by strangers. Too many promises broken. The balance is disturbed." Chayton gestured towards the world outside the canyon. "She says the man Calder is like a sickness, spreading greed, poisoning the land and the hearts of men. His shadow stretches long, fueled by gold hunger from the south." Chayton paused, taking a sip of her tea. Her gaze sharpened as she continued, her words translated by Coda. "She says others watch the mountains too. The railroad surveyors come again from the east, their iron horses hungry for passage, and the stone dogs patrol the north, guarding their sacred grounds, wary of all intruders after past betrayals." She looked piercingly at Emma again. "She knows of your work, the map-making. She says your lines are threads in a larger pattern, a pattern of conflict woven by many hands. She asks, which threads will you strengthen? The threads of division or the threads of connection?" It was the same challenge Coda had posed, echoed now by this ancient wisdom keeper. Emma felt stripped bare under Chayton's gaze, her own internal conflict laid open. I don't want to strengthen the division," Emma stammered, the words inadequate. I saw Skycamp. I saw the graves. I cannot ignore that. Chayton nodded slowly, a flicker of approval in her eyes. She spoke again, Coda translating. She says Skycamp carries a heavy sorrow, a wound on the mountain's heart, a shadow from the past that still walks. She leaned forward slightly. She says the watcher you saw, the glint of metal, that one carries the weight of that shadow. He is of the Skycamp people, a descendant. His name is Nasha. Nasha. The watcher had a name, a connection to the desecrated ground. Emma's blood ran cold. Was he seeking revenge? Justice? Was he the lone rider whose tracks Coda had found? He watches, Coda translated Chayton's words. He remembers the stories of the stolen ground, the broken promises, the blood spilled by Calder's grandfather. He sees your lines, mapmaker, as part of the same old story. He sees Coda guiding you and wonders if Coda, too, has forgotten the ancestors. The last part was directed at Coda, a subtle challenge. Coda met the old woman's gaze steadily. I have not forgotten, he said quietly in his own tongue, then switched back to English for Emma and Silas's benefit. I guide her because ignorance is a weapon, too. Perhaps seeing the truth will change the map. Chayton considered this, then nodded again. A dangerous path you walk, Coda, between two worlds, between past and future. She turned her attention back to Emma. And you, mapmaker, you stand at the crossroads. Nasha watches you. Calder hunts you, fearing what you might reveal. The stone dogs mistrust you. Your own people may condemn you. Her gaze was unwavering. What path will you choose? The question hung in the warm, smoky air of the lodge, demanding an answer Emma didn't have. The shadows of the past Skycamp, Calder's legacy, broken treaties had risen, taking tangible form in the watcher named Nasha, converging with the present dangers. Standing in this sacred canyon between the wisdom keeper Chayton and the conflicted guide Coda, Emma felt the full weight of her position, balanced precariously between two worlds, with the fate of her journey, and perhaps much more, hanging in the balance. The sanctuary Coda had promised was also a place of reckoning. Chapter 16. The Serpent in the Grass. The canyon of Whispering Falls offered a sanctuary unlike any Emma had ever known. It was a place outside of time, steeped in a palpable peace that seemed to emanate from the ancient stones, the murmuring water, and the quiet presence of Chayton, the wisdom keeper. Days bled into one another in a rhythm dictated by the sun's passage across the narrow strip of sky visible above the canyon walls, by the preparation of simple meals shared near the warmth of Chayton's fire, and by the slow, necessary process of physical and spiritual recovery. Under Chayton's care, using knowledge passed down through generations, their weary bodies began to mend. She provided soothing poultices for saddle sores, herbal infusions to ease aching muscles, and nourishing broths made from wild roots and the last of the venison Coda had brought. She tended to the horses with the same gentle expertise, her touch calming even the perpetually nervous Zephyr. The constant tension of pursuit eased slightly in the seeming isolation of the canyon, allowing exhaustion to finally claim them fully, leading to long hours of deep, restorative sleep on soft furs inside the lodge. Silas remained withdrawn and deeply suspicious, accepting Chayton's ministrations with grudging silence. He spent most of his time near the canyon entrance, cleaning his rifle obsessively, scanning the approaches, convinced their refuge was temporary, perhaps even a trap facilitated by Coda. He saw Chayton not as a healer, but as a figure of alien power, her traditional knowledge and quiet authority fueling his fear of the unknown. He barely spoke, his presence a knot of negativity in the otherwise peaceful atmosphere. Coda, too, seemed to undergo a subtle transformation in Chayton's presence. He shed some of the harsh vigilance he wore like armor in the outer world, moving with a quieter grace, his interactions with the old woman marked by deep respect and affection. He spoke with her often in their shared tongue, sometimes quietly by the fire late into the night, sharing news, perhaps seeking counsel. Emma watched them, sensing a deep bond between them, a connection rooted in shared heritage and understanding. Seeing Coda in this context, relaxed and unguarded, or as unguarded as he ever allowed himself to be, further softened Emma's perception of him, revealing layers of loyalty and cultural depth she had only glimpsed before. For Emma, the time in the canyon was more than just physical recuperation. It was a period of profound introspection. Chaitin's challenge, "What path will you choose?" echoed constantly in her mind. Stripped of her surveying tools, removed from the immediate pressures of the contract, she was forced to confront the core questions Coda had raised. Why was she truly here? What did she owe her father's memory? What did she owe the truth she had witnessed at Sky Camp? What did she owe Coda, who had risked so much to guide and protect her, and perhaps to educate her? She spent hours sitting near the waterfall, listening to its ceaseless roar, watching the rainbows dance in the mist, feeling the cool spray on her face. The canyon felt alive, imbued with spirit, just as Coda and Chaitin believed. She thought about the lines on her maps, the neat grids and boundaries that seemed so meaningless here, so arrogant in their attempt to contain this wild, breathing landscape. She recalled the leaning grave markers at Sky Camp, the weight of stolen ground, the shadow of Nasha, the watcher who carried the grief of generations. Chaitin often joined her in these moments of quiet contemplation. The old woman rarely spoke English, yet communication flowed between them through gesture, shared silence, and an intuitive understanding that transcended language. Chaitin would point out patterns in the rock face, the flight of a canyon wren, the way the light shifted through the day, sharing her intimate knowledge of this hidden world. She showed Emma herbs used for healing, others for weaving or dyeing, demonstrating skills passed down through countless generations. It was a different kind of mapping, one based on observation, relationship, and respect, rather than measurement and division. One afternoon, Chaitin led Emma to a hidden alcove behind the waterfall, where the rock wall was covered in ancient petroglyphs, far more intricate and detailed than the ones they had seen in the storm shelter. Spirals, geometric patterns, animal figures, depictions of ceremonies, and celestial events. It was a library etched in stone, a record of belief and history stretching back into the mists of time. Chaitin traced some of the symbols with a wrinkled finger, murmuring explanations in her own tongue, her meaning conveyed through expression and gesture. She pointed to recurring motifs, the circle representing the interconnectedness of life, the spirals signifying journeys and transformation, the eagle symbolizing vision and spirit. She showed Emma symbols representing the Sky Camp people, distinct from her own band's marking, indicating long histories of interaction, perhaps alliance, perhaps conflict. This canyon, Emma realized, wasn't just a refuge. It was a living archive, a place where the past remained tangibly present. The stories live in the stone, Chaitin said, using a few English words Coda had likely taught her, her eyes meeting Emma's significantly. The lines drawn on paper forget the stories. The weight of responsibility settled heavier on Emma. If she filed her report, drew her lines based solely on angles and elevations, she would be actively participating in that forgetting, erasing the stories held within the land. But how could she convey these intangible truths, this spiritual geography, in the dry language of a government survey report? How could she make distant bureaucrats understand the significance of Sky Camp, the sacredness of this canyon, the generations of history embedded in the landscape? Her conversations with Coda also deepened during this time, moving beyond immediate survival concerns. He shared more about his people's traditions, their cosmology, their relationship with the land. He spoke of the Broken Horn range, not just as rock and timber, but as a sentient entity, a place of power where spirits dwelled, where ceremonies were performed to maintain balance. He explained the significance of certain peaks, certain springs, weaving a tapestry of meaning that contrasted sharply with her topographical understanding. He also spoke cautiously about the present dangers. He confirmed Chaitin's assessment Calder was ruthlessly expanding, backed by outside money rumored to be tied to railroad interests eager for a route through the territory. The stone dogs and other bands were being squeezed, their traditional hunting grounds shrinking, tensions simmering. Nasha, the watcher from Sky Camp, represented a wild card driven by grief and a deep sense of injustice. His actions were unpredictable. He might seek vengeance against Calder, but he might also view anyone associated with the lines, including Coda and Emma, as enemies. He walks a path of shadow, Coda said one evening, staring into Chaitan's fire. His heart is heavy with the past. Such weight can twist a man's spirit. Is he dangerous to us? Emma asked quietly. Coda met her gaze. He could be. He sees the world through the lens of his people's suffering. He may not distinguish between those who draw the lines and those who guide the draws. He paused. Chaitan believes he follows us still, watches from the high places, waiting. The knowledge that Nasha might still be out there, beyond the sanctuary of the canyon, a shadow clinging to their trail, was deeply unsettling. Their refuge felt suddenly less secure. The peace precarious. It was Silas who shattered the fragile tranquility. His simmering resentment finally boiled over one morning, fueled by days of inactivity, suspicion, and fear. He confronted Coda near the canyon entrance, his voice loud and accusatory, forgetting Chaitan's presence inside the lodge. How much longer are we hiding in here? Silas demanded, jabbing a finger towards Coda. While Calder's men are probably closing in, or while your friend Nasha sets up a welcome party for us. You got us into this mess, leading us off the ridge. Coda faced him calmly, his stance relaxed but ready. We are safer here than exposed on the peaks, he replied evenly. We needed rest, food, counsel. Counsel? Silas sneered. From her? He jerked his head towards the lodge. What kind of counsel can she give? Chants and potions. Coda's eyes hardened, a dangerous glint appearing in their depths. Chaitan holds the wisdom of this mountain, he said, his voice dangerously soft. Wisdom your kind has long forgotten, or chosen to ignore. Wisdom that might yet keep us alive. If you had the sense to listen. Listen, Silas laughed harshly. I listen to my gut, and my gut tells me you're playing us, stalling for time, maybe waiting for your own people to show up. He took a step closer, his hand hovering near the butt of his revolver. I signed on to protect the surveyor and the contract, not get lost in some spirit canyon waiting for who knows what. Emma quickly stepped between them, placing a hand on Silas's arm. Silas, stop it. Coda saved our lives. Chaitan has helped us. We needed this time. Silas shook her hand off angrily. You've gone soft, Miss Collins. Listening to their stories, forgetting why we're here. That transit, he pointed towards her saddlebags where the instrument case lay, is worth more than all their wisdom. We need to get back to the ridge, finish the job, and get out. And walk right into Calder's men? Or Nasha? Emma countered, her voice rising. Is the contract worth dying for? It's our job, Silas retorted, his face flushed with anger and fear. And I aim to do it. If Coda won't lead us back, I'll find my own way. And maybe I'll just take that government property. His eyes flicked towards the transit case. With me! The threat hung heavy in the air. Silas wouldn't likely overpower Coda physically, but his desperation, his fear, made him unpredictable, dangerous. The fragile alliance had shattered completely. Coda took a step forward, his movement fluid, menacing. You will touch nothing, he said, his voice dropping to a lethal whisper. You will show respect in this place, or you will face consequences you cannot imagine. Silas hesitated, momentarily intimidated by the cold fury radiating from Coda, but his fear and resentment were too strong. He started to draw his revolver. Before Silas could clear the holster, Chaitan appeared silently in the doorway of the lodge. She hadn't raised her voice, hadn't seemed to hurry, yet her presence instantly commanded attention, diffusing the explosive tension. She looked sternly at Silas, then spoke a few sharp words in her own tongue, her voice carrying an undeniable authority that cut through his anger. Silas froze, startled by her sudden appearance and the force of her rebuke, though he didn't understand the words. He looked momentarily chastened, like a scolded child, slowly lowering his hand away from his weapon. Chaitan then spoke to Coda, her tone softer but still firm. Coda listened, then nodded curtly. He turned back to Silas, his expression controlled, but still radiating displeasure. Chaitan reminds us, Coda said stiffly, that anger is a poison that clouds judgment. She says discord within weakens us, makes us vulnerable to the dangers without... He paused, his gaze hard on Silas. She offers you a choice, Silas. Stay here, respect the sanctuary and her counsel while we plan our next move. Or leave now alone and take your chances in the mountains. Silas stared at Coda, then at Chayton's impassive face, then towards the shadowed canyon entrance leading back into the vast, dangerous wilderness. His bluster deflated, replaced by the stark reality of his situation. Leaving alone, without Coda's guidance, without food, was suicidal. He was trapped, his anger impotent against their quiet certainty and the undeniable logic of survival. He spat on the ground, a gesture of defiance, but lowered his gaze. Fine, he muttered sullenly. I'll stay. For now. He turned and stalked back towards his post near the entrance, defeated but simmering. The confrontation left a bitter aftertaste, poisoning the sanctuary's peace. Silas's fear and distrust were a discordant note, a reminder of the conflicts raging in the world beyond the canyon walls, conflicts that couldn't be kept out indefinitely. He was, Emma realized with a jolt, like a serpent in the grass, his presence undermining their fragile unity, his fear potentially leading to rash, dangerous actions. Later that day, as Emma sat with Chayton, grinding herbs with a stone pestle, the old woman spoke, Coda translating. The man, Silas, carries much fear, Chayton observed sadly. Fear makes a man blind to truth, deaf to wisdom. He sees only shadows and threats. She looked at Emma. Such fear can be contagious. It can also attract the very dangers it imagines. Her words were a subtle warning. Silas's volatility wasn't just disruptive. It was a liability, a potential beacon for trouble. Chayton looked towards the canyon entrance, then back at Emma, her eyes troubled. The path forward requires trust, she said via Coda. Unity. A serpent in the grass can strike when least expected, poisoning the whole camp. Emma understood. Silas, in his fear and resentment, posed a threat almost as significant as Calder or Nasha. He could betray them, deliberately or accidentally. His presence fundamentally compromised their safety, but what could be done? They couldn't simply abandon him, could they? Yet keeping him with them felt increasingly perilous. The sanctuary Coda had found was becoming a crucible, forcing choices not just about maps and lines, but about loyalty, trust, and the dangerous consequences of fear. The serpent was coiled among them, and the fragile peace of the canyon felt destined to break. Chapter 17. Blood on the boundary markers. The confrontation with Silas cast a long shadow over the fragile peace of the canyon of Whispering Falls. Though he remained with them, his sullen presence was a constant source of friction, a visible manifestation of the distrust and fear that simmered beneath the surface. He kept to himself, rarely speaking, his eyes constantly darting towards the canyon entrance or watching Coda with open suspicion. The unity Chayton had warned was essential for survival felt fractured, compromised by the serpent, coiled in their midst. Emma felt caught in the cross-currents. She understood Silas's fear, his pragmatic desire to return to the known world, to fulfill the contract and escape the dangers closing in. Yet she couldn't condone his prejudice, his refusal to see beyond his own narrow perspective, or the potential danger his volatility posed. Her own path remained uncertain, clouded by moral ambiguity and the immense weight of the choices ahead. But her tentative trust in Coda, her respect for Chayton, and her dawning understanding of the land's deeper truths felt more real, more compelling than the demands of the contract she now carried like a dead weight. Coda, ever watchful, seemed acutely aware of the danger Silas represented. He treated Silas with a cool, distant correctness, avoiding direct confrontation, but never letting him out of his sight for long. He doubled his own vigilance, spending more time scouting the approaches to the canyon, ensuring their sanctuary remained undiscovered. Chayton, too, observed Silas with wise, troubled eyes, occasionally murmuring quiet warnings to Coda in their own tongue. Despite the undercurrent of tension, life in the canyon continued its peaceful rhythm for a few more days. Emma learned much from Chayton, absorbing not just practical skills identifying edible plants, preparing simple remedies, reading weather signs in the clouds and wind, but also absorbing the old woman's philosophy, her deep reverence for the natural world, her understanding of balance and consequence. It was an education unlike any she had ever received, challenging the foundations of her Western rational worldview, opening her mind to different ways of knowing, different ways of mapping reality. She also spent time with Coda, not just receiving his guidance, but engaging in tentative conversations about the future. What would happen when they left the canyon? Where would they go? How could they navigate the complex web of threats, Calder, Nasha, the stone dogs? Even the government she represented. Chayton believes Nasha is the key, Coda explained one evening, as they sat by the fire after Silas had retreated into sullen silence. He carries the grief of Sky Camp. His actions are driven by that wound. If he could be reached, if he could understand that not all who carry maps are enemies, perhaps the path might clear. Reach him? Emma asked skeptically. He watches us, maybe hunts us. How could we even approach him? There are ways, Coda said cryptically. Places where messages can be left, signs that can be read. Chayton may know how, but it is dangerous. His grief makes him unpredictable. He might see any approach as a threat or a trick. He looked at Emma intently, and he would need reason to trust, to believe that your lines might be different. The weight fell back on her. Again, trust had to be earned. Her actions, her choices, would determine whether Nasha remained an enemy, or might, however improbably, become something else. The decision of when and how to leave the canyon weighed heavily on them. Staying indefinitely wasn't an option. Their presence, however careful, would eventually be detected. Food, though supplemented by Coda's hunting and Chayton's foraging, was finite. And the situation outside the canyon Calder's search, Nasha's vigil, was unlikely to resolve itself. The choice was precipitated by Coda. He returned from a scouting trip beyond the canyon entrance one afternoon, his face grimmer than usual. Tracks, he announced quietly, ensuring Silas was out of earshot. Several horses, shod, not tribal ponies, passed along the ridge above the canyon entrance within the last day, moving west, back towards the main spine of Broken Horn, Calder's men. They were still searching, casting a wide net, potentially closing in. The sanctuary was no longer secure. And something else, Coda continued, his voice dropping lower. He pulled something from his pouch, a small gray object. It took Emma a moment to recognize it, a piece of flint, expertly knapped into an arrowhead. Not ancient, like something found in a ruin, but relatively fresh, crafted with skill. Found this near the tracks, placed deliberately on a rock overlooking the canyon mouth. A message, Emma breathed. From Nasha. Coda nodded slowly. A warning. Perhaps for us, perhaps for Calder's men as well. A statement that this is protected ground, that watchers are present. He turned the arrowhead over in his fingers. He knows Calder is searching. He may be hunting the hunters. The situation had grown infinitely more complex, more dangerous. Nasha wasn't just watching them. He was actively maneuvering, perhaps setting traps, potentially drawing Calder's men into conflict. They were caught in the middle, their presence possibly exacerbating the tensions. We must leave, Coda stated, his decision firm. Tonight, under darkness, before Calder's men circle back, or before Nasha decides we are targets too. Leave? Silas demanded, emerging from the lodge, having overheard the last part. Go where? Back into that. He gestured towards the unseen wilderness beyond the canyon. Chayton has offered guidance, Coda replied, meeting Silas's hostile gaze. There is a path, seldom used, leading down the eastern slopes, away from Calder's main territory, away from where Nasha seems focused. It leads towards the foothills near the Bitter Creek lands. Bitter Creek, Silas spat. More hostiles. The Bitter Creek people have their own grievances with Calder, Coda countered calmly. They may offer passage, or at least they are less likely to shoot on sight than Calder's men right now. He looked at Emma. It is our best chance. Emma trusted Coda's judgment and Chayton's wisdom. Leaving the sanctuary was terrifying, but staying felt increasingly untenable. I agree, she said. We leave tonight. Silas looked trapped, furious, but helpless. He knew Coda was right about the immediate danger from Calder, and the thought of facing Nasha alone was clearly unnerving. He gave a curt, angry nod, accepting the inevitable, his resentment simmering. Preparations for departure were made quickly, quietly. Chayton provided them with pouches of dried berries, smoked fish, and journey cakes made from ground nuts and roots, precious supplies for the unknown path ahead. She pressed a small pouch of herbs into Emma's hand. "For courage," she murmured, her dark eyes filled with a mixture of concern and encouragement, and clarity. As twilight deepened in the canyon, casting long shadows, Chayton performed a simple ceremony near her fire pit. She burned fragrant sage, murmuring prayers or blessings in her own tongue. Her voice a low, resonant chant that seemed to harmonize with the sound of the waterfall. She offered smoke to Coda, then to Emma, then, surprisingly, even to Silas, who flinched but didn't refuse the gesture, perhaps sensing the solemnity of the moment, the plea for safe passage. The ritual, steeped in ancient tradition, felt grounding, a fragile shield against the dangers awaiting them. Chayton embraced Coda warmly, murmuring words of farewell and caution. Then she turned to Emma, taking both her hands in her small, strong ones. She looked deep into Emma's eyes, her gaze holding lifetimes of wisdom. "Walk with open eyes, map-maker," she said, her few English words carrying immense weight. "See the connections? Remember the stories. Choose your path well." She squeezed Emma's hands, then released them, stepping back into the shadows of her lodge. Leaving the canyon of Whispering Falls felt like stepping out of a dream into a harsh awakening. The night was moonless, the darkness absolute beyond the canyon mouth. Coda led them unerringly, relying on memory and senses honed by a lifetime in these mountains. They moved slowly, carefully, the horses picking their way down the steep eastern slopes. The only sounds, the crunch of gravel underfoot, the horses breathing, and the distant sigh of the wind. The path Coda followed was treacherous, barely more than a goat track in places, winding down through dense forest and across precipitous, rock-strewn slopes. Emma focused on keeping Zephyr calm, trusting Coda's lead, her own senses straining against the darkness, imagining threats in every shadow, every rustle of leaves. Silas rode behind her, silent for once, his fear likely outweighing his anger in the face of the overwhelming darkness and the unknown terrain. They traveled through the night, pushing themselves and the horses relentlessly, wanting to put as much distance as possible between themselves and Broken Horn before dawn. The physical exertion was immense, but the mental strain was worse, the constant vigilance, the gnawing uncertainty, the feeling of being utterly adrift. Just before dawn, as the first faint hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky, Coda led them down into a narrow, wooded valley. A small stream murmured nearby. "We rest here," he whispered, sliding wearily from his pony. "Water the horses, but no fire. We're still too close." They slumped to the ground, utterly spent. Emma leaned against a tree trunk, closing her eyes. The exhaustion so profound it felt like illness. Silas collapsed nearby, already half asleep despite his fear. Coda remained alert, checking the perimeter, listening. As the light grew stronger, filtering through the trees, Coda suddenly stiffened. He held up a hand for silence, tilting his head, listening intently. Emma strained her ears, hearing only the stream, the wind in the pines, the birds beginning to stir. Then she heard it too, faint, distant but unmistakable. Voices, male voices carrying on the morning air from further down the valley, and the jingle of harness. Riders. Coda moved swiftly, silently, gesturing for Emma and Silas to stay hidden, then melted into the undergrowth, moving downstream towards the sounds. Emma's heart pounded. Had Calder's men somehow circled around? Had Nasha anticipated their route? Or was it someone else entirely? Minutes crawled by, stretching into an eternity. Emma remained frozen, scarcely breathing, the Colt revolver feeling cold and heavy in her hand again. Silas was awake now, alert, rifle ready, his face pale. Finally, Coda reappeared, moving like smoke through the trees. His face was grim, set in hard lines. "Riders," he whispered urgently. "6 of them camped downstream around the bend." "Calders?" Silas hissed. Coda shook his head. Different markings on their gear. Painted ponies. Bitter Creek warriors by the look of them. Bitter Creek. A tribe Coda had hoped might offer passage, or at least neutrality. But their presence here, armed, camped directly on the path Coda was following. It didn't feel like a welcome party. "Are they hostile?" Emma asked, her voice trembling slightly. "They look watchful," Coda replied slowly. "Alert, as if waiting for something. Or someone." He looked significantly at Emma. "Perhaps they received word of our coming. From Chayton. Or perhaps from the Stone Dogs. Or Nasha." The ambiguity was maddening. Were they allies, enemies, or simply another unknown quantity in this dangerous landscape? Before they could decide on a course of action, the situation escalated. A sharp cry echoed from downstream, followed by the unmistakable crack of a rifle shot, then another, then a ragged volley. Shouts, curses, a panicked whinnying of horses. Conflict had erupted. Coda reacted instantly. "Stay down," he commanded, pushing Emma behind a large, fallen log. He peered cautiously through the trees towards the source of the sounds. The sounds of fighting intensified. More shots. Yells of pain or anger. It was impossible to tell who was fighting whom. Had Calder's men found the Bitter Creek camp? Or had Nasha sprung an ambush? Then they heard pounding hooves approaching rapidly from downstream. A lone rider burst through the trees into their small clearing, his horse lathered, wild-eyed. It was a Bitter Creek warrior, younger than the others Coda had described, clutching his arm, blood staining his buckskin shirt. He saw them, Coda, Emma, Silas. His eyes widening in surprise and alarm. He shouted something unintelligible, gesturing wildly back the way he had come, then spurred his horse onward, crashing through the undergrowth on the opposite side of the clearing, disappearing up the valley slope. He had seen them. He knew they were here. Whatever conflict was happening downstream, they were now potentially implicated. Their presence revealed. Coda swore under his breath. He will bring others back, or warn them. He looked downstream, where the sounds of fighting seemed to be lessening slightly, replaced by sporadic shots and angry shouts. We cannot stay here, but where could they go? Retreating back up the mountain felt impossible. Moving downstream meant walking directly into the aftermath of the conflict, facing whoever remained standing, potentially hostile Bitter Creek warriors, ruthless Calder's men, or even Nasha. Suddenly, Coda pointed towards the stream bank near where they huddled. Emma followed his gaze. There, driven into the soft earth, almost hidden by ferns, was a simple wooden stake, not ancient like the one at Sky Camp, but freshly cut. Carved into it was the familiar symbol, the circle bisected by a jagged line. Nasha's mark. He had been here. Recently. Had he set this ambush? Was he watching now? And then Emma saw it. Something Coda, focused on the marker, hadn't yet noticed. A few feet away from the stake, lying half concealed in the damp leaves, was another object. Small, metallic, glinting faintly in the dappled sunlight. Not an arrowhead this time. Something modern. Something familiar. Her blood ran cold. She scrambled forward, pushing aside the leaves. It was a surveyor's plumb bob, brass, identical to the one that belonged with her own transit. It couldn't be. Her plumb bob was securely in its case. She fumbled with the straps on Zephyr's saddle, ripping open the transit case. The instrument was there. The compass, the tools. But the small compartment where the plumb bob belonged was empty. Silas. She spun around, staring at Silas, who still huddled near the log, his face pale, his eyes wide with feigned innocence. But she saw it now, the flicker of guilt, the furtive shifting of his gaze. He must have taken it during the night, perhaps intending to use it as a bargaining chip, or maybe to leave a trail, hoping to be found by someone other than Coda's tribal contacts. He had planted it here, near Nasha's marker, a deliberate act of betrayal, a serpent striking from within. Why? To frame Nasha? To lead Calder's men to them? To sow chaos? Whatever his motive, he had just placed them in unimaginable danger. The plumb bob lying near Nasha's symbol could be interpreted in countless ways, as a sign of alliance between the surveyor and the watcher, as a marker for a rendezvous, as a deliberate insult or challenge. It tied Emma directly, inexplicably, to the unseen conflict unfolding just downstream. Silas, she breathed, holding up the empty space in her transit case, then pointing towards the gleaming plumb bob on the ground. What have you done? Before Silas could answer, before Coda could react to the discovery, the sound of approaching riders came again, closer this time, more numerous. The survivors or the victors of the skirmish downstream were coming, and they had seen the wounded warrior emerge from this clearing. They knew someone was here. The trap, whether set by Nasha, Calder, or fate itself, was closing in. Blood had been spilled on the boundary markers, real and symbolic, and they were standing right in the middle of it. Chapter 18. A choice, forged in fire. The world narrowed to the space between heartbeats, the approaching thunder of hooves downstream, the incriminating gleam of the brass plumb bob lying near Nasha's jagged symbol. Silas's face a mask of panicked guilt. Coda's sudden dawning realization and cold fury, it all converged in a paralyzing moment of crisis. Silas's betrayal, born of fear and resentment, had potentially signed their death warrants. The plumb bob acted as an undeniable link, a physical piece of evidence tying Emma, the mapmaker, to this contested ground, this unfolding violence, in a way that could only be interpreted as hostile or conspiratorial by whoever was riding towards them. Silas! Coda's voice was a low, lethal snarl. He took a step towards the other man, his hand dropping instinctively to his knife, the betrayal cutting deeper than any physical threat they had faced. All the guidance, the protection, the shared hardship undone by one act of treacherous cowardice. Silas scrambled backwards, raising his rifle, his eyes wide with terror, trapped between Coda's justifiable fury and the approaching riders. I didn't mean... I thought maybe Calder's men, they'd see it, know the government was involved, maybe back off. His explanation was a desperate, incoherent babble, dissolving under the weight of his own stupidity. There was no time for retribution, no time for explanations. The riders were almost upon them. Coda made a split-second decision, his survival instincts overriding his anger. Into the rocks, he yelled, grabbing Emma's arm and shoving her towards a jumble of large boulders near the stream bank that offered the only immediate cover. Move! Emma stumbled, her mind reeling from Silas's treachery and the imminent danger. She scrambled behind the rocks, pulling the terrified Zephyr with her, crouching low, the Colt revolver feeling utterly inadequate in her hand. Silas hesitated for a fatal second, caught between fight and flight, then dove for the same cover, landing heavily beside her, his rifle clattering against the stones. Coda flattened himself behind another boulder nearby, his knife drawn, his eyes fixed on the point where the riders would emerge from the trees. The sound of hooves was deafening now, echoing in the narrow valley. Seconds later, they burst into view, 5 riders emerging from the downstream woods at a gallop, spreading out slightly as they entered the small clearing. They were Bitter Creek warriors, grim-faced, armed with a mixture of older rifles and bows, their movements economical and dangerous. Their eyes scanned the clearing, immediately spotting Silas's discarded plumb bob gleaming near Nasha's marker stake. Their expressions hardened, suspicion instantly turning to hostility. One of them pointed towards the boulders where Emma, Silas, and Coda were concealed. They had been seen. The warriors reined in their ponies, weapons raised, forming a loose, menacing semicircle facing the rocks. One, who seemed to be the leader older, his face scarred, wearing a single eagle feather tied in his hair, distinct from the one Coda carried, shouted a command in their tongue. His voice sharp, angry. Coda didn't immediately respond. He remained low, assessing the situation. 5 warriors, alert, hostile, likely fresh from a fight. Outnumbered, outgunned, and compromised by Silas's action. Direct confrontation would be suicide. What do we do? Emma whispered, her voice tight with fear. Stay down. Coda breathed back. Let me try to speak with them. I'll be ready. Slowly, deliberately, Coda rose from behind his boulder, holding his hands up, palms outward, in a universal gesture of non-aggression. He took a step into the open, standing tall, his face calm but wary. He called out a greeting in the Bitter Creek dialect. His voice steady, respectful, carrying over the murmur of the stream. The leader barked a reply, his tone challenging, mistrustful. He gestured angrily towards the plumb bob and the marker stake. His warriors kept their weapons trained on Coda, their fingers tight on triggers, bows drawn taut. Coda began speaking again, his voice low, earnest, explaining, gesturing towards Emma and Silas, still hidden behind the rocks, then back the way they had come, towards Broken Horn. Emma couldn't understand the words, but she could hear the urgency, the attempt to diffuse the situation, to explain their presence, perhaps distance themselves from whatever conflict had just occurred downstream, maybe even mentioning Chayton's sanctuary. The leader listened impatiently, occasionally interrupting with sharp questions, his gaze flicking towards the rocks where Emma and Silas hid. He seemed unconvinced, his suspicion fueled by the damning evidence of the plumb bob near Nasha's mark. Had Nasha allied himself with the mapmaker? Was this some kind of trick orchestrated by Calder, using surveyors as pawns? The possibilities from the Bitter Creek perspective were all hostile. Suddenly, Silas panicked, perhaps fearing Coda was negotiating a deal that excluded him, perhaps simply overwhelmed by terror. He lunged up from behind the rock, raising his rifle. "Don't listen to him," he screamed, his voice cracking. "He's with them. It's a trap." It was the worst possible move. The Bitter Creek warriors reacted instantly to the sudden movement and the aggressive shout. The leader yelled an order. 2 rifles cracked. A bowstring twanged. Silas cried out, staggering back, clutching his shoulder where an arrow had struck, his rifle falling unfired from his grasp. Another bullet kicked up dirt near Coda's feet, forcing him to dive back behind his boulder. The fragile negotiation shattered. Gunfire erupted from both sides, the warriors firing towards the rocks, Coda returning fire sparingly with the old hunting rifle he'd retrieved, aiming not necessarily to kill, but to keep their heads down. Emma squeezed her eyes shut for a second. The roar of gunfire deafening in the small clearing. Bullets whined past their rock shelter, chipping fragments of stone. Zephyr screamed in terror beside her. Silas moaned in pain, blood spreading rapidly across his shirt. Panic threatened to engulf her. "Emma!" Coda's voice cut through the chaos, sharp, urgent. "Your weapon! Cover Silas! I need to move!" His command jolted her back to action. Fumbling, heart pounding, she raised the Colt revolver, peering around the edge of the boulder. She saw a warrior maneuvering to get a clear shot at Silas, who lay exposed and groaning. Taking a deep breath, ignoring the trembling in her hand, Emma aimed and fired. The small caliber bullet likely wouldn't cause serious harm at this distance, but the unexpected shot from a new position startled the warrior, making him duck back behind a tree. It bought a precious second. In that second, Coda moved. He exploded from behind his boulder, not towards the warriors, but scrambling up the steep, rocky slope beside their hiding place, moving with astonishing speed and agility, using the terrain for cover. It was an incredibly risky maneuver, drawing fire, but it clearly surprised the Bitter Creek men, who hesitated, unsure of his intent. "Draw their fire!" Coda yelled back down as he climbed. "Keep them pinned!" Emma understood his desperate gamble. He was trying to gain higher ground, a better vantage point, perhaps hoping to outflank them or create a diversion, allowing Emma and the wounded Silas to escape. She fired again, aiming towards another warrior, taking cover, forcing him down. From his position near Coda's original boulder, Silas, despite his wound, managed to retrieve his fallen rifle and fire a wild shot, adding to the confusion. The Bitter Creek warriors, recovering from their surprise, concentrated their fire on Coda's ascent, bullets ricocheting off the rocks around him. He moved like a mountain goat, using every crevice, every stunted bush for cover, somehow avoiding being hit. Emma kept firing her small revolver, knowing it was largely ineffective, but hoping the noise and the distraction would help Coda. The warriors focused on the more immediate threat Coda represented as he climbed above them, momentarily eased their pressure on the rocks where Emma and Silas huddled. Then, disaster. As Coda reached a small ledge about 30 feet up, a lucky shot from below struck the rock face near his head, showering him with fragments. He lost his footing, crying out as he tumbled backwards, landing heavily on a narrow shelf of rock about halfway down the slope he had just climbed. He lay frighteningly still. "Coda!" Emma screamed, raw terror ripping through her. The Bitter Creek warriors below let out a triumphant yell, seeing their primary target fall. They began advancing cautiously towards the rocks where Emma and Silas remained, sensing victory. Silas groaned, trying to raise his rifle again, but his wounded shoulder made it impossible. He looked at Emma, his face ashen with pain and fear. "We're done for, Miss Collins," he gasped. "Done for." Emma looked up at Coda's still form on the ledge, then at the advancing warriors, then down at the small, inadequate revolver in her hand. Despair washed over her. Silas was right. They were trapped, wounded, outnumbered. But then she saw Coda move. Just a slight shift of his head. He was alive. Conscious, perhaps, but injured, unable to defend himself or them. Seeing him stir, seeing the warriors closing in below, something inside Emma snapped. The fear remained, cold and paralyzing, but underneath it a fierce, protective anger surged. Anger at Silas for his betrayal, anger at the warriors for their hostility, anger at the circumstances that had brought them to this deadly impasse, and a deeper, more profound anger at the thought of Coda, the man who had guided her, protected her, challenged her, dying on this desolate mountainside because of lines drawn on maps and the cycles of violence they perpetuated. Chayton's words echoed in her mind. "What path will you choose? Coda's challenge? Perhaps you will find a way to draw different lines." The choice, forged in the fire of this desperate moment, became terrifyingly clear. She couldn't fight her way out, but maybe she didn't have to. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, Emma made a decision that defied all logic, all instinct for self-preservation. She tucked the revolver back into her belt. Then, ignoring Silas's shocked gasp, she stood up slowly from behind the boulder, raising her hands high above her head, stepping out into the open, directly into the line of sight of the advancing warriors. They stopped abruptly, startled by her sudden appearance, her unarmed, non-threatening posture. Rifles remained raised, bows still drawn, but they hesitated, confusion warring with hostility on their faces. Emma stood tall, trembling but resolute, meeting the gaze of the scarred leader. She didn't know their language, didn't know their customs, didn't know if this gesture would be seen as surrender, folly, or provocation. But it was the only path she could see, the only way to potentially stop the bloodshed, the only way to try and bridge the chasm of violence and misunderstanding. She pointed towards Coda's still form on the ledge above, then towards the wounded Silas groaning behind the rock. Then she pointed towards her own chest, then held her empty hands out again, palms forward. A plea for truce, a statement of neutrality, an appeal to shared humanity. She didn't know. The leader stared at her, his expression hard, unreadable. His warriors shifted uneasily, murmuring amongst themselves, glancing from Emma to their leader, waiting for his command. The silence stretched, thick with tension, broken only by the murmur of the stream, Silas's pained breathing, and the frantic beating of Emma's own heart. Suddenly, a new voice cut through the tension, sharp and commanding, coming not from the warriors below, but from the slope above where Coda had fallen. All heads snapped up, standing poised on a high outcrop, almost directly above the ledge where Coda lay, was another figure, lean, clad in worn buckskins, holding an old but well-maintained rifle. His face was harsh, angular, etched with grief and anger, instantly recognizable from Chayton's description. Nasha, the Watcher, the descendant of Skycamp. He hadn't intervened during the firefight. He had simply watched. Now he spoke, his voice echoing in the clearing, addressing the Bitter Creek leader directly in a dialect Emma assumed they both understood. His tone was hard, clipped, carrying an authority that made even the scarred leader pause and listen. Nasha gestured towards Emma, then towards Coda on the ledge, then down towards the plum bob and the stake near the stream. He spoke rapidly, forcefully, his words seeming to carry accusation, explanation, perhaps even judgment. The Bitter Creek leader listened intently, his expression shifting from hostility to confusion. then to a grudging understanding. He argued back briefly, gesturing towards his own wounded men. Emma now saw 2 others were nursing injuries from the earlier skirmish downstream. But Nasha cut him off with a sharp command, pointing towards the eastern slopes. The direction Chayton had indicated for their escape. A tense standoff ensued. The Bitter Creek leader looked from Nasha above to Coda still lying injured, to Emma standing vulnerable but defiant in the clearing, to his own weary men. He was clearly weighing his options, caught between Nasha's unexpected intervention and his own desire for retribution or security. Finally, seeming to reach a difficult decision, the leader gave a curt nod to Nasha. He barked an order to his men. Slowly, reluctantly, they lowered their weapons. 2 of them moved forward cautiously, retrieved the incriminating plumb bob and Nasha's marker stake, then collected their wounded comrade who had been hit in the earlier fighting. Without another word, without a backward glance at Emma or Coda, the leader wheeled his pony and led his warriors back downstream, disappearing into the trees. They were gone. The sudden silence felt deafening, unreal. Emma swayed on her feet, the adrenaline leaving her weak and trembling. Nasha remained on the outcrop above, his rifle still held ready, watching her, watching Coda. His expression was unreadable, hard as the granite around him. Had he saved them? Or simply intervened for reasons of his own? Perhaps seeing the Bitter Creek warriors as a greater immediate threat, or wanting Coda and the map-maker kept alive for his own purposes. Ignoring Nasha for the moment, Emma rushed towards the slope where Coda lay. "Coda, are you all right?" He stirred again, pushing himself up slowly, painfully, clutching his head where he must have hit the rock. He looked dazed, disoriented, but seemed largely unharmed beyond scrapes and bruises from the fall. Seeing Emma unharmed, seeing the Bitter Creek warriors gone, relief flickered across his face, quickly replaced by concern. As he looked up towards Nasha, Nasha began scrambling down the slope, not towards Coda, but towards the clearing where Emma stood. His movements swift and sure-footed. He stopped a few feet away from her, his eyes, burning with a cold fire, fixed on her face. He held the plumb bob in one hand, the marker stake in the other. He spoke, not in his own tongue, but in halting, heavily accented English, his voice rough, grating. "Map woman," he said, his gaze piercing. "You stand between worlds." He held up the plumb bob. "This is your world. Lines, metal, theft." He then held up the stake with its jagged carving. "This is memory, blood, stolen ground." He looked from one object to the other, then back at Emma. "Why are they together? Why are you here?" The question, harsh and direct, demanded an answer. Here, in the aftermath of violence, under the intense gaze of the man who embodied the historical wounds she represented, Emma had to make her choice clear. The fire had forged it. Now she had to own it. Chapter 19. No road back home. Standing under Nasha's burning gaze, the heavy silence of the clearing pressing in, Emma felt the full weight of the crossroads. Behind her, Silas groaned in pain, a reminder of the world she came from, its betrayals, its pragmatism, its fear. Above her on the slope, Coda was slowly, painfully getting to his feet, representing the other world. She had stumbled into one of ancient wisdom, deep connection, and simmering resistance. And before her stood Nasha, the embodiment of the past's unhealed wounds, demanding an accounting, holding the symbols of both worlds in his hands, the surveyor's plumb bob and his own people's marker of memory and blood. Why are they together? Why are you here? Her voice, when she found it, trembled slightly, but held a new, hard-won clarity. They are together because of betrayal, she said, meeting Nasha's fierce eyes directly, refusing to look away. She gestured towards Silas, who flinched under Nasha's sudden, sharp glance. He, she indicated Silas, though she didn't use his name, reducing him to his action, planted that plumb bob, hoping to cause confusion, to save himself. He did not act for me. Nasha's eyes narrowed, studying Silas with cold contempt, then returning to Emma, searching her face for truth. And you? He pressed, his voice still harsh. The map woman. Why are you here? Drawing lines across our ancestors' graves, across Sky Camp. The name of the sacred place was heavy with grief and accusation. Emma took a deep breath, the cold mountain air steadying her. I came to finish a map my father started, she admitted honestly. I came believing in the lines, in the order they were meant to bring. She paused, gathering her courage. But I was wrong, blind. She met Nasha's gaze unflinchingly. I saw Sky Camp. I saw the markers, the bones. I heard the stories, my lines. They cannot be drawn over such sorrow. Not by me. Not anymore. The declaration hung in the tense air. It was a repudiation of her contract, her past, perhaps even her father's legacy. It was a choice made, spoken aloud, under the watchful eyes of the mountain, and the man who represented its deepest wounds. Nasha stared at her, his expression unreadable, suspicion warring with something else, perhaps surprise, perhaps grudging respect for her honesty, her unexpected defiance of her own purpose. He remained silent, weighing her words, his gaze intense, probing. Coda had managed to scramble down the last few feet of the slope, and now stood beside Emma, bruised and breathing heavily but upright. He didn't speak, didn't interfere, allowing Emma to answer for herself, sensing the crucial importance of this moment. Silas remained huddled by the rocks, silent, perhaps finally understanding the depth of the danger he had courted. Words are wind, Nasha said finally, his voice rough, skeptical. The wind blows, the words vanish. Actions remain etched on the land like scars. He gestured vaguely towards the west, towards the main ridge, towards Calder's territory. Your people speak words of peace, sign papers of promise, then come with rifles and fences. Why should I believe your words are different? Because? Emma struggled for the right response, knowing her answer carried immense weight. Because I cannot unsee what I have seen. Because Coda and Chayton, they have shown me the true map. The one your marker represents. She gestured towards the stake he held. My instrument, she indicated her transit case, still strapped to Zephyr's saddle, can measure distance, elevation, but it cannot measure grief. It cannot measure sacredness. It cannot measure justice. She took another breath, steeling herself. I don't know what I can do. My report. It may be ignored. My voice is small against men like Calder, against the government. She looked directly at Nasha, appealing not to his anger, but perhaps to the flicker of shared humanity beneath the grief. But I can bear witness. I can tell the story of Sky Camp. I can refuse to draw lines that dishonor the dead and dispossess the living. That is the only promise I can make. Nasha continued to study her, his face a mask, yet Emma sensed a subtle shift, a lessening of the immediate hostility, replaced by a deep, weary contemplation. He looked from Emma to Coda, then back again, as if seeing them not just as mapmaker and guide, but as two individuals caught, like him, in the cross-currents of history and violence. He lowered the plumb bob and the stake slightly. Bearing witness, he murmured, the words seeming foreign on his tongue, words on paper again. He shook his head, doubt still clouding his eyes. Calder will not care for your witness. He understands only fences and bullets. Perhaps, Coda interjected quietly, stepping forward slightly, careful not to appear threatening. But Calder is not the only power, Nasha. There are others far away who signed the treaties your grandfather remembers. Men who claim to value law, honor. Perhaps the map woman's testimony, added to the voices of the elders, added to Chayton's wisdom, might reach ears that have long been deaf. It was a long shot, a desperate hope, but Coda offered it as a possibility, a reason for Nasha to choose a path other than immediate vengeance. Nasha looked at Coda, a complex mix of old resentment and grudging acknowledgement in his eyes. They were cousins. Emma suddenly recalled Coda mentioning Chayton's saying, connected by blood and the shared tragedy of Sky Camp, yet divided by their chosen paths, Coda working, however reluctantly, within the white man's system, trying to mitigate its damage. Nasha haunting the fringes, driven by memory and a desire for retribution. The elders counsel patience. Nasha spat, the word tasting like ash in his mouth. Chayton speaks of balance, while Calder's cattle graze on our ancestors' bones. His hand tightened on the marker stake, the knuckles white. The raw pain, the simmering rage, was terrifyingly close to the surface. And spilling more blood here will restore the balance? Coda challenged softly but firmly. Killing these two? He gestured towards Emma and the wounded Silas. Will that bring back the dead? Will that drive Calder from the land? Nasha glared at Coda. Then his gaze flickered back to Emma, standing vulnerable but resolute before him. He seemed caught in an internal struggle, the desire for immediate violent action warring with a deeper, perhaps buried sense of justice. Or maybe just the pragmatic realization that killing them might bring even greater retribution down on his people. He finally lowered the stake and the plumb bob completely, letting them hang loosely at his sides. He let out a long, shuddering breath, the fire in his eyes banking slightly, replaced by a profound weariness. Go, he said abruptly, his voice flat, devoid of emotion. Leave this place. Follow the eastern stream down. It will lead you out of the high country, away from Calder's main range, away from the Stone Dog patrols. He jerked his chin towards the northeast. Keep moving, do not look back. He turned his attention to Silas, who cringed under his cold gaze. You, Nasha snarled, pointing with the marker stake. Your life is forfeit by rights, for your betrayal, for bringing this trouble. He paused, letting the threat hang in the air. But the map woman. She spoke truly, perhaps. He spat on the ground near Silas's feet. Go with them. Trouble them no more. If I see your face in these mountains again. He left the threat unfinished, but its meaning was chillingly clear. He then looked back at Emma, his expression unreadable again. Bear witness, map woman, he repeated, his voice low, intense. Let your words carry the weight of stone, or let the wind carry them away like dust. The choice and the consequences are yours. Without another word, without waiting for a reply, Nasha turned and melted back into the trees, disappearing up the slope as silently as he had appeared. He was gone, leaving behind an echoing silence, the discarded plumb bob glinting on the ground, and the heavy weight of his final words. Emma let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her legs suddenly weak. Coda quickly knelt beside her, steadying her. Are you all right? He asked, his eyes searching hers with concern. She nodded, shaken but resolute. Yeah. She looked in the direction Nasha had gone. He let us go. For now, Coda said grimly, already scanning the surroundings. Aware that Nasha's departure didn't necessarily mean the danger was over. He helped Emma to her feet, then moved quickly to check on Silas. Silas's shoulder wound was bleeding freely, the arrowhead still embedded deep. He was pale, shivering, conscious but clearly in shock. He let me go, Silas whispered, disbelief warring with terror in his eyes. He gave you a warning, Coda said curtly, his anger towards Silas palpable but suppressed by the immediate need for action. One you would be wise to heed. He examined the wound quickly, expertly. The arrow must come out, now, before it festers deeper, or you bleed out. What followed was a grim, hurried procedure. While Coda held Silas down, talking to him in low, firm tones to keep him from panicking further, Emma, steeling herself, used Coda's knife sterilized briefly in the stream to carefully cut the arrowhead out. It was agonizing work, Silas groaning and cursing, Emma trying desperately to keep her hands steady, ignoring the blood and the gruesome reality of the task. She cleaned the wound as best she could with precious water and applied a makeshift bandage using strips torn from her own petticoat and the last of Chayton's healing herbs. It was a crude field dressing, but it stopped the worst of the bleeding. Silas, weak from blood loss and pain, lapsed into a semi-conscious state. We must move, Coda said urgently, glancing nervously back the way the Bitter Creek warriors had retreated, and up towards the slopes where Nasha had vanished. This place is tainted by blood. Others may come to investigate. Or Nasha might change his mind. Getting Silas onto his horse was another ordeal. He was barely able to support his own weight. Coda had to lash him loosely to the saddle to prevent him from falling off, while Emma led both Silas's horse and Zephyr. Coda took point again, leading them downstream, following the path Nasha had indicated, away from Broken Horn, away from Sky Camp, away from the survey route. Emma didn't retrieve the plumb bob. She left it lying where Silas had dropped it, a small brass monument to betrayal and the choices made in fire. Let the mountains reclaim it. They traveled as quickly as Silas's condition and the terrain allowed, following the stream as it descended through the wooded valley. The path Nasha had described was clear, leading them steadily eastward, away from the high peaks. Emma felt numb, exhausted, her mind still reeling from the confrontation, from Nasha's intense presence, from the impossible weight of the promise she had implicitly made. There was no road back home now, not in the way she had imagined. The path she had set out on, following her father's map, had diverged irrevocably. She had stepped off the charted territory into a landscape defined by older loyalties, deeper wounds, and moral choices far more complex than any boundary line. She carried her transit now not as a tool of her trade, but as a burden of witness, its potential purpose terrifyingly unclear. As they moved further down the valley, leaving the shadows of Broken Horn behind them, Emma glanced back. The high peaks seemed to watch them go, remote, inscrutable. Had she made the right choice? Could her words truly carry the weight of stone? Or would they vanish like dust on the wind, leaving the cycle of violence and injustice unbroken? She didn't know. All she knew was that she couldn't go back to being the person she was before Sky Camp, before the canyon, before Nasha's burning gaze. The map-maker had been irrevocably changed by the map she had discovered, the one written not on paper, but in blood and memory on the face of the land itself. The path ahead was unknown, perilous, but it was the only path left. Chapter 20, The Reckoning Wind. The eastward descent from the high spine of Broken Horn was a journey through progressively lower circles of a wild purgatory. The stark, wind-scoured grandeur of the alpine peaks gave way to tangled forests, steep-sided valleys choked with undergrowth, and hillsides scarred by rock slides and erosion. The air grew thicker, heavier, but carried no comforting warmth, only the damp chill of deep shadow and the persistent moan of a wind that rose with the sun and seemed to follow them relentlessly. It wasn't the cleansing gale of the high passes, but a nagging, troublesome wind, whipping grit into their eyes, snatching at their clothes, carrying unsettling whispers through the pines, and constantly probing the inadequate shelter of their overnight camps. Coda called it the coyote wind, unpredictable, bothersome, capable of carrying ill luck or masking the approach of danger. Emma began to think of it as the reckoning wind, mirroring the turmoil within her, blowing away the last vestiges of her old certainty, leaving her exposed and uncertain on this unknown path. Their progress was painfully slow, dictated by the treacherous terrain, and increasingly by Silas's deteriorating condition. The arrowhead wound in his shoulder, despite Emma's crude field dressing and Chayton's herb, had become inflamed. Fever claimed him, leaving him weak, sometimes delirious, often lapsing into semi-consciousness. He was dead weight in the saddle, lashed loosely to prevent falls, his head lolling, his groans a constant grim counterpoint to the sighing wind. Keeping him mounted, getting him across streams or over difficult ground, consumed precious time and energy. Coda tended to Silas with a detached efficiency that bordered on grimness. He changed the bandages, forced water and herbal infusions between the man's cracked lips, adjusted his position in the saddle, all without betraying emotion. Yet Emma sensed the undercurrent of barely suppressed anger, the constant reminder of Silas's betrayal that had led them here, endangered them all, and now threatened to cripple their flight. Silas, in his moments of lucidity, seemed to understand Coda's coldness, his gaze holding a mixture of fear, resentment, and a pathetic dependence that was almost worse than his earlier hostility. He rarely spoke, conserving his strength, lost in a haze of pain and fever. Emma walked beside Zephyr, often leading Silas's horse as well, her own exhaustion a dull ache beneath the constant thrum of anxiety. The physical hardship was immense, scrambling over rocks, pushing through thick brush, muscles burning, feet sore, but the mental and emotional toll was greater. Nasha's parting words: "Bear witness. The choice and the consequences are yours," reverberated in her mind. She carried the heavy transit case strapped to Zephyr's saddle like a physical manifestation of that choice, that burden. It felt both useless and essential, a symbol of a past she couldn't entirely discard, and a future she couldn't yet define. Her interactions with Coda were marked by a quiet understanding, a shared awareness of the invisible currents shaping their journey. He continued to point out subtle details of the landscape, sharing knowledge not just for survival, but, she sensed, as part of her ongoing education, fulfilling his gamble that she might learn to see the true map. He showed her how to read the age of tracks in damp earth, how different trees indicated water sources or soil types, how the behavior of animals could signal approaching weather or unseen presences. He spoke little of himself, but his quiet competence, his resilience, his deep connection to this harsh land spoke volumes. The fragile intimacy forged by the fireside confessions remained, a subtle undercurrent beneath the tension, sometimes meeting his gaze across a cold campsite, sharing the last morsel of dried meat, or working together to help Silas over a difficult patch. Emma felt a powerful connection, a sense of partnership that transcended words, culture, and circumstance. It was a dangerous feeling, complicated by their situation, by the chasm between their worlds, by the uncertain future. Yet, it was also a source of strength, a small flame against the encroaching darkness. The reckoning. Wind blew relentlessly, scouring the landscape, rattling the dry leaves, whispering through the canyons like uneasy spirits. It seemed to carry the weight of their pursuers, real or imagined. Every snap of a twig, every distant bird call, sent jolts of adrenaline through them. They saw tracks, occasionally deer, elk, coyote, but also, twice, the distinct print of shod horses, days old but heading roughly eastward, a reminder that Calder's reach might extend even here, on the fringes of his claimed territory. Coda studied these tracks intently, his face grim, urging them onward with renewed urgency. They were moving deeper into the foothills, the terrain gradually softening, the valleys widening slightly, the streams running less tumultuously. Patches of grassland appeared among the forests. It felt like a transition zone, the edgelands leading towards the territory Coda had identified as belonging to the Bitter Creek people. His vigilance increased further, his gaze constantly scanning the horizon, reading signs Emma couldn't comprehend. One afternoon, as they rested the horses in a shallow, wind-swept depression dotted with junipers, Silas began to murmur incoherently, his eyes rolling back, his body trembling violently. His fever had spiked dangerously. Emma knelt beside him, bathing his face with cool water from her canteen, trying to soothe him, her heart sinking. He was getting worse. Travel was becoming impossible for him. Coda examined him, his expression grave. "The wound is deeply poisoned," he said quietly to Emma. "Chaitin's herbs slow it, but they cannot defeat it without rest, proper shelter, stronger medicine." He looked around their exposed resting place, then towards the path ahead. "We cannot stay here, and he cannot travel much further like this." A terrible choice loomed. Pushing Silas further risked killing him. Staying put risked discovery by Calder's men or encountering Bitter Creek patrols unprepared. Leaving him behind was unthinkable, a violation of the unspoken code of survival, despite his betrayal. "Is there anywhere?" Emma asked desperately. "Any shelter nearby?" Coda scanned the landscape, his gaze lingering on a series of low, broken hills rising to the northeast. "There are caves in those hills," he said slowly, "used sometimes by hunters. If we can reach them before dark, It might offer better shelter, and perhaps there are plants there Chayton uses. It was a slim hope, but better than none. Summoning their last reserves of strength, they got Silas back onto his horse and pushed onward towards the hills, the reckoning wind seeming to mock their efforts, whipping dust and fatigue into their faces. Silas was barely conscious now, occasionally crying out, his movements jarring the inflamed wound. As they neared the base of the hills, Coda suddenly pulled up sharply, signaling for silence. He pointed towards the ground. Fresh tracks, several ponies unshod. Very recent. Heading into the very hills where Coda hoped to find shelter. Bitter Creek riders. They exchanged grim looks. Had the riders seen them? Were they patrolling? Or were they also seeking shelter in the caves Coda knew? Approaching the hills now felt incredibly risky. While they hesitated, debating their next move in urgent whispers, Silas began to thrash weakly in the saddle, delirious, muttering disconnected phrases. Lines, Calder promised, bonus money, just move the markers. Nobody saw. Emma froze, her blood running cold. Coda's head snapped around, his eyes locking onto Silas's fevered face, his expression hardening into disbelief, then cold fury. Move the markers, bonus money. Silas hadn't just been afraid. He had been complicit. His fear wasn't just of the tribes or the wilderness. It was the fear of exposure. He had likely been working for Calder all along, perhaps hired to subtly sabotage or misdirect surveys. Or worse. His betrayal with the Plum Bob wasn't an isolated act of panic. It was part of a pattern. The realization struck Emma with sickening force, recontextualizing Silas's earlier behavior, his sullenness, his fear. He hadn't just been a fearful pragmatist. He had been a pawn, bought and paid for, contributing directly to the land disputes, the violence, the desecration symbolized by Skycamp. He was the serpent, not just through fear, but through deliberate action. Coda said nothing, but the look in his eyes was terrifying. The fragile truce holding them together, the basic human impulse to care for the wounded, seemed to shatter in that moment, replaced by the cold calculus of betrayal and consequence. Before anyone could react to Silas's delirious confession, the decision was taken out of their hands. A figure appeared silently on the crest of the low hill directly above them. Not Nasha this time. A Bitter Creek warrior, younger than the ones they'd encountered before, armed with a bow. He stared down at them, his eyes widening slightly in surprise, then hardening. He raised his hand, not in attack, but in a clear signal to unseen companions. They had been spotted. The path to the caves was blocked. Retreat was impossible with Silas in his current state. They were caught, exposed at the mercy of the Bitter Creek patrol. Coda reacted instantly, pushing Emma behind the horses, placing himself between her and the warrior on the hill. He didn't draw a weapon, but stood waiting, his face grim, resigned, ready to face the consequences Silas's delirium had likely just unleashed. More figures appeared on the hilltop, 3 more warriors, armed with rifles and bows. They looked down, their expressions hostile, assessing the intruders. One of them shouted something down at Coda, sharp and challenging. Coda called back a reply in their tongue, his voice steady, trying perhaps to explain, to negotiate. But Emma saw the warriors glance towards Silas, slumped semi-conscious over his horse, perhaps catching fragments of his delirious mutterings carried on the wind. Whatever Coda said, it wasn't enough. The leader of the patrol gestured curtly with his rifle, down the slope, towards them. They were being ordered to approach, to surrender themselves to the Bitter Creek warriors' judgment. There was no escape, no road back. The reckoning wind had blown them directly into the hands of the very people whose land they were traversing, burdened by a wounded traitor whose fevered words might have just condemned them all. As Coda took a step forward, preparing to obey the summons, Emma met his gaze. In his eyes, she saw not fear, but a deep, weary acceptance, and perhaps a silent question. Had her choice, her promise, meant anything at all, now that the reckoning was finally upon them? The wind howled around them, carrying the scent of dust, pine, and impending fate. Chapter 21, Where All Paths Converge. Surrender felt like stepping off a cliff into an unknown abyss. Under the watchful eyes and leveled weapons of the 4 Bitter Creek warriors positioned on the low hill above, Coda slowly raised his hands, signaling compliance. He glanced back at Emma, a silent instruction for her to do the same, his expression grim but resolute. Emma's heart hammered against her ribs, a frantic bird trapped in a cage of fear, but she mirrored Coda's gesture, raising her trembling hands. Beside her, Silas remained slumped over his horse, barely conscious, oblivious to the finality of their capture, his delirious mutterings about markers and bonus money having potentially sealed their fate. The leader of the Bitter Creek Patrol, a wiry man with hard eyes and an air of authority, barked an order. 2 of the younger warriors began scrambling down the loose slope towards them, their movements quick and practiced, rifles held ready. They approached cautiously, their eyes flicking between Coda, Emma, and the incapacitated Silas, their expressions hostile, suspicious. One warrior roughly grabbed the reins of Coda's pony, jerking the animal's head up, muttering something sharp in his own tongue. The other moved towards Emma and Silas. He paused, staring intently at Emma, taking in her Western clothes, her pale face, the transit case strapped to Zephyr's saddle. His gaze was sharp, assessing, holding no hint of mercy. Then he moved to Silas, pulling the semi-conscious man upright with rough hands, ignoring his groan of pain. He saw the blood-soaked bandage, the feverish flush on Silas's face, heard the man's weak, delirious moans. His lip curled in contempt, but he made no move to offer aid. He took the reins of both Zephyr and Silas's mount. They were prisoners, disarmed implicitly by the overwhelming threat, their horses confiscated. The leader on the hill shouted another command. The warriors prodded them forward, gesturing with their rifles for Coda and Emma to walk ahead, leading the captured horses, including the one carrying the near-comatose Silas, up the slope towards the waiting patrol. The climb was short, but felt agonizingly long, each step heavy with dread. Emma stumbled on the loose rock, her legs weak with fear and exhaustion. Coda walked beside her, his face an impassive mask, but she could feel the tension radiating from him, the tightly coiled readiness beneath the forced compliance. He didn't look at Silas. The betrayal lay between them, cold and sharp as a shard of ice. Reaching the crest of the hill, they were surrounded by the 4 warriors. The leader stepped forward, his hard eyes boring into Coda. He spoke rapidly, angrily, gesturing towards Silas, then towards the west, towards Broken Horn, his words clearly accusatory. Coda replied calmly, his voice steady despite the circumstances. He spoke at length, explaining, reasoning, gesturing towards Emma, perhaps recounting their journey, mentioning Chayton, emphasizing their peaceful, albeit uninvited, passage through Bitter Creek territory. He likely omitted Silas's confession, knowing it would only inflame the situation further, painting them all as Calder's agents or worse. The leader listened, occasionally interjecting sharp questions, his suspicion unabated. He clearly recognized Coda, knew who he was, perhaps even knew of his connection to Chayton, but it afforded Coda no special privilege here. The lines of tribal allegiance and animosity were complex, shifting, and Coda, associated with a white map maker and a potentially treacherous companion, was suspect. The leader then turned his attention to Emma, subjecting her to a long, unnerving scrutiny. He walked around her, examining her clothes, her hands, lingering again on the transit case strapped to Zephyr. He spoke directly to her in his own language, the tone demanding. Emma could only shake her head helplessly, murmuring, "I don't understand." Coda translated, his voice tight. "He asks why you're here, why you draw lines on lands that do not belong to you. He asks if you work for Calder or the railroad." Emma met the leader's hard gaze, summoning every ounce of courage she possessed. "Tell him," she said to Coda, her voice trembling but clear, "that I came following my father's path, that I have lost my way. Tell him I saw Skycap. Tell him my lines will not cross sacred ground. Tell him I seek only safe passage, not conflict." Coda translated her words faithfully. The leader listened, his expression unchanging, though perhaps a flicker of surprise crossed his face at the mention of Sky Camp. He conferred briefly with his warriors in low tones. Then he gave a curt nod and barked another order. They were forced to mount their own horses, with Silas slumped precariously behind one of the younger warriors. Surrounded by the patrol, they were led away from the hills, heading deeper into the Bitter Creek territory, eastward, towards an unknown destination, an uncertain fate. They rode for hours, the silence broken only by the wind, the plodding hooves, and Silas's occasional moans. The Bitter Creek warriors maintained a stoic, watchful silence, offering no clue as to where they were being taken or what awaited them. Emma rode numbly, fear a cold knot in her stomach, replaying the confrontation, Nasha's warning, Silas's betrayal, Coda's gamble, her own desperate plea. Had her words made any difference? Or were they merely captives being led to judgment? Or worse? As the afternoon wore on, the landscape continued to soften. The rugged hills gave way to rolling plains covered in dry grasses, dotted with stands of cottonwood along shallow creek beds. It felt less wild, more open, yet somehow more menacing in its emptiness. This was the heartland of the Bitter Creek people, territory they would defend fiercely against intruders. Finally, as the sun began to cast long shadows, they saw signs of habitation smoke rising in the distance, the faint barking of dogs. They were approaching a settlement, likely the main camp of this Bitter Creek band. Emma's heart pounded harder. This was the moment of truth. The camp emerged from behind a low rise, nestled in a wide bend of a shallow, meandering creek lined with cottonwoods. It was larger than Emma had expected, perhaps 30 or 40 lodges, made of tanned hides, stretched over pole frames, arranged in a rough circle. Horses grazed nearby. Children stopped their play to stare as the patrol rode in with their captives. Women paused in their work, their faces curious, wary. Dogs barked furiously. The entire camp seemed to hold its breath, watching their arrival. They were led towards the center of the camp, where a larger lodge stood slightly apart, presumably belonging to the chief or council. A group of elders, stern-faced men wrapped in blankets, despite the mild afternoon air, stood waiting outside the lodge, their expressions grave. Their leader dismounted and spoke respectfully to the elders, gesturing towards Coda, Emma, and Silas, recounting the circumstances of their capture. The elders listened intently, their gazes sharp, missing nothing. One, clearly the principal chief, a man of immense dignity, his face deeply lined, his hair white, wearing an unadorned buckskin shirt, stepped forward. He studied Coda, then Emma, his eyes holding a deep, weary wisdom, tinged with sorrow. He spoke, his voice quiet, but carrying authority, addressing Coda directly. Coda dismounted, standing respectfully before the chief, and replied at length, explaining their journey, their purpose, their hardships, likely emphasizing Chayton's sanctuary and perhaps Emma's change of heart regarding her survey. He spoke earnestly, persuasively, pleading their case. The chief listened patiently, occasionally asking a question, his gaze never leaving Coda's face. When Coda finished, the chief turned his piercing gaze on Emma. He spoke again, Coda translating. Chief Ironhand asks why the granddaughter of the mapmaker who first drew lines across Sky Camp now claims she will draw no more. Coda translated, his voice strained. The chief knew of her father, knew his history, his connection to the desecration. The past was inescapable here. Emma felt a tremor run through her. Her father's actions, his legacy, directly implicated her in the eyes of these people. Tell him, she said, her voice thick with emotion, struggling to keep it steady, that the daughter has seen the cost of her father's lines. Tell him I honor my father's memory, but I cannot honor blindness. Tell him Sky Camp changed me. Tell him my purpose now is not to divide, but to witness. The word felt inadequate, yet it was the truest thing she could offer. Chief Ironhand studied her for a long, silent moment, his eyes seeming to weigh her soul. The entire camp seemed to wait on his judgment. The wind whispered through the cottonwoods along the creek. Silas moaned softly from where he'd been laid on the ground. Suddenly, a commotion arose at the edge of the camp. A lone rider approached, urging his weary pony through the throng of onlookers. He was lean, hard-faced, dressed in worn buckskin, his eyes burning with a familiar cold fire. Nasha. He had followed them, or perhaps he had arrived here first, bringing his own testimony, his own demands. He slid from his pony, ignoring the murmurs of the crowd, and strode directly towards the chief and the council of elders, holding the recovered plumb bob and the marker stake from Sky Camp aloft. He began speaking rapidly, passionately in his own tongue, his voice ringing with anger and grief. He gestured towards Emma, and towards the pathetic figure of Silas, and towards the west, towards Broken Horn. He spoke of Sky Camp, of the bones, of the broken promises, of Calder's relentless encroachment. He held up the plumb bob, then the stake, demanding justice, demanding action, his words clearly inciting the younger warriors in the crowd, whose faces grew darker, more hostile. Chief Iron Hand listened impassively, letting Nasha vent his fury, his own expression unreadable. Coda stood tense, watching the scene unfold, knowing Nasha's fiery words could easily ignite the simmering resentment against all outsiders, especially those associated with surveying and Calder. When Nasha finally fell silent, exhausted by his own passion, his chest heaving, Chief Iron Hand spoke again, his voice quiet but cutting through the tension. Coda translated the exchange for Emma in urgent whispers. The chief acknowledges Nasha's grief, Coda murmured. He honors the memory of Sky Camp, but he reminds Nasha that vengeance is a fire that consumes the hand that wields it. He speaks of Chaitan's counsel, the need for wisdom, for balance, even in the face of injustice. The chief gestured towards Emma. He says the map woman's path is uncertain, her heart changed, perhaps. He says her testimony, carried back to her own people, might be a weapon sharper than Nasha's anger if she has the courage to wield it. Nasha glared at Emma, then back at the chief, clearly unconvinced, unwilling to trust words over action, especially words from one associated with the map makers. He started to argue again, but the chief raised a hand, silencing him. Chief Iron Hand says the immediate enemy is Calder, Coda translated. His men push closer every day. A runner arrived this morning. Calder's men were seen scouting the eastern foothills, near the edge of Bitter Creek land. They search for the mapmaker, perhaps. Or perhaps they prepare a larger move. Calder. Closer than they realized. The net was tightening. The chief looked thoughtfully from Nasha's simmering rage, to Coda's steady presence, to Emma's uncertain resolve, to Silas's incriminating weakness. All the paths, all the conflicts, all the histories seemed to converge here, in this dusty camp circle, under the weight of the chief's decision. He says, Coda translated, his voice barely audible, that fate, or perhaps the spirits of the mountain, have brought strange threads together here. The map maker who seeks a new path, the guide caught between worlds, the betrayer paying his price. He glanced towards Silas, and the grief walker seeking vengeance. He looked at Nasha. He says fighting each other only serves Calder's purpose. Chief Iron Hand spoke again, his gaze sweeping over them all, finally resting on Emma. He offers a choice, Coda translated, his voice heavy with significance. Not just to you, mapmaker, but to us all. The chief pointed eastward towards the open plains beyond the foothills. That way lies the path back to your world. We will give you provisions, allow you safe passage from our lands. You can take your report, your testimony, back to your government. Tell your story. See if your words carry the weight of stone. He then pointed west, back towards Broken Horn, towards Calder's territory, towards Sky Camp. Or, Coda translated, you can stay. Stand with us. Your knowledge, even without your instrument, might help anticipate Calder's moves. Your presence might offer some strange protection. Government witness complicating his plans. He paused, letting the weight of the choice sink in. But to stay means embracing this world fully. It means facing Calder directly. It means your path may never lead back home. The choice hung in the air, stark, absolute. Return to her world, carrying the burden of witness, facing the uncertain consequences, hoping her small voice could make a difference against entrenched power. Or stay, cast her lot entirely with Coda, with the Bitter Creek people, with the fight against Calder, becoming a part of the land's resistance, potentially sacrificing any future she might have had. Nasha watched her intently, his anger momentarily held in check by curiosity, by the unexpected turn of events. Silas, drifting in his fevered haze, was oblivious. The elders, the warriors, the entire camp waited for her answer. Coda stood beside her, his face unreadable, offering no guidance, leaving the decision entirely, terrifyingly, hers. All paths converged here, in this moment under the vast, indifferent sky. The path back paved with uncertainty and the faint hope of systemic change. The path forward demanding sacrifice, courage, and a commitment to a world she was only beginning to understand. There was no map for this choice, only the compass of her own conscience, forged in the fires of the journey. Her answer would determine not just her fate, but perhaps the fate of those around her, echoing across the stolen ground, carried on the reckoning wind. Chapter 22, The Last Mark on the Map. The silence in the Bitter Creek camp was absolute, yet it roared in Emma's ears. Chief Iron Hand's words, translated by Coda, hung heavy in the cool air, outlining two starkly different paths, two possible futures, both fraught with peril. Go back, carry the story. Hope her words might penetrate the deafness of power. Or stay, stand with them, face the immediate fire, embrace a life utterly alien to the one she'd known, a life where survival was measured daily against formidable odds. Nasha watched her, his burning eyes demanding an answer that felt impossible to give. Coda stood beside her, a silent presence, offering support but no direction, respecting the gravity of the choice that was hers alone. Silas, oblivious in his fevered haze, represented the wreckage of the path she was tempted to flee. The world of compromise and betrayal. Emma looked at the faces around her, the stoic elders, the wary warriors, the curious women and children held back by an invisible line of decorum. She saw the hardship etched into their features, the resilience forged in generations of struggle against encroaching forces and a harsh land. She thought of Chayton's quiet wisdom in the hidden canyon, the murmur of the waterfall, the ancient stories whispered by the wind and stone. She thought of Sky Camp, the leaning grave markers stark against the vast sky, the weight of sorrow clinging to that violated ground. She thought of Coda, his quiet strength, his conflicted heart, his gamble in showing her the true map. Go back. The thought itself felt like a betrayal now. Go back and write a report. File it away in some dusty government office, hoping a clerk might read it, hoping a politician might care. Hope felt like too thin a shield against the force of men like Calder, against the relentless machinery of expansion she had seen chew up land and lives. Her words might carry the weight of stone, as Nasha had challenged, but stones could be ignored, buried, built over. Witnessing wasn't enough, not anymore, not after seeing, feeling the truth of this land and its people. Staying meant uncertainty, danger, likely hardship. It meant abandoning everything she had ever known her name, her family, however estranged, her profession, the future she had once envisioned, however vaguely. It meant embracing Coda's world fully, a world where lines were drawn by mountains and rivers, by sacred sites and ancestral memory, not by brass instruments and government decrees. It meant facing Calder, facing Nasha's lingering distrust, facing the very real possibility of failure, capture, or death. Yet staying also felt right, like the only path that held integrity, the only way to truly honor the promise she had made to herself, implicitly, under Nasha's gaze. It was the only way to give meaning to the journey, to the suffering, to Coda's trust. It was the only way, perhaps, to find the map she was truly searching for. She took a deep breath, the thin air sharp in her lungs, and met Chief Iron Hand's steady gaze. "Tell the chief," she said to Coda, her voice low but clear, resonating with a certainty that surprised even herself, "that the wind has blown my old map away. Tell him words on paper are not enough. Tell him I will stay." A collective intake of breath seemed to ripple through the assembled crowd. The elders murmured amongst themselves, surprised. Nasher's eyes widened slightly, his mask of anger cracking to reveal astonishment, perhaps even disbelief. Silas, momentarily lucid, groaned, though whether from pain or dismay at her choice was unclear. Coda looked down at her, a complex storm of emotions crossing his face, relief so profound it was almost painful, concern for the path she had chosen, and a deep, unwavering solidarity. He translated her words to the chief, his voice carrying a new resonance. Chief Iron Hand listened, his expression unreadable, then nodded slowly, solemnly. He spoke, Coda translating. "He says the path you choose is difficult, daughter of the map maker. It offers little comfort, much danger. The spirits of the mountain will watch you. Your own people may hunt you as a traitor." He paused, his gaze piercing. "But he says courage, like a river, can cut new channels through stone. He accepts your choice. You may shelter with the Bitter Creek people. You will share our dangers, our fortunes, meager as they may be." He gestured towards Coda. "He will remain your guide and your protector, as much as any man can protect another in these times." He then looked towards Nasher. "And perhaps," the chief added, his voice carrying weight, "the grief walker will see that not all maps lead to betrayal, that new lines, lines of alliance, can be drawn even now." Nasher stared at Emma, then at the chief, conflict still churning in his eyes. He clearly hadn't expected this. Her decision complicated his narrative of vengeance, challenged his assumptions. He gave a curt, almost imperceptible nod towards the chief, acknowledging his authority, but offered no word, no gesture, towards Emma or Coda, before turning and stalking away, melting back into the crowd, a solitary figure still wrestling with his ghosts. His acceptance was conditional, his path still uncertain, but for now, he would not actively oppose the chief's decision. The tension in the camp eased slightly, replaced by a low murmur of curiosity and perhaps cautious acceptance. Emma felt Coda's hand briefly touch her shoulder, a fleeting pressure that spoke volumes, gratitude, shared resolve. The acknowledgement of a bond forged, and now irrevocably sealed. The immediate aftermath focused on survival. Chief Iron Hand ordered his healers to tend to Silas. They examined the festering wound, shaking their heads gravely. Chayton's herbs had slowed the poison, but the arrow had gone deep, the damage extensive, the fever now raging unchecked. They did what they could, applying poultices, administering bitter brews, but their expressions offered little hope. Silas remained mostly unconscious, his life hanging by a thread, his fate a stark reminder of the consequences of betrayal in this unforgiving land. News came swiftly, confirming the chief's earlier report. Scouts shadowing Calder's men reported the group, larger now, perhaps 10 or 12 riders, moving steadily eastward along the foothills, clearly searching, probing the edges of Bitter Creek territory. They hadn't pinpointed the camp yet, but their presence was an immediate threat. A council was convened in the chief's lodge. The elders, key warriors, Coda, and, significantly, Emma. Chief Iron Hand gestured for her to sit among them, a clear signal of her accepted, albeit unusual, status. She listened intently as Coda translated the urgent discussion. Opinions were divided. Some younger warriors, spurred perhaps by Nasher's earlier rhetoric, urged immediate attack, an ambush to drive Calder's men back. The elders cautioned prudence, wary of provoking a larger conflict with Calder's well-armed forces. They were outnumbered, outgunned. A direct confrontation could be disastrous. Then Coda spoke, gesturing towards Emma. He explained her skills, not as a surveyor imposing lines, but as someone trained to read terrain, to understand topography, sight lines, distances knowledge that could be turned to defensive strategy. He suggested a plan, not of direct attack, but of using the land itself as a weapon, luring Calder's men into difficult ground, using diversions, false trails, making them waste time and resources, discouraging them from pushing deeper into Bitter Creek territory without risking a costly fight. Emma listened, realizing Calder was offering her a way to use her knowledge, her map-maker's eye, in service of her new commitment. When Calder finished, Chief Iron Hand turned his gaze to her. "The guide says you read the bones of the land," he said, Calder translating. "Can this knowledge help protect the people?" Taking a deep breath, Emma nodded. "Perhaps," she said carefully. "I cannot fight like your warriors, but I can see how the land lies. I can identify places of concealment, difficult passages, places where a few could hold off many, or where a small group might appear larger than it is." She thought of her maps, her training. "I can help anticipate how they might see the land, where they might expect to find passage, where they might be vulnerable." It was a new application of her skills, turning the tools of division into tools of defense, of connection to the people sheltering her. The elders listened intently, murmuring amongst themselves. Even some of the skeptical younger warriors seemed intrigued by the possibility. Chief Iron Hand considered her words, then gave a solemn nod. Her knowledge would be welcomed. Her path was beginning to take shape. Over the next few days, a tense, watchful waiting game unfolded. Scouts kept constant track of Calder's men, who continued to probe the foothills cautiously, wary of ambush. Emma worked closely with Calder and the Bitter Creek war leaders, studying the terrain around the camp, suggesting routes for patrols, identifying potential defensive positions, drawing rough sketches in the dirt maps, not of ownership, but of survival. She found a strange satisfaction in using her skills this way, a sense of purpose that felt cleaner, truer than her previous work. During this time, Silas faded. Despite the healer's efforts, the poison was too deep, his body too weakened. He died quietly one morning, delirious to the end, his last muttered words lost to the wind. Calder and two warriors buried him simply without ceremony. Outside the camp circle, the final grim consequence of his choices. His death cast a pall over the camp, a stark reminder of the stakes involved, but also removed the immediate threat of his internal betrayal. The confrontation with Calder's men, when it finally came, was not a pitched battle, but a series of calculated maneuvers, exactly as Calder and Emma had hoped. Following Calder's strategy, informed by Emma's terrain analysis, small groups of Bitter Creek warriors led Calder's scouts on frustrating chases through difficult country, appearing and disappearing like ghosts, creating diversions, setting minor rockfalls to block key passages, making the eastern foothills seem more heavily defended and treacherous than they were. Nasha, surprisingly, played a role, his intimate knowledge of the high passes allowing him to create misleading signs, drawing some of Calder's men on long, fruitless pursuits into dead-end canyons, his grief channeled, for now, into strategic disruption rather than direct violence. After several days of probing, finding no easy access, encountering frustrating resistance, and likely wary of overextending into hostile territory, Calder's men withdrew, heading back west towards their own range. It was a temporary victory. Everyone knew. Calder would not give up easily. But for now, the immediate threat had been turned back, thanks to a combination of traditional knowledge, strategic thinking, and Emma's repurposed skills. She had proven her worth, her commitment, not with words, but with action. In the quiet aftermath of the withdrawal, a sense of fragile hope settled over the camp. Emma felt a profound sense of belonging she had never expected, forged in shared danger and mutual reliance. She had truly crossed between worlds. One cool evening, as the stars emerged, bright and cold in the clear prairie sky, Emma sat outside the camp circle, gazing towards the dark silhouette of the distant Broken Horn Range. Calder found her there, sitting beside her in comfortable silence for a long while, watching the stars with her. "You carry a heavy burden, Emma Collins," he said finally, using her name with a quiet intimacy that startled her. "The burden of witness." "I do," she acknowledged softly. "And I don't know if I'm strong enough to bear it. Strength is not only in fighting, he said, looking at her. It is in seeing clearly, in speaking truth, in choosing connection. He reached into his pouch and drew out the eagle feather Nasha had left at the pass. He held it out to her. The eagle flies high, sees far. Perhaps this belongs with the one who bears witness now. Emma hesitated, then slowly took the feather from his hand. It was soft, yet strong, its edges sharp. Holding it felt like accepting a symbol, a responsibility, a connection to this land, to its people, to the path she had chosen. She looked down at the feather, then out towards the dark mountains. She knew her journey wasn't over. Calder would return. The fight for this land, for justice, would continue. Her role in it remained uncertain. Writing her report, sending her testimony back east, felt like a necessary step, however inadequate. But her place, she realized, was no longer there. It was here, beside Coda, among the Bitter Creek people, learning the true map, bearing witness not just with words, but with her life. She took out her worn field journal, the one intended for angles and elevations. Opening it under the starlight, she didn't reach for a pencil to calculate distances. Instead, guided by memory and the feel of the feather in her other hand, she began to sketch not lines of division, but the outline of Broken Horn against the sky, the curve of the Bitter Creek Valley, the shape of Sky Camp as Coda had described it, the pattern of the stars as Chayton had taught her. It wasn't a map of ownership, but a map of connection, of memory, of belonging. This, she thought, feeling a quiet, profound sense of rightness settle within her, this was the last mark she needed to make. Not the end of a survey line, but the beginning of a different kind of chart, mapping the terrain of the heart, the contours of courage, the boundaries defined not by fences, but by shared humanity. The road back home was well and truly gone, but perhaps finally she was on the path to finding where she truly belonged. Epilogue. Echoes on the horizon. 2 winters had passed since the confrontation in the valley below Broken Horn. 2 cycles of snow blanketing the high peaks and yielding again to the stubborn green of spring in the Bitter Creek lands. The reckoning wind still blew across the foothills, but now, for Emma Collins, it carried different whispers, not just of danger and uncertainty, but of familiarity, resilience, and the enduring rhythms of the land she had chosen to call home. She stood on a low rise overlooking the meandering creek, the late afternoon sun warm on her face. The Bitter Creek camp lay peaceful in the valley below, smoke curling lazily from the lodges, the sounds of children's laughter and the murmur of daily life drifting up on the breeze. This place, once alien and potentially hostile, had become the center of her world, the path back to Philadelphia, to the life Aunt Clara envisioned, felt impossibly distant now, a faded map from a forgotten atlas. There was no road back home, because home, she had discovered, was not a place you left behind, but a place you built, thread by careful thread, in the landscape of the heart. Her life here was woven into the fabric of the community. She was no longer simply the map woman, though the name sometimes lingered, spoken now with curiosity or respect rather than suspicion. She helped Chayton gather herbs, her knowledge of botany finding new purpose in learning the healing properties of plants the old woman pointed out. She learned to tan hides, her hands growing calloused but skilled. She sat with the women listening to their stories, learning the intricate patterns of their beadwork, absorbing the cadence of their language, though her own attempts at speaking it remained halting. She helped teach the younger children, not from books of sums and distant kings, but using pebbles to count, drawing maps of the camp and surrounding valley in the dirt, telling stories of the stars she knew alongside the celestial legends Chayton shared. She had, eventually, written her report, not the precise, detached survey document the contract demanded, but something different, a narrative, a testimony. She wrote of the journey, of the beauty and brutality of the land. She wrote of Sky Camp, describing the leaning grave markers, the evidence of violence, the weight of sorrow clinging to that high, windswept place. She included Coda's account of its history, Chayton's wisdom regarding the interconnectedness of life and land, Nasha's grief as the legacy of broken promises. She meticulously documented Calder's encroachment, the intimidation tactics of his men, the simmering conflict fueled by greed. She attached sketches, not topographical charts, but drawings of the ruins, of the Bitter Creek camp, of the faces that held stories her government had never heard. Getting the report out had been perilous. Coda, trusting connections through intermediaries among other tribes, had eventually found a way to get it into the hands of a sympathetic, though low-ranking, official far to the east, a man known more for his conscience than his influence. Months passed with no word. Emma held little hope that her lone voice, filtered through unreliable channels, could penetrate the corridors of power where men like Calder held sway. Yet, something had shifted, however subtly. Rumors trickled back through the complex network of tribal communication. Talk of an inquiry, hushed and quickly suppressed, into Calder's land acquisition methods. Whispers of unease among some Eastern investors backing the railroad survey regarding potential conflicts and delays in the Broken Horn region. Calder's expansion seemed to pause, his probing eastward becoming less aggressive, his focus perhaps drawn elsewhere for a time. It wasn't victory, not by any means. Calder remained a powerful, dangerous presence to the west. The threat hadn't vanished, merely receded, like a tide waiting to turn. But Emma's testimony, her small act of witness, had perhaps added a single stone to the scale, creating a ripple, however faint, in the currents of power. It was enough for now, enough to validate the choice she had made. The transit remained in its case, stored carefully in the corner of the small lodge Coda had built for them, near Chayton's dwelling. It was a reminder of her past, but no longer the defining instrument of her future. She hadn't opened it since the day she offered it to Coda in the aspen grove. Its purpose had changed. It was a symbol, perhaps, of the knowledge she possessed. Knowledge she now used differently to understand the lay of the land for defense, for finding water, for recognizing shelter, for appreciating the intricate beauty Coda and Chayton revealed daily. Silas lay buried outside the camp circle, his grave unmarked save by the wind and the seasons. His fate was a somber lesson, a stark reminder of the destructive power of fear and betrayal. Emma rarely thought of him, except as a symbol of the world she had narrowly escaped, the world where lines on maps and bonus money could outweigh conscience and life itself. Nasha remained an enigma, a shadow haunting the high peaks. He hadn't sought further confrontation. Word came occasionally, through hunters or travelers, of a solitary figure watching over Sky Camp, sometimes leaving warnings for Calder's straying riders, sometimes helping travelers lost in blizzards. He hadn't embraced the Bitter Creek community, hadn't joined their councils, but his actions suggested a shift. His grief still walked with him, Coda said, but perhaps it no longer solely demanded vengeance. Perhaps in his own way, he too had begun to bear witness, becoming a silent guardian of the mountain's memory, his presence a deterrent, a reminder of the past Calder wished to erase. He and Emma had never spoken again, but an understanding, fragile and unspoken, seemed to exist across the distance, forged in that moment of shared crisis and unexpected choice. And Coda. He stood beside her now, having approached in his usual silence while she gazed at the distant peaks. Their relationship had deepened, settled into a quiet rhythm of shared lives, mutual respect, and unspoken affection that felt more profound than any whirlwind romance. There were no grand declarations, no expectations levied. They were simply together, partners in survival, partners in purpose, protectors of each other and the fragile peace they had found. He guided her still, not just through the physical landscape, but through the intricate cultural terrain, helping her navigate her place within the Bitter Creek community. She, in turn, offered him companionship, shared her knowledge when useful, and perhaps eased some of the solitude that had long defined him. In the evenings, they would often sit outside their lodge, watching the stars emerge, sharing stories, his of the coyote and the eagle, hers of cities and oceans he could barely imagine. He taught her the names of the constellations, as his people knew them, weaving legends around the patterns of light. She read to him sometimes from the one book she had carried with her, a worn volume of Emerson's essays, its transcendentalist ideas strangely resonant here under the vast prairie sky. Their connection was built not on dramatic passion, but on the steady accumulation of shared moments, quiet understanding, and a deep, abiding trust, forged in fire and sustained in peace. It was a love story written not in grand gestures, but in the language of shared silence, mutual reliance, and the quiet strength found in facing an uncertain future together. The wind carries the scent of snow from the high peaks, Coda murmured, breaking the comfortable silence, his gaze fixed on the distant, darkening silhouette of Broken Horn. Emma nodded, pulling her shawl tighter. Winter would soon return to the high country. Another season of hardship, of vigilance. Will Calder move again, do you think? Coda considered, his face serious. Calder is like the wolf. He circles. He waits for weakness. The pressure from the railroad may have eased for now. The questions raised by your report may have made him cautious. But his hunger for land remains. He turned to look at her, his dark eyes holding a familiar warmth mixed with pragmatism. The fight is not over, Emma. It may never be over in our lifetimes. She knew he was right. There was no simple ending, no guarantee of lasting peace. The lines drawn by greed and power were deeply etched. But looking out at the quiet camp, feeling the solid ground beneath her feet, the eagle feather tucked safely inside her lodge, Coda's steady presence beside her, she felt not despair, but a quiet resolve. No, she agreed softly. It's not over, but we are still here. They stood together for a long while, watching the stars emerge, bright and cold, scattered like diamonds across the immense darkness. The reckoning wind sighed around them, carrying the echoes of the past, the uncertainties of the future, but also the enduring strength of the land and the quiet resilience of the human spirit. Emma thought of the map she carried now, not on paper, but within herself, a map drawn with the ink of experience, shaded with grief and understanding, marked with points of courage and connection. It showed treacherous passages, contested boundaries, sacred spaces, and hidden sanctuaries. It was a complex map, constantly evolving, its final destination unknown. But for the first time in her life, she felt she knew, truly knew, where she stood upon it, here between two worlds, belonging fully perhaps to neither, but committed to the path she had chosen, bearing witness, her life itself the last, most important mark on the map. The wind whispered secrets. The stars offered silent guidance. And beside her, Coda's presence was a steady anchor in the vast, beautiful, dangerous wilderness she now called home. The future was uncertain, the struggle ongoing, but here, grounded in purpose and connection, she had found her true bearings. The end.